KingSithis is now live streaming World of Warcraft. Taxation is theft. Change my mind.
What's going on? What's going on, guys? Sithis here, back at it with another live stream. Oh, I forgot my necklace. All right, biatches. This is not the character I normally use. I'm not on the right server. Alright, I'm not trying to play on Dream Scythe. I am trying to play on Night Slayer. Where the real big boys play, you know what I'm saying? Not where all the bitches play. Where the real men go. Alright. So. Summon the warhorse. Let's queue up for dungeons. Let's see how long it's gonna take for me to get a dungeon.
These great beasts know paths that you can't find on
the
foot.
Searing
They'll get you there
Gorge.
fast and maybe show you something new at the same time.
Fucking government.
Hello again, Your Highness.
What's going on, T-Peck? Just flying on my griffin, you know? Just doing my thing.
So peaceful.
I know. Isn't it beautiful? Nothing better than some classic World of Warcraft, am I right?
You broke my brain earlier.
I broke your brain earlier. What did I... What did I do?
When you popped in the chat with us.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, I'm part of the Discord too, you know. So I see you guys in there once in a while, and I you know. I'm actually part of the Cool Kids Club too, okay.
You run the cool kids club, lol.
Hell yeah. But yeah, I see you guys in there once in a while. The thing is, I'm just not really in on Discord all that much. When I'm at home, I'm usually either live streaming. I don't like to play video games without live streaming, you know. Generally.
The new guy seems like a good fit.
That's good, man. That Discord, like I mean, that thing, what is it called? Minecraft server. There we go. That Minecraft server that you guys run is completely, I mean, I own it, but you guys run it. So whoever you guys want to join it, you can let join. Any person you don't want to let join, well, their ass is grass.
Now that it's running again, we're back to fun mischief.
Oh. Yeah. Nothing like some good old mischief. Hold on, I'm checking out my audio. Testing. Alright, so that works.
Sithis, what's up? Let me teach you to be better at WoW, bro.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm crashing.
No problem. I wish I could be, I don't really know how to be good at
You
WoW.
hopping on Epic tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have it downloaded. Once I have it downloaded and all that, yeah. Honestly, I'm kind of just playing on Classic right now because I'm kind of just waiting for Epoch to come out. So right now, this is the Epoch waiting room. I wonder how many people are gonna be on Project Epoch. How many of you guys think?
Heck yeah, you'll get Burger King.
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
What?
He said fries and a Whopper. And then he said so.
Fries and a Whopper?
All right, yo, give me your best arguments for why taxation is theft. Go.
Taxation is not theft because it is the payment you have to pay for a society to function. Pay your taxes, get a job, grow the fuck up.
Wow. You just changed my whole world.
Just grow the fuck up. Yeah, you just gotta grow the fuck up, yeah.
Wow, bro.
The term theft
Anyway,
applies.
Anyway, said that you interrupted Levi's favorite Burger King menu.
He said a Whopper and fries.
No, he's getting a original chicken sandwich. Can you at least try that?
How many of these guys do I gotta kill? I wonder what Project Epoch is gonna be like, man. I really hope that that shit's gonna be good. All right, nice. Excuse me. Whew. Oh, I know what I need to do. Look out, spyglass. I gotta kill all those flaming things, but I'm not really sure where I could find a lot of them. There, yeah, the magma elemental. Ah, shit. Oh, shit. Damn it. Yeah, I'm still really bad at this game.
Solution and just going after them without addressing it overall is negative towards our country.
Living in our
Well,
country.
not really. You just said. You just said.
What's going on? What's going on?
Do what?
Arguing about immigration, but this guy.
Oh,
just,
I
mean,
support open borders.
There was a current state thing that happened where there was a farmer who had a bunch of illegal immigrants. ICE raided his farm. They fined him. And a bunch of Americans came in and said, we want the job, and they're giving it to Americans, and they were giving a living wage, which is what is required by the law. Those immigrants will be paid less than what was required by the law. So to say that, illegal immigrants...
You approve legal immigration, that would do the same thing.
I support complete open borders.
Yes, if they were legal, but if they were legal, they would be paid.
Yes,
so
improve the legal immigration process. Not make it worse like the Republicans have done.
I have nothing against that. But to say illegal immigration is good, is a net good, is a lie.
It is a net good. It is a net good.
No, illegal immigration is not a good because it does not provide. No, it doesn't. Are you saying paying people a non-living wage is a good thing?
I think
yes.
They give more to the economy than what they take.
Again, that's not the question. That's not the question.
Yeah,
you think paying people below minimum wage, it should be fine.
Yes.
Is that what your claim is?
Yes.
No.
I think I think we should abolish the minimum wage.
Getting illegal immigrants is a net bad because of the fact that you will pay them below minimum wage.
No, I think we should abolish the minimum wage.
A net negative would include all the factors. There's more than just that one factor. And it sounds like you have
quality of life.
a problem.
It negatives the quality of life of their family. It negatives the quality of life of the Americans who now don't have that job, or even legal immigrants who don't have that job, who are not being paid a fair wage.
Job.
Well,
because they won't be able to get that job because they can just hire a legal immigrant, which I can pay less. Again,
hey, if you want a job,
playing devil's advocate, you have cheaper goods overall. But in the end, the better solution for that is not the better solution to that is not to reduce legal immigration, but improve legal immigration.
And don't give illegal immigrants welfare.
You're still saying illegal immigration is a net positive. And I disagree with that standpoint.
It helps out our GDP. Absolutely.
It's good for the economy.
GDP number go up does not mean a good thing.
It is a good thing.
That is the most silliest explanation I've ever heard. Because what you're saying is we're finding legal immigrants less than minimum wage.
No, I'm saying that overall it helps out our country in several different ways.
I care about people being paid the correct wages for their work. Illegal immigrants will not be paid for any above minimum wage due to the fact that they can.
I hear what you're saying, and what I'm saying, it doesn't outweigh what the counter is. Sorry.
Okay, so what you're
Wait, hold on 1 second. You agree with all the things that they say. You agree at the location. You agree that he was crucified. You agree that he died under Pontius Pilate. All these things. And when it comes to Jesus Christ rising in from the dead, I don't believe this no more. Now they're lying now.
No, yes, because the source.
Not rising in from the dead.
I'm against having abortion illegal.
So,
legal.
Let me finish.
Wait, no, let's go. Wait, hold on 1 second, man. This conversation is done. Let's get back to abortion because that's what the topic's about.
Oh, sorry. I saw the title, and that's what I thought you guys were talking about.
Yeah, we are. Okay,
oh, can I contribute to the conversation? Is that okay with you guys?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, cool.
So, let me start. So abortion should be illegal because I'm a human that have a right to live. It is wrong to unalive me. I used to be a fetus. Conclusion: a fetus have a right to life, and I shouldn't unalive it. Win a taco. Go ahead, man.
Who, me?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I don't support abortion. I support evictionism, which is not the idea that I believe that individuals have the right to life, but I also believe in self-ownership at the same time, which means that you have the right to your own body. So that means, because of that, I'm an evictionist. I'm not an abortionist. I believe that a person should, at any point in the at the pregnancy, has the right to evict the baby out of them. And if somebody wants to take up the role of being the parent for that person or that baby, then it's out of that person's hands after it's been evicted.
Okay, so first of all, like I said, a baby is a separate human being from the mother, so it's not a part of the mother's body. Again, I'll post my premise up here so you guys can read it. So here's my premise here. You guys can address it. Premise 1, human life begins at conception, as the fertilized egg contains a complete and unique set of human DNA, marking the start of individual human development. Premise 2, all human beings have an inherent right to life, regardless of their stage of development, size, or level of deficiency. Premise 3, the primary role of the law is to protect innocent human life, especially the most vulnerable who cannot defend themselves. Conclusion, therefore, because abortion intentionally ends the life of an innocent human being, it should be considered morally wrong and made illegal. So the thing about it is that one of your premises was you said that the woman should have full rights of her bodily autonomy, right? But a fetus is not a part of the woman's body. It's its own human being, developing as its own human being, own human being with its own unique set of DNA. So one of your premises already fall. So, so was your defeat?
Oh, could I address that?
It's infringing on her property rights.
Could I address that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong that it's a separate body, but the issue is that body is attached to another person's body, and I believe because you are the owner of your body, at any point within that pregnancy, you have the right to, withdraw consent from holding that person on connected to your body. And if the death result is, and
if you just want to let go, you can let go.
But I do not believe you have the right. I don't believe you have the right to kill the baby. I believe you have the right to separate yourself from the baby.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that then you don't agree with abortion. Then abortion.
I know, that's what I said.
Ends the life of a human being.
Yeah, so I said that. I don't know if you were listening. I said that in the beginning.
We're on the same boat, man. We're on the same boat, then, bro.
Well, I'm an evictionist, though.
Fetus is interfering on her private property. No, the fetus is in a natural habitat.
Yeah, that is true.
On her private property.
Well, it depends. It depends. See, if the mother wants the baby out of her body, then yeah, technically yes.
Okay, then she can commit murder. I mean, not murder.
No, you can't. No. You can't murder the baby, but you can evict the baby. So, for instance, it's like the same thing as an apartment,
C-section.
right?
Yeah, I agree with C-section.
So, for instance, like if you have an apartment, right? If you don't want that person in your house anymore, I'm not talking about how the law is right now. I'm just talking about my personal, like how I view property rights, right? So if you get I believe that you're the owner of a house and you want somebody off of your property and you want to end the lease, then at any point you tell that person to leave your property, you have the right to kick them out. Now, if they stay, do you have the right to just shoot them right at the second that you say, get out of my house, and then they're walking out and then you can shoot them? Well, no. What you do is you could tell them to leave. And then if they refuse to leave, then you could use violent force. But the thing is, a baby is not refusing to leave. They're just unable to choose. So all you could do is just remove the person from the house. And it would be the same thing for your body.
But I have a question.
Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Yeah, we'll get to that. Wait 1 second, guys. The thing about it is that the baby is dependent on the mother. And like I said, the baby is in a natural habitat. So it's like you're born on Earth, and somebody decides to kill you to get you off of Earth, right? The baby's in its natural habitat, not like someone enter into your apartment, right? So that analogy doesn't work.
It doesn't matter. And the reason why is because, who determines what's a natural habitat? I mean, me laying in my bedroom would be my natural habitat, right?
He's just trying to contend with your argument because it's not.
I understand that. I'm just responding.
Yeah. Like if I said, you can't rape someone, but if you call it surprise sex, then it's surprise sex.
That's true. It is surprise sex.
Well, it depends. Well, whether or not it's a sexual assault depends on whether or not the person consents.
Right, but in your analogy, someone has the capacity to consent, whereas the baby does not have the capacity to consent.
Well, if somebody doesn't have the capacity to consent, and they're trespassing on another person's property, that person's
Wait 1 second.
Yeah, but the baby's
hold on. Allow me to finish.
1 second. King.
But wait, it is trespassing.
Okay, I'll allow you to finish.
It's not trespassing.
I'll allow you to finish. King, listen, the reason why, I mean, I understand your argument 100%. I'm not going to strawman you. You're saying that the baby's injured to the mother is trespassing, just like someone were to come to your apartment, you have every right to kick them out.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so like I said before, the baby is already there. The baby is his natural habitat. The mother already have eggs in her body. Baby's in a natural habitat. So it's not like somebody breaking into your apartment, right? The baby's in a natural habitat. And the mother decides to say, get out.
I get that. Okay, so if a baby was to crawl, if a baby was to crawl on your lawn and you didn't want the baby on your lawn, would you have the right? Hold on.
Why can I finish? Why can I finish?
Well, you said that I could finish. I'm not talking.
No, I did not finish.
All right, go ahead then. I got your argument, but. All right, finish.
Wait 1 second. Okay, thank you. Let me finish. So it's like if you're born on Earth, which is your natural habitat, a alien come from space, enter into Earth, and grab you, take you out of Earth, and kill you. Okay, that is wrong. So a baby's in his natural habitat, and you decide to end the life of an innocent human being. It's wrong. Go ahead, man.
Okay, again, you're misrepresenting my point. I'm not saying that you have the right to kill the person. I'm not sure where you got that from. All I'm saying is that you have the right to remove them from your property. If somebody were to press a button and teleport into your house. Okay, so now you got so upset because I interrupted you, and now you guys are interrupting me.
No, it's me. I'm a different person. I'm just saying you're just doing this. Yeah, you're just doing the surprise sex thing again. It's the same thing. You're just trying to play games by redefining the same action.
Wait.
Okay, but
wait. What is your rebuttal to my? Okay, so I guess just let me know when I can speak.
Tired of streaming to zero.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Let's change that only as an adult.
And the baby is a different entity. Could I not shoot it for trespassing?
No.
Holy shit! Stand your ground on the baby.
Okay,
Holy shit, beast.
Oh, okay. Just let me know when I can answer the question. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, man. You can answer, but make sure you be consistent, man, because I already answered your.
Okay, so that means that you're going to interrupt me as soon as you hear something you don't like.
I didn't.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Is that what you're saying?
It's not. Well, no, wait. He didn't interrupt you, and I'll concede it's not fair. There's like 2 or 3 of us ganging up on you, but like we're all kind of trying to do our best to kind of take turns.
Yeah, you're doing a very bad job of it. So
okay,
the argument that I'm making. Okay, so now let me know when I can speak. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so the argument that I'm making is that there's 2 different types of crimes. There's mens rea and there's non-mens rea. So there's knowingly committing a crime and then there's non-knowingly committing a crime, right? And a person who, I would say there's a different way in which you would treat a situation in which a person unknowingly commits a crime versus knowingly commits a crime or trespasses on another person's property. So for instance, if I'm walking on the woods and I accidentally stumble upon your land, I might not know that it's your land. But the second that you come up to me and ask me, hey, this is my land, can you please get off? I can't just shoot you simply because you're on my land. If I come up to you and I tell you to get off my land and you get off my land, well then that's it. There's no violation. But if the person continues to stay on your land, then the person you would have the right to harm the person. But the thing is, with a baby, it's not a person that is saying, no, I'm not gonna stay off of your land. They are a person who is unknowingly going onto your property, which would be your body. So the solution to that would be to remove them or to tell them to leave, which obviously you can't tell a baby to leave. So the other solution would be to remove them in a non-violent way. And that would be sort of separation or some sort of C-section or something like that. Now, that does not mean that I believe that you have the right to kill the baby. Just remove it from your body. Go ahead.
Okay, so can I please talk? Okay, again, man, I think I've already debunked your theory, but you keep going back to the same thing. Someone coming on your property, they are violating your space, right? He just told you that a fetus is in its natural habitat. That's why I give you example, you being born on Earth and an alien coming to Earth and taking you out. Earth is your natural habitat. The baby natural habitat is in the mother. The mother have eggs. Do you know that women have eggs, right? That's already in their body. It's not a natural habitat. I mean, the baby, this is their natural habitat. So what the mother is doing is removing a baby in an innocent human being, which it is wrong. For example,
you're saying the land was promised to them 60 years ago?
Your mother, wait 1 second.
Oh, don't interrupt him, please.
Your mother gave birth to you at 1 year old and kick you out of her house. That would be wrong for a mother to kick her 1 year old child out of the house. The baby is dependent on the mother, so the mother's kid to be out of the house, it makes her wrong. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because you're bringing an analogy where somebody's invading into somewhere. There's no invasion.
Okay. Yeah. Can I get a quick? Can I do a little bit of a cross-examining with this? With you? Oh, sorry. Can I do a little bit of a cross-examination real quick with him, real quick? Is that okay? Okay. So, quick first question: yes or no to this question? Is your body your property?
Yes.
Okay. When the baby is on your property, and when the baby is in your womb, is that baby on your property?
No.
No, they're not on your property. So where are they?
Wait, hold on. Wait, can you really say that again?
Is the baby, when the baby is in your womb, is the baby on your property?
Yes, it's on our property.
Okay, so if somebody is on your property and you don't want them to be on your...
Wait 1 second. I said it's on our property. It's on our property.
It can't be both.
Yes, it is. For example, you live at your parents' house. Is your parents in your property?
Well, do you own your parents' house?
It's your property, bro.
No, it's not actually. So you're the owner of your parents' home because you live in it? Is that what you're saying?
Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. 1 second.
Yes, actually, that is the case under the law.
That's why you get mail at your parents' house. If you get mail at your parents' house, you probably will get. You get mail at your parents. Is your address? Yeah, you live there.
Okay, so if your parents. Okay, so when you live at your parents' house, you are the owner of your parents' house now.
Never said I was the owner, but not the owner. I didn't buy the house.
Okay, I don't care. So the argument that I made.
Well, you have to care because it is their property.
Hold on, stop. The question that I gave is your body your property? Yes or no?
Yes.
Right, but the baby also has.
Next question.
The baby,
okay.
right,
next question. Okay. Next question is.
Real quick.
Hold on.
Quick,
I'm not done. Next question
don't worry,
is.
I got this, man. Wait, in the Fed, bro. Don't worry.
Sorry. Yeah.
I do this.
Stop interrupting the cross-examination, please. Wait, I'm pretty sure he can stand on his own 2 feet.
Yeah, in the Fed, bro. I want to let you know, man. I do this all the time. Debate for.
Yeah, I apologize.
For a long time.
I'm pretty sure he can handle this on his own. Okay, so is your body your property? Yes or no? Again.
Yes, your body is your property.
So is that baby on your property? Yes or no?
It's on our property, like I said before.
So it is your and the baby's property.
Yes, 100%.
So the baby now owns your body.
Baby does not own my body, just like I don't own my parents' house.
Okay, so then the mother is the owner of her body then, and the baby is occupying the body.
Yes, occupying.
So then
it
is okay. So then you're agreeing that the mother is the owner of her body, and the baby is the owner of its body.
Yep.
So they're two separate owners of two separate properties, right?
Yes, but
okay. So when the baby is in the womb, is the baby on the mother's property? Correct.
Yes, on their.
Okay,
property,
so when you are, if you are the owner of property, so if you are the owner, okay, so if you are the owner of a piece of property, do you have the right to evict a person off of your property if they are trespassing on your property?
Okay, man. I think this is the last time I'm going to say. After this, man, I might got to kick you because you're not arguing in good faith.
I am.
Okay,
it's a very basic yes or no question. You agreed to the cross-examination.
Let me say one last time. Wait, one last time because
you agreed to the cross-examination.
You using fancy language. Bro, I'm gonna have to mute you. Let me explain one last time at your parents' house, okay? For example, let's just say you live at your parents' house, okay?
Okay.
Parents own the house. The mother owns her body. You own your body. The fetus owns its body.
Okay.
You live at your parents' house. The fetus live in the mother's body.
Okay.
She's also under their natural habitat. Okay.
Doesn't matter. No, that doesn't matter. So, the question that okay, so let's go back to the beginning of the cross examination because it seems like you missed something.
Away the
so we both agree. So we. Oh, they kicked me out.
Well, yeah, just saying it's not.
Are you serious?
I would like you to continue talking to him because.
Oh, come on, yeah.
No,
you're literally, why do you keep kicking me out, bro?
Him.
Why do you keep kicking me out? You're literally just refusing. You know why he's refusing to answer my question? Because he knows he's not right.
Well, no, hold on. I just think I'd love to hear Saint Preacher. I'd like to hear your rebuttal to everything he's saying because I just got in here.
Yeah, so.
No, I'd like to.
He doesn't want to. He's too scared.
One second, calm down. Everybody calm down.
I have a rebuttal to
this. Hey, 1 second. It's okay you got a rebuttal. Just wait 1 second. So, King, this is the last time I want to say. If you're not going to argue in good faith, then I will kick you.
What if I said that's not good faith?
Can you define good faith?
What if I said that's not good faith? Go ahead.
Being honest. It's about conceding when you have to. About being honest and conceding when you have to.
Are you defining what honesty is?
What have I said that was not good faith?
If you define what honesty is, then nobody can have a good conversation with you.
Then you have to.
What have I said that is not good faith? Go ahead.
Okay, so go ahead, explain yourself.
No. What have I? You said that I wasn't being good faith.
You said he was.
You said he was
dishonest.
Yes. I mean, I'm dishonest. What have I said that's dishonest
that it doesn't
matter?
Yep, I would like you saying.
The argument that it doesn't matter.
Let me tell you what you did. So I explained to you very thoroughly. I gave the exact same argument you gave and reversed it and told you how it made sense. How if you live at your parents' house, I gave you the whole argument. And you was like, "Oh,
can you say? Can I get the argument again? Because I'm a newcomer."
Okay, he's basically saying that if you live in your parents' house, you are the owner of your parents' house because you live in your parents' house. I did not say that. Yes, you did. Okay, now he keeps coming out again. He's literally.
You're arguing in bad faith.
But King, I want to hear it again.
Okay, I will go. Go ahead.
Wait,
I'll be quiet.
Do you hear what he said? He said,
yes, I heard what he said, and I have a rebuttal for it.
I did not say that.
You did.
Well, actually, good idea. Why don't we hear what good idea has to say?
So now, Danny, whatever her name is, he asked me to explain my argument. Okay, so let me say it nice and slowly.
Okay, right? Don't insult me.
Okay, no, Dunny, you're amazing, bro. King is the one who's being dishonest and tries to straw me my argument. Anyways, let's get back to it. So, first of all, your parents own the house, okay? Yay! Your parents have a house, okay? It's their house. They bought it with their own money. Mother have their own body, okay? It's the mother's property. It's her property. The mother's house is her property, okay? All right, so we got that clear. So, the fetus has his own body and his own property as well.
Is the uterus the property then? The uterus is like a 1 acre kind of area?
We'll get that. Yeah, we can talk about that. It doesn't matter.
Oh, it's a sublet.
So the baby exploding the
mother's surplus value. That matters.
Hey guys, wait 1 second. Let's try to get an argument.
Come on, let him put it. Let him make his argument.
Yep.
Right? Try to pay attention. All right, the fetus have his own body. The mother have his own body. Okay. The fetus lives in the mother's property. Okay. If you live in your parents' house, is also where you live. Right. It's the baby's natural habitat. Okay. So the thing about it is what he's trying to say is that the baby is invading the mother, right? Because the mother property, that means that the fetus should get out because, it is not part of it. But if you live with your parents,
let me get on this convo
as well. No, you didn't buy it, but it's still your house. You live there. You get.
Well, up until
now you're strawmanning me.
What up until what age? Like how many months? Because
Wait, can I continue the cross examination? Because you told me you wanted to hear the cross examination.
I wanted to rebut your cross examination quickly.
Until the baby decides to move out. At 9 months, baby will move out.
We heard you.
I don't think he wants the smoke. That's why.
Go ahead, King.
All right. So are you ready? We're gonna start from the top.
Rebut what you said before.
So we're gonna start from the top. Is your body your property?
Well done, adventurer.
Yes.
We're almost ready.
Okay. Is the baby's body its property?
Yes.
Okay. So at any point, so those are two separate properties, correct?
Yes.
So if somebody,
they are.
I have a rebuttal.
Wait, one at a time.
King, I would say they are the same.
I've been waiting patiently. Dunny's just jumping in. I have a rebuttal for
you
what
go ahead.
I don't care who goes first.
So what you're saying is Yes, the mother has like control of her body just like she has control of the house. It's not the child's name that's on the lease of the house. And actually there is a legal process to non-violently evict your kids, so to speak, and you can put them up for adoption. You can even just take them in a lot of states to a fire station and drop them through a little hole, slot in the wall.
Am I talking? Wait. At any time in this conversation, did I say it's okay to violently remove the baby?
Yes, actually.
No, I did not.
That's what
nope, I did not.
You're being disingenuous. You said
nope, I did not.
You said that you could. You said,
I said a C-section?
Non-violently remove them through a C-section.
Which is
That's
violent.
a violent procedure.
So a C-section is violent?
Yes.
Wait, is it violent in the case of miscarriage?
So wait. A C-section is a violent removal?
It's very bloody. Yes.
Okay, so is it?
I just disagree with you guys on that. I wouldn't consider because there. Wait. So if
is violent.
Okay, so if a guy. Wait. Hold on. Just one sec, and then I'll let you say what you gotta say. If let's say a woman needs a C-section because she has like some sort of problem with her stomach, and she still wants to keep the baby, would you still consider that to be a violent removal, even if she's still keeping the baby?
Baby lives.
Anyone?
No, it's not.
Obviously not. So it's not obviously. It's not a violent removal. It's just a removal.
Actually, it is, King, because in one instance you described baby being chopped up to pieces. And removed.
I never said that. I never said. I said an anti-abortion.
You're pretending.
No. You did say it. So
I did not.
Excuse me,
Dude,
King.
I've been recording this whole.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
let me explain how.
Look, King. This is why you're being disingenuous. What you're suggesting, what you're saying is that the baby could be just non-violently removed from the mother's body. It's not an abortion. I'm just moving them.
It's
out
an
of my
eviction.
property,
I said from the beginning.
That does
you guys.
Involve, that does
that's
involve.
Violent.
That does involve.
Wait. So a C-section is violent?
Yes, it is.
Even if the baby still is alive? Even if the baby. Wait. So answer my question from before. Wait. So answer for my question from before.
Hold on, King. I haven't even finished my sentence.
Okay.
It is violent in the way you are using it. Just because, in the same way that someone cannot say the N-word, but they can use a stand-in, it doesn't mean that they have to use the exact word.
Wait. So if somebody uses the N-words, is that violent?
Hold on, King. In the same way that you are just redefining something or using the exact same violent action but using a different word to describe it is an analogy I used earlier called surprise sex. You're saying it's not rape if I just call it surprise sex. Now it's magically me engaging in surprise sex.
That's not even nearly the same thing. Okay, I'll explain. I'll explain. Wait. Let me please, because he was addressing it towards me, and then I'll let you speak after I'm done, okay? Is that okay?
Perfect.
Okay, I promise. So just let me know, remind me afterwards. So so let me ask you guys a question real quick. Just give me a yes or no to this question. Let's say...
No. Just make your rebuttal and then let's let Rigby go.
Hey,
yeah.
let
him
live
ask
streaming
question, World
please.
of Warcraft.
Yeah, so...
Taxation is theft.
Let's say
my mind.
I am a mother and I have a serious condition and I need to remove the baby, but I'm also giving the baby up for adoption afterwards. Would you still consider that to be a violent removal?
No.
Wait, why though? It's the same procedure.
Depends on the procedure.
So it's literally the outcome ideologically.
If the baby lives,
that's what I support. That's what I support. That's evictionism. Go ahead.
Can I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
So end the Fed.
It's just clearing the baby to term and then.
End the Fed. So say if I was a little teenage girl and I got raped and I was pregnant, would it be right to get an abortion? Yes or no?
Oh, dude, you're diving.
Would it be right to get an abortion? No.
No, it'd be left.
Shut up.
Well, as he's asking, should he be allowed to get an abortion? Is that really the question?
Is it? Yeah. Should I be allowed to get an abortion if I was raped?
Should you be allowed, or is it right?
Because maybe you should have learned self-defense.
Or do you want me to answer both questions?
Oh my!
Come on, answer the question seriously.
Answer the question.
This is my.
Okay, you asked me two questions. I'm asking you.
Absolutely not, because
the other.
Wait! One at a time, guys. One at a time.
King, shush.
I would say, hey, end the Fed. I'm not listening to you until Preacher talks. Okay, Preacher talk.
Yeah, listen, guys. I want to let you know this is my topic. This is my stand. I created this. I answer these questions. So yes, my topic is abortion should be illegal. It doesn't matter what scenario it is. Abortion is wrong. It should never be a thing.
So
yeah,
okay, so preacher,
I would agree with to answer King's question.
Wait, just let how about we let him answer his question first, and then we can move back on to me. Because to be fair, he did have a question.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
right. So
go ahead, Raybot.
Right. So you asked me
let Raybot talk.
No, I asked you one question.
You guys are talking at the same time now.
Jesus Christ! Can we please just talk one at a time?
Yeah. So Rigby, you asked me one.
Jesus
go
Christ!
Ahead, Raybot. Go ahead.
So, if I was raped by two guys, who were they were macho men, right? They were absolutely fucking ripped, like absolute units, right?
Okay.
They just raped me, and I'm a 14-year-old little girl, right? Is it true or is it right that I should get an abortion?
Okay, I already said it, and I'll say it one last time. You giving extreme examples is not going to help the argument. Abortion should never be a thing. It's not.
It happens. People get raped. Girls get raped.
Yeah, less than. Wait, 1 second.
So the answer is yes.
Can I please talk?
I mean, no.
I'm about to start kicking. So again, 90% of abortions happen from lack of responsibility is from one night stands. Less than 1%
and I agree,
of abortions
they shouldn't
happen.
be able to get abortions.
Can I please finish what I'm saying? Less than 1% of abortions happen is from rape, okay? So you naming an extreme example is not going to help the argument. Abortion should be wrong. You should never attempt to kill an innocent person. It doesn't
Rape
matter
should
what
be
civil
illegal.
it is. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask you a question?
From taking advantage of
Yeah,
young
go ahead,
girls.
Victor.
Yeah, so there's a kind of pregnancy, which is when the embryo nidates itself. Like, do you know what nidation is?
It kills itself?
No, it fixes. So in order for the development to happen, the embryo has to fix
I'm in a random Discord server,
wall,
and I'm debating random people.
But sometimes that happens before the embryo gets into the uterus. So he can do that in the fallopian tube. If that pregnancy develops itself, it's going to kill both the mother and the child.
It's super rare,
not
dude.
the
It's
smartest
more
to start a
rare than
random
what we're
Discord
talking
server
about.
LMAO.
Okay, yeah, let him finish, please. Let him finish.
So, Saint Preacher, do you
Oh yeah,
believe
but they
that
have a
in
moderator,
that
so
abortion should also
and
be legal?
they've been pretty
It's a
chill.
kind of
Unless you have another one.
Again, guys. Again, wait one last time. Let me, bro. Listen, this is my stand. I know you guys want to talk, but this is my stand.
Fucking speak, bro.
So again, look at the title, okay, guys. All you have to do is look at the title. You don't have to bring these extreme examples.
The reason why people,
Okay, bro. Let me get.
Where are all the women?
Okay, so what we should do, what we should do is a procedure.
Hey, what's up?
What we should do, what we would do is a procedure where we try to say the mom and the child, but if the child passes away, that'll be a consequence. I don't think it's ever okay to intentionally kill an innocent human being. Again, like
wait. So you're willing to risk if she's having ectopic?
I'll point out, to deal with ectopic pregnancy is what he's talking about is a different procedure, not abortion.
I just came in right now.
I agree with that. I agree with that. That the irresponsibility of having sex without a condom, you shouldn't be allowed to get an abortion because that is irresponsibility, right? But let me ask you a question, right? If there was 10 embryos or zygotes,
no, we're not doing this. No, we're not doing this. We're not doing
10
this.
zygotes versus 1.
10 zygotes
versus
okay,
1.
We're not doing this, bro. We're not going black and white.
Wait, why don't you want to make him hear his question?
Listen, I already know what he'll say.
Feature.
10 or 1. Again, like I said.
Wait a minute. You got so upset when people interrupted you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Feature.
You got so upset when people interrupted you.
I would like to hear.
You can't even let him talk. He's right.
I would like to hear what he has to say.
You're being such a vagina. You're being a vagina. This is why people talk over you because
you don't
allowing
this guy to be moderator.
Yeah,
honestly, what a fucking vagina, bro! Holy shit! Let me speak, please.
We're about to start aborting moderators here.
Yeah, goodbye. Does anybody have a better argument? Does anybody got a better argument than that?
I mean, I had a great argument, but you guys ran away from it.
King is the best, bro. I like King. Okay, go ahead.
I like you too. I had no problem with you too, but you guys ran away from my arguments.
Okay, what's your argument? Go ahead.
Okay, I have plenty of arguments, man. You guys can hear me out.
Go ahead, yes.
All right.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Throw one out there.
Evictionist. So I wanted you to tell me what's my problem with evictionism.
Evictionist.
Yeah, I'm not. Okay, so I could quickly explain what an evictionist is.
Our problem with our problem with your
wait, hold on.
I
don't even know what it is.
Can I at least explain it first because he doesn't know?
Please.
Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So an evictionist is a person that believes that abortion is murder. A person that anytime that a person is born, they have self-ownership. But I also believe that the mother also has self-ownership in her body, which means so when the baby is in their body, so long as the baby is wanted in the body, as in what I mean by that is the mother is okay with the baby being in the body, and the baby is no longer not trespassing. It is a a person it's a person that is basically allowed in your house. But the second that the mother says, I do not want this baby in my body anymore, you would have the right to evict that baby.
That's such an interesting...
Can they just flip the coin and just rescind that at any time?
So, for instance, let's say...
by a different name.
Well, it's not abortion because you're not killing the baby. You're just removing it.
You just said...
You're evicting a parasite.
Well, should it be allowed, after a certain
Wait.
Well,
You would agree with me, you're not killing the baby, you're just removing it, correct?
Technically, yeah.
Well, after a certain amount of months.
Well, no, because it's either you're carrying it to term or not.
Wait, so you're meaning to tell me that
to remove anything
you could remove a baby
Even
and still have it alive? They have these machines that can hold the baby until it's
Evictionism could work if you had a term limit where.
And they also have
machine.
They also have these synthetic wombs that are actually they have those now, and in fact they have them for
cows.
There's
no such thing as a synthetic womb.
Yes, they do. They have them for cows,
Yes, they do.
and it can be used for human beings too.
Yet.
They do. In fact, the state.
I know you're saying that over and over again, but they don't yet. They've actually tried.
The state has made it illegal.
They're illegal to use for human use, but he's right. They do
because they don't work.
Exactly. So
they do work.
They do work, and that would basically solve the abortion issue, where women can basically have somebody can basically come in and say, hey, we're against abortion. We are going to adopt any baby, or we can have a whole bunch of Christians that come in and say, hey, we are going to adopt any baby in which is being, whatever. Any person that is anti-abortion, right, whatever, they would be like, hey, we are going to take adoption or guardianship over these babies, and the second that they are removed from the mother, then that person will be the parent, and then that problem is solved.
Well, here, I have a question. So I have a question to propose to everybody here, is that if you have a child that's unwanted, let's just label it unwanted. So it could be rape or...
So do we all agree with my position then, or?
No, yeah, I think you're right.
But wait, I wanted to comment on his.
I think your proposition. Say, Preacher, can you just wait?
Wait, Preacher, your voice is actually really low, and I don't know if it's just me, but your voice is really low.
So, I just want to propose this, that children, so in the womb or outside of it, they could be a blessing or a curse to anybody, right? That's besides the point. The point I'm trying to make is, if you had the opportunity to take a child off somebody's hands, like, not through sale, but through opportunity, I mean, there's no abortion.
Get it out.
Junior. You can if there's a way to get a child, if it's a baby, like I would say, we'll call it a fetus, right? Because we got to call a fetus and a baby at the same time. It doesn't know it's a rape baby or a incest baby. It doesn't know any of that, right? It's just growing inside this little, right? King, what do you call the area it grows in? It's like a
fetus, right?
Yeah, but it grows inside of like
uterus?
This acreage, the outside. It's like a child.
The
placenta.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the placenta, but it's kind of like it's an easement. An easement.
Easement.
Okay.
Well, I don't believe
talking...
in easements.
I know, but we were talking property.
Okay, man, I'm sorry, bro. I'm about to.
No, continue. Just kidding.
Okay,
no,
let's let Saint go.
All I'm trying to say is that if this baby is growing in, yeah, you should have some if you're an admin. If you're growing inside of an easement, then and you don't know why you exist or any of that, then maybe.
I'm sorry, guys, man. I just can't take it. I can't take it, bro.
Wow.
It's taking too long.
What are you doing?
Wait, just at least let him finish his last sentence.
Right there. That was pretty good. He tried his best to keep it up.
Right,
I was just saying.
Speed up, bro. Like, bro, I don't got time for this, man. Speed it up, bro.
I feel like this is doing it a service. I'm gonna leave too.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if I want to finish.
Honey, go ahead and finish.
Saint Preacher, why don't you finish what I was about to say? Because
how about we create our own room?
Your guys can take your own room. I just don't have time for that, man. Like, I don't understand.
Then leave. Then fucking leave.
Right, God, what do you mean just leave? Just finish what you're saying, man. You're talking so.
Just finish. Hold on. No, let's stop arguing. Let's stop arguing, guys, and just finish what you were saying. All right, brother.
If you're an easement on a property, then there's plenty of people that would like to take you and make you a part of their property. That's what an easement is. It's a joining between people.
I get what you're saying. I know what an easement is. So if I'm guessing what you're trying to say is that when you're on because the baby is an unknown, doesn't know what it's doing, and it kind of teleported into life.
It doesn't have power over its own body.
It has an easement, then it would have like an easement to your body, kind of like like if you blocked off somebody else's property, they would have an easement through your property to get out.
Well, easements are always agreed upon between two properties or a power company or something like that.
Yeah.
But the point I'm trying to make is
quickly rebut to that, because I get your point. Don't worry. So if I could quickly rebut to that, the issue with that is that I don't really believe in easements, and only if you're obstructing somebody else from using their property or claiming over their property. But the thing is, I would not really consider that to be the same thing with a baby, because at any point you could take the baby out of your body at any point. And also the thing is, just because the baby doesn't know what it's doing does not change the fact that it is trespassing. Although it does change the punishment that is owed to a person. So if a person who does, like I said earlier, has mens rea. Hold on, let me just
put the
finish.
baby there.
One sec, guys. So mens rea is basically the idea that you are knowingly committing a crime. So a person who is knowingly committing a crime versus unknowingly committing a crime, there's two different punishments for that. So a person who unknowingly commits a crime, like you walk across somebody's property and I come up to you, I'm not just gonna just shoot you in the face, because you didn't know that you're committing the crime. So what you do is you go up to the person and say, hey, get off my property. If they say, okay, I'll leave your property, and they leave, well then that's it. That there's no punishment. But if they then say, I'm going to stay no matter what, then you would have the right to harm them. So the baby is basically the first person. It's the person with, that isn't aware. That
doesn't have the ability to.
That is, yes, isn't aware. Hold on, I'm almost finished. So isn't aware that.
And by the way, King, remind them
that
you're but you're responding to my question.
Yeah, I am responding to his question, and then afterwards, Saint, you can go. So the question, so just to finish what I was saying, is that baby is the first person. It doesn't have mens rea. So you don't harm the baby, but you have the right to remove the baby, evict the baby. That's all.
No. Who put the baby there?
No one put the baby there. It teleported there.
So
it didn't teleport there. Okay.
Guys, can I please say something?
No. We gotta get this guy up to speed. He hasn't had the birds and the bees.
Can we get some women in here to discuss this?
Can I please?
Okay. Guys, don't let this devolve. Don't let this devolve. We promised to allow Saint to go next. So, right? All right. Go ahead.
No, go Saint.
All right. Okay. So yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. I try my best. I'll try my best to listen, man. I try my best to listen. Anyways, I want to say this. So again, you can't just evict the baby. Let's just say, like, in 2 weeks, right? In 2 weeks, the baby is dependent on the mother. I can understand what you're saying, right, for a later term, but in early term, this is not possible. We're not possible to do this in 1 week or 2 week of pregnancy.
Well, I mean, that if the baby dies as a result of you removing it from your body, that's not the responsibility of the mother.
Right. Then you just
so basically you're agreeing with
we're just back
but you're not directly killing the baby. Hold on. So, for instance, okay, I can respond to this.
Can you? Can I finish what I'm saying,
Sure.
please?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Saint,
Well,
I was trying to say something this whole time.
We didn't know you weren't done,
I was the
Saint.
one who asked the question.
Wait.
Okay.
You
bro,
could go
I'll let you
after
answer the question.
Saint.
Yes, let me ask.
Yes, can I please
let me
finish?
point something out.
Okay, you know what? Just
Why
go
are
ahead,
you
bro.
saying
Just go ahead.
Saint? I was
Just
the
go
one
ahead,
who's
dude.
Just
asking
go
that
ahead.
question.
Just go ahead.
Just go ahead, dude.
Who put? Ask you again. Who put the baby there?
Nobody put the baby
The
there.
cum gods.
Nobody put the baby there.
Nobody
You haven't
put the
had
baby
the
there.
baby.
The baby
was
got there
the baby generated there.
Discussion. Your
It's
mommy
obviously-
didn't teach
obviously
you about
rape.
the birds and the bees.
So
Right.
are you trying to? Okay, and correct me if I'm
Okay,
wrong. Are
look,
you trying to
listen.
insinuate?
Baby just held
We're
you
just
to
going in
develop
circles
the womb.
with
Are
an
you trying to-
abortionist talking about how
Guys,
he supports
stop
abortion
talking. Stop
by
talking.
not
Everybody,
calling it
stop.
abortion. King, shut up for a second. Hold on, King. Shut up.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
This is absolutely terrible, bro. This is not what I wanted. I did not want this, guys. I did not want this at all. This is terrible.
What would you
Anyways,
like?
So, like I said before, okay, I just want one at a time, and me
I
and
just
King
not
to
hear
talk. Or if your guys want to add in, it's totally fine. Your guys can come in. But like when we have like 3 people talking over each other, it's terrible. We're not able to hear one another.
Hey, I'm
So-
sorry. My shit was unplugged. I was trying to figure that out.
No, it's okay, man. It's okay. I just want to have a fruitful
No, you're a
debate if
Jew.
we can.
Let's go one at a time, guys.
No, I'm not a Jew, bro. I'm not a Jew. So
Wait,
anyways-
chill.
Not helping,
Okay,
King.
I just
We're men after all. We can take turns.
I just
Okay, man.
came in that same preacher was a Jew. I just had to say it.
I'm not a Jew, bro. I'm not a Jew. I'm not a Jew.
It's
But
okay.
Thank you. I appreciate
it's not
it.
bad.
All right, bro.
It doesn't
Okay,
matter.
whatever.
All right, let's get back to the
Okay, but
discussion
I'm
at
not a
hand.
Jew, so
How
can you
about
please
that?
Be quiet, okay?
I want to.
All right, thank
real
you.
quick.
Okay, go
So, Saint Preacher, do you think that a embryo is equivalent to a human being? Like, I want to understand
Yes,
your.
embryo is a human being. Yes, like I said, I agree with 96% of scientists according to the NIH. 96% of scientists out of 5,337 out of 5,577 affirms fertilization. This is when human life begins. When the embryo have its own separate human DNA than the mother is unique, is different genetic code. This is what we count as a human being, according to the Natural Liberty of Medicine, Natural Center of Biotechnology. So yeah, so I'll agree with 96% of scientists that study in this major. But anyways, I want to get back to what I was saying.
I can see to that.
About saying that. This,
Yeah, real quick,
wait, one
real
second.
quick.
Oh my god,
Bro, you just
Can I
said
please
one
get back to
thing
the
and
argument
then
with
real
King?
quick and before, and now you're speaking again.
No, I want to
Me?
get to the
Yeah,
argument
you.
with King. No,
Sorry, go ahead.
no, wait, no, because Bitter, whatever his name is, he asked me a question and then it got me off a topic. I'm not able to speak to you, so I want.
No, I was talking about him, not you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so
Yeah.
anyway, so back to your argument, King. You keep saying that this baby is invading all these things. So I'm saying that this is the baby's habitat. The baby is not invading. For example, if you had a kid in your house, whoever, you can't kick out a 1-year-old child and expect the child to survive. The child's going to die. But the thing about it is that you are literally, that's called child neglect. You actually go to jail for that. Child neglect. Or child endangerment. But the thing about it is that, like I said before, it's not like like an intruder is breaking into your yard. This child has a just amount of right to be in your body. It is always been in your body. The woman have eggs in her body, and now this egg have developing.
I
This
ate
is
eggs
natural
for breakfast.
habitat.
Are there eggs in my body?
Yeah, go ahead.
Me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think it really matters whether the baby is in its natural habitat or not natural habitat, because, I mean, how do you define natural habitat? I feel like it's pretty arbitrary. But I mean, putting us that aside, fundamentally, I don't really consider neglect to be a crime. Fundamentally, you're not owed another person's resources. So at any point that they don't want to give you those resources, you have the right to not give those people that person that resource anymore, and that also includes your body and any piece of property which you own. So if you no longer want to take care of a child, you're more than welcome. I believe in that adoption should be legal. That if somebody doesn't want to take care of their child, and there's another person who is willing to take care of that child, that, you know, I think that should be perfectly legal for another person to take up that the responsibility of taking care of that child. It seems, based on what you said, I would have to conclude that you think that it should be illegal for another person to abandon the guardianship role and have somebody else adopt that child, which I think is a little bit ridiculous. So what I'm saying is that, let's just say
1 week, right? A fetus cannot survive on its own for 1 week. You're basically committing, like I said, murder. Like, this is child life. Like, for example, if a woman is on a boat, let's say that she's stranded on a boat with her child, and the child is dependent on her for her survival, she just throw the child off the boat. That is murder. The thing about it is that, like I said before, this child is not invading into the woman's property. Like I said, it's a part of the woman. And like I said, whenever, you know, at fertilization, at conception, yes, it has its own unique, you know, cell, have its own unique DNA. But like I said, this is the fetus natural habitat. And you said, what's a natural habitat? A natural habitat is a specific environment where a plant or animal naturally lives and thrives. It is where an organism finds the resources it needs to survive, such as food, water, shelter, and a place to reproduce. So yeah, so that's basically what natural habitat is. And like I said, this fetus, you know, is
it's a fetus.
Joint custody. It's joint custody with the
fetus
woman.
Baby doesn't matter.
To get a woman, yeah. So it sounds like you're giving this woman 100% authority over everything, and this baby have no authority. Yeah, the baby have authority over her body as well. Yes, it does.
I feel like we could easily get into the reason why women were allowed to vote in the first place, which gave them abortion rights in the end. And, you know, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
Right, that has nothing to do with this conversation.
Well, it kind of does a little bit.
It doesn't.
A bunch of men in a room talking about what women should do with their bodies.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for adding such greatness to this
I'm just come on.
Gender fallacy.
Anyways.
Gender fallacy.
Oh shit.
So yeah, I do agree that people have full authority over their body, and the reason why that is because your body is your property. I completely concede to that. I also concede to the argument that you made that a baby is at conception, it is a unique genetic code, therefore making it a human being. Of course, I concede to that, but fundamentally, this isn't a you know, whether or not it's a person argument. This is a whether or not trespassing another how we deal with people trespassing on another person's property, whether they
Not
are
trespassing.
knowing.
We keep using that term trespassing. Wait, let me get a proper definition of trespassing here.
When you're on another person's property without their consent.
Wait 1 second. Let me
no,
see.
I'm giving you my definition.
Enter the owner's land or property without permission. Okay, so listen. So trespassing is entering the owner's land or property without permission.
What's the definition
and
of
your body
land?
is your property,
So
correct?
Wait 1 second. Okay, listen. The mother already have eggs in her. The baby is not entering anyway. The baby already is in the woman. So it's not the baby trespassing. This baby's in his natural habitat.
Well, wait. Then let me ask you a question then. So let's say if I press the button and I just teleported into your house, would you still be allowed to
not teleport,
tell me to
you're
leave?
born with me.
Okay.
You're born with me.
So, how do you think a baby gets into the womb? You think it enters it?
No, well,
physically?
The mother already have her eggs. The mother already have eggs in her body. Do you know that?
And then the baby appears, or not appears, but it develops into the womb. Right?
No, a baby's already. Well, listen, man.
No, it doesn't develop
into
this.
It doesn't develop?
The mother. Wait 1 second.
So it's already there?
The baby does develop.
You didn't say that.
The
You didn't say
baby
it develops. You said it develops into
the egg.
Well, whatever.
So
In the womb, whatever.
Wait, King.
Yeah,
King, can you hear me?
Hold on. Yeah, I can hear it. Let him speak. Go.
Yeah, I'll let him speak, but I want to make sure you agree with it. So, do you agree that mothers already have eggs in her body, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, mothers already have eggs in her body, right? So at conception, when the egg, right, when at conception, when the fetus is developing, right, it did not just teleport there; it's already been there. It just it's growing now as it's
wait.
Okay.
Is your claim that the baby is always there?
Yes, it's already.
No, that's not how that works, because you would have to agree that you even said earlier that a baby becomes a baby at conception.
How are you doing?
Yes.
Okay, so if it's already there, then wait a minute. But you just said that it's already there, so that contradicts what you said earlier. Is it already there, or does it appear in conception?
Listen to what I'm saying. Okay, that's all I'm asking you. I'm not asking you to do.
I'm just rebutting what you said.
Equations. Just listen. Maybe you have a clear view of what I'm saying, then we're able to understand one another.
Okay.
Mother already have eggs in her body, okay?
Okay. When
that egg get fertilized, now is able to continue to develop. It's already there, now it's developing because it have been fertilized. Does it make any
eggs?
sense?
Wait, so just eggs by themselves, even when there's no baby in it, or no sperm in it, it's still a baby?
No, it's not a baby. Obviously not a baby.
Okay, so then the baby only develops when the sperm hits the egg and then conception happens, correct?
The egg,
okay, so then
the egg already
when the
in the mother's
okay, so
womb,
when
but
the
it just haven't
no, it's not already there, because if the baby was already there, then you would consider a baby to be an egg.
Wait, yeah. Wait,
No.
listen, man, listen. I know this might sound confusing. You guys,
It's not
you understand
confusing
what
at
I'm saying?
all. Listen, hold on.
listen.
Is a baby the egg?
Okay,
yes
so
or
how
no?
about this? Yeah, the baby is the egg that's fertilized. Yeah.
When it's fertilized, or the whole time?
Yeah, the whole time.
So, okay,
let
so
me tell
an
you something.
egg is
The
a baby.
Egg is already there.
So an
Wait,
egg
no,
by itself,
listen.
even before it's fertilized, is a
Listen.
baby. No.
Listen,
Answer the
egg already
question.
exists.
Answer the
Wait,
question.
listen. Okay, man, never mind. This is not.
I am Rothbardian. Go ahead.
Listen, the egg already exists,
You guys like
right?
Smash Brothers?
Yes. Go ahead.
Awesome. Okay.
Okay, the egg already exists, right?
Okay.
And when at conception, that's when the egg continues to develop as a fetus.
Okay, so but is the egg a baby?
Not completely. It takes two.
So no. What do you mean not completely? It's not a baby. It's an egg. That's why we call it an egg.
Yeah, I know it's not a baby.
Wait, is an
I know it's
acorn?
not the
Is an
baby,
acorn
but
a
it
tree?
takes two.
Okay,
never mind.
Everyone calls it a baby when they
Oh come on! You're saying no. That's a relevant question. Don't scoop me off. That's a relevant question. Is an acorn a tree?
Yes.
No, obviously not. Okay, so guys, just to be clear, the reason why he's not conceding to this argument is because he is trying so hard to make the argument that a baby is always in the womb, so therefore when the baby doesn't appear into the womb when the conception happens, it's just always there. But obviously that's not true, because an egg is not a baby.
I did say this. It's true.
I never said the egg is a baby.
Yeah, you did.
Oh yes, you did. Oh, you totally did. You totally did.
I literally have you on tape.
not say that.
Listen. I have you on tape. Listen.
Yes.
Okay, I've been live streaming this whole time, so. But,
Okay, cool. But listen, I never said the egg was the baby. All of a sudden,
Bruce Lee would-
Okay, then. Hold on, guys. Then what are you saying? Then what? Wait. Then what are you saying?
No,
Okay,
real
so
quick.
I'm saying that it takes two. It takes two to.
Takes two to tango, right?
make it- Exactly.
Okay,
the thing
so-
about it is that the egg already exists, right? Is only one of the equations, right? And then when the
Okay.
sperm fertilizes the egg, that's when it starts developing. So what I'm saying is that the fetus is already in its natural habitat. It's developing its natural habitat. It's not invading. It's in its natural habitat. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so is a seed a tree?
Yes.
Oh, come on. Why aren't you answering the question? I totally listened to what you said, Paint.
Yes.
So it is? Okay, so under his... so the reason...
a seed is not.
Yes.
So the reason why he's not answering this question, guys, is because he knows that if he answers that it's not a tree, then he would kind of destroy his argument. Because fundamentally, a baby doesn't become a baby until the seed hits the fucking sperm. That's when it becomes a baby. It's the egg isn't just a baby by itself.
100%. That wasn't my argument. That was not my argument.
Okay, so then-
man. I don't think you're getting it.
You're saying
You're not
that...
getting it. That's-
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. Are you not trying to make the argument that a baby is an egg?
This is what I'm saying. Listen, this is what I'm saying is that it takes two. Okay.
Okay, so
I'm
you
saying
need the
mother-
sperm.
So. Yeah, and you need the egg. Okay.
And you need the egg, and that's when it becomes a
Oh,
baby.
yeah, I said half. I said half. Yes.
Yeah,
the
so
baby-
that's when it
the
becomes a
is
baby.
half. Yes, that's when it becomes a fetus. That's when it becomes a fetus. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's when it becomes a baby or fetus.
That's when it becomes a fetus.
Had the egg at first. Yeah, the fetus.
Okay.
used to be an egg that was fertilized. Yeah.
So then you agree with me? It's not a baby beforehand.
so
it
if you
only
go
becomes a
every
baby when
Yes.
the sperm hits the egg. That's been. I mean, come on, you got to be
Yes.
kidding me. That's literally the argument you've been
Yes.
making this whole time.
If we go,
Conception.
okay, so for example, man, if we go back in time, right? We go back in time, I'll say you're 1 year old, 9 months old, 2 months old, 1 week old. When you go back far enough, you used to be an egg. You used to be an egg.
Yes.
Yeah, real quick. So, Saint
An acorn
Preacher,
is a tree.
that's not when it becomes a fetus.
No, guys.
An
An acorn is a tree.
Hold on, let him speak. Go ahead, Bitter.
It is only it is only called the fetus from the 8th week forward. It goes through different stages in the.
That's why I said baby. That's why I said baby. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't personally call it a baby. I wanna say I completely disagree with the way KingSithis agrees with the way KingSithis argumentates. I view it from an entirely different perspective. I would use terms like bodily autonomy instead of property, for example. But I just want to say
what? Wait, you don't believe in self-ownership?
No, but I don't want to enter that discussion right now.
I gotta go. So in the Fed, I'll give you ownership, bro. I'm gonna leave. Okay, are you still there, bro?
You should give it to me.
Wait, in the Fed, are you here? Wait, who's pro-life? Who's pro-life?
I'm pro-life.
All right, here, I'll give you ownership, bro. How long are you gonna be on here?
I wanna.
Just give it to me. I'll be on for a bit.
No, because you're pro-choice. I don't want to.
So what? I'm not gonna abuse my power or anything.
King, I think what he's trying to say is that since inside the woman is where the baby first exists, the trespassing analogy doesn't apply.
Yeah,
well, I mean, even if somebody were to teleport on your property, you would still have the right to tell them to leave, right?
Yeah, but if someone's teleporting,
teleport is still entering. Teleport is still entering. I'm saying that the egg is already in the womb.
I mean, if the baby appears in the womb, it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't. Obviously, it doesn't enter. But it's the same thing as teleporting, basically.
Hey, one second. You keep saying these things that is teleporting, these terms that is still entering into something. The egg been with the woman. The woman is.
Wait. When you teleport, you're not entering it. You're just appearing.
Yeah, but he's appearing is still. Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what the baby is doing, isn't it? The baby appears in a womb.
No. I keep saying, bro. I keep saying that the egg is already in the mother. It was.
Yeah, but that's not a baby. The egg is not a baby. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. It does matter.
I was trying to address. Same preacher. I was trying to address exactly that. Because I don't know if you're being dishonest or if you're like not getting the point. Because what KingSithis, like I think the main point that KingSithis is trying to argue here is that it is a person's body, right? And there's something in their body that they would not like to be there and they want to remove. And it is part of their rights, their property rights to their body, as he says, or as I would say, it's part of their bodily autonomy to be. Let me finish real quick. It's literally part of their bodily autonomy to be able to take something out of their body. You know, like it literally does not affect other people in society. I think we could have a debate about how it affects other people in society when it comes to topics like making vaccines mandatory, for example. But in this case, can I finish?
Again, the fetus is not a part of the mother's body. It has its own separate.
But that's our argument. But that's our argument. Yeah, we agree.
It's actually, King. It's not your argument because
we are arguing.
It's a logical contradiction to say that the woman has property right, but the baby doesn't. And the woman gets to violate the baby's property right.
No. I said the opposite. I said the opposite.
At the same time, is also violating the woman's property
You misunderstand me. You misunderstand me.
Even though it doesn't have, you're not understanding. And even though the baby doesn't have the capacity to trespass, the baby doesn't have the capacity to understand, doesn't even know that it's there.
No, and the fact.
No, my argument is that the baby owns itself. The mother owns itself, but the baby's in the mother's body. Go ahead.
Yeah. Let me try to stillman King here. I disagree with this argument. But what he's trying to say is, the woman has a right to her body.
Said it earlier, I don't need to hear it again.
Can I didn't say earlier what I'm saying right now.
I would appreciate if you don't repeat yourself.
Hold on, come on, man.
I'm not going to repeat myself.
Now, probably 15, 20
I'm not repeating myself. What he's saying is, a woman has a right to her body, just like the baby has the right to his body. I would disagree with the second part, but he's conceding it. He's saying the baby has a right to his body, the woman has a right to her body, but the baby does not have the right to remain the woman's body.
If the mother doesn't want it.
That's all he's saying.
Which is a violation of the baby's property.
No, it's not.
How is it a violation of the baby's property right?
Because he said earlier.
So you're against eviction?
He said earlier, if the woman wants to quote unquote
so you
evict, which is a stand-in for abort, if the woman wants to evict the child, when let's say within the first 2 months, if it just happens to die, as if he's so stupid to know that it doesn't know it's going to die when it's only 2 months along, well then that's just the way it is.
Wait, can I ask you a question? Wait, I want a quick yes or no to this question, okay? Let's say you own an apartment and you have a poor person that lives in that apartment, but they're not paying their rent and you don't want them there anymore. And then you kicking them out or evicting them from your property, they later die of starvation. Are you responsible for that?
Well, it's a false
yes or no?
analogy. A proper analogy
yes
would
no?
be as if there is public property and
no,
and then one random person in public says, "I don't want you to be here anymore because you look black," and then you're the one
that's not even analogous in the
I'm an
slightest.
evictionist. Just because we want to randomly evict people that have a right to be here and have property rights and should be here and should be allowed to be here, we should
How
just
is
be able
that
to kick them out
analogous?
wherever we want.
How is that
That's
analogous?
your argument.
No, it's not.
It's not.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you the question again, and if you don't
actually.
answer the question, then I'm just gonna assume that you're too scared to answer the question. So the question was, let's say that there's a
so
portion.
Answering the question is too scared to answer the question.
Clearly, because you can't answer a simple yes or no question.
So then, how come when I answered it and said it's not analogous, that's not good enough?
So is it a no?
It's neither. It's not analogous.
So you're saying that you don't have an answer?
Right, but that's an answer, correct?
Okay, so then you okay, gotcha.
Is that an answer?
No, that's not an answer.
So all of the above is not an answer? How is an answer not an answer? Explain.
Because it's an either one or the other question. It's not both. You can't be both. You can't both believe. You can't both believe that it's okay and not okay. You can't. It's one or the other.
Exists. So therefore,
there is no third option.
Not an answer?
Do you believe in the law of excluded
middle?
middle?
Explain how it's not an answer.
Do you believe in the law of excluded middle?
How is the third option not an answer?
There is no third option. That's why. It's
well,
either you are either responsible for it or you're not responsible for it. You are either responsible or not responsible.
If I asked you a question and I said, "Do you want me to stab you or do you want me to, anally sodomize you?" and you say, "Well, none of the above," because it's
no, because I'm not. That's not a yes or no question, though. But that's not a yes or no question. I asked you a yes or no question. That's not a yes or no question.
No, it's not. It's an A or B question.
No, that's not a yes. That's not a. Hold on.
It's a question where it's.
Do you understand that there's a difference between a yes or no question and a can I do this or can I do that?
No, because is it not a question with one of two options?
Can I amend your analogy? Let me just slightly adjust your analogy here, right?
Okay.
So, as a result of your own actions,
yeah, because it's a pretty shitty analogy.
Let me finish, please.
Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Hey, end the Fed, please. Or
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay. As a result of your own actions, someone ends up in your apartment, and if you kick them out, that means certain death for them, right? The moment they step out, they fucking die, right? Because that's what abortion is. That you die. You're killing the fetus, right?
Yeah, I don't. Wait. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I don't support abortion.
Are you responsible for their death if you kick them out, right? Like that's the question.
Half and half, yeah.
And the moment they step out of your apartment, they're going to die, right?
Yeah. You would be in part responsible for death, yes.
Yeah, I feel like that's very difficult to avoid, right? It's certain death.
No, I would say absolutely not. Right, you're not responsible at all.
But to answer your question, Trump, I would say that you are in part, not 100%, like 100% responsible for their death, right?
Yeah, okay.
Because you did facilitate the other half of kicking them out, and you knew there was certain death. You are in fact partly responsible. I mean, I'm sure you would agree, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you chose not to kick them out, they wouldn't die. But because you're choosing to kick them out,
but if we
die, and it's certain.
We agree on there. But we could change this hypothetical any which way. If I changed it around and said, well, what if this person was chasing you around with one of your own knives and trying to stab you to death? Would you kick them out, even though you knew it was certain death? I mean, I would say yes. And if someone said, were you responsible for that? I would say also the same answer. Yes, in part, yes. I was partly responsible for dying when I kicked them out.
The question isn't, are you responsible, but are you morally culpable in the sense that should you be held responsible for that?
Yes, the answer is still the same.
Oh yeah, no, I disagree with that 100%. And the reason why is
well,
because
you have to have a valid reason to disagree other than just saying.
And I'm gonna give my valid reason before you interrupt me. I mean, do you want to hear it or do you want to just
if you don't hear it,
yourself?
I'm waiting.
Yeah,
I'm waiting. Go ahead.
Okay.
Shut up.
So the valid reason that I have for obviously disagreeing with that is because well,
hold on, you can't just call
okay,
it
now you just told me that you wanted to hear me. Now you're telling me you don't want to hear me. Now you don't want to.
It's a brief interjection, bro. Just chill.
No, obviously you don't want to hear me because you're continuing to speak as I'm speaking, and you're still speaking. So okay, so what I was going to say before he interrupted me because clearly he can't handle different opinions. So what I was going to say was. Obviously, if somebody else dies as a result of you not giving up your property to that person, that is not your responsibility. So, for instance, let's say you're on an island and you have only 1 cup of water, and another person needs that cup of water to survive, but you also need it to survive. Should you be held responsible in the sense? Would you be held responsible for or refusing to give up that water to that person, even if it results in their immediate death? I would say absolutely not, because that property is yours, and the whole purpose of property is to have the right to exclude that thing from other people. If you don't have the right to exclude that thing from another person,
why are you
then oh my God, you just cannot handle hearing an opinion.
King, so you're actually
done.
You're just spamming the same point over and over again.
Why are you using a single cup of water where it's life or death for you or the other person? Why not make it like more fair? Like you own the water.
Because it's analogous, is it not? It's analogous.
Wait, no. I'm gonna make it analogous.
I don't think you know what analogous means.
This is not life or death for the mother, right? So you have all of the drinkable water on this island, right? Everything else is salt water surrounding it.
My answer would still be the same. You have the right. Yeah.
So are you responsible for their death if you deny them more water?
Absolutely not. And the reason why is the whole purpose of property is to exclude other people from that thing. That's the whole reason why we have property.
If I can real quick interject here. This is why I disagree with King, right? Because what we are discussing here is a scenario like those post-apocalypse movies, like, oh, I forgot the name of the movie, but there is a movie where a dude has all the water and the rest of society doesn't have any water, and he can just dry people to death,
Wait, can I get a question after you're done?
Sure.
Yeah.
Real quick, I think that there is a very important difference there, which is one thing is people's bodies, where one should have autonomy over their own body, and another thing is a resource that we have in society, because like you are your own body, right?
Yep.
That's something. Something else is we live in a planet where there's water, and we are going to decide how to divide that water, how to deal with that water. That's something different. I don't agree with what KingSithis is saying right now, and I think that this is bad because this takes the discussion away from the center of the discussion about abortion, which is when you make abortion illegal, you start torturing. I know it is for you, but it isn't from my perspective. But you start torturing women, but because you oblige them to have a pregnancy until the end of the pregnancy, even if they don't want to, even if they were raped, and you start disconsidering the human aspect of that torture.
I don't like this. This guy yaps too much.
Sorry?
Alright, so my question for you guys is, so what specifically makes me, like, what is this moral wrong specifically? Like, why is it specifically wrong for me to refuse my property to another person, even if it results in another person's?
I don't think we're on that.
I think Zeppi might actually be right. Like,
hold on.
I don't think you can use your property rights to exclude water for your children. Like, I don't think you can be like, this is my house, so you children, you can't.
So what is specifically wrong with excluding your property from another person? Is it because they're gonna die?
I think there's like a additional
wait. Hear the question first. Hear the question first, and then answer the question. Okay?
Hey, King, you're not in control. Chill.
Okay. Hear the question first, and then I'll answer the question.
King, you just asked the question. What is so morally wrong about excluding property from other people? That was your question.
Yeah. So is it because they're gonna die?
Trying to answer it, and you jumped in to answer it.
Yeah, but I wasn't finished. Is it because they're gonna die? Is that the question? Is that bias?
You
wrong?
just said that already. You did finish.
Okay, so answer.
Yeah, I think they're like additional. I think you have like an additional obligation to either the fetus or the child, in the same way that you probably can't like use your property rights of your own house to exclude your children from drinking water, or if you had the island example. Like if you were living on the island with your kids, I don't think you could exclude the kids from drinking the water because technically you own the water. I think that's insane. I think that's actually a pretty fair reduction.
The question was, what specifically makes it wrong?
Do you disagree with anything I just said?
Yes,
if I can
but
use...
the question, because you didn't. Hold on. You didn't really address the question, which was, what specifically makes it wrong?
Actually, he just did.
No, you didn't.
What about my answer was not specific?
Hold, stop. One at a time. Let me finish, and then he can go. So what's the reason my specific question was, what specifically makes it wrong? Is it because they're gonna die? Is it why? Like, what specifically makes it wrong?
Okay, King, you've now asked that question 13 times in a row. What specifically about Riddy's answer doesn't answer your question?
Because it doesn't tell me why it's wrong. It just tells me that it's wrong. He's telling me that it's wrong. Yeah, I understand that he agrees that it's wrong.
We're all like good faith here. Like, could you just repeat what I said back to me, King?
You said that you believe that it's wrong to withhold a scarce resource from another person because they're gonna die. And then use the child and a parent. Yeah, and I asked you, and then I asked, right, in response, which was, okay, then what specifically makes it wrong?
The fact that the prior obligation. The prior obligation.
To do what? To keep someone alive?
Yes.
Okay, so all right, so so anytime that you have a scarce resource that you are the owner of, and another person is going to die as a result. Hold on, let me finish.
Hold on, King.
The answer is no.
Let me finish.
Topic.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Because he's talking about a duty.
Let me finish. I don't care. I don't just let me finish. So the analogy that I was making is that if you're going to, if you have only scarce resource,
if you're not going to be an adult, you are going to have to.
You're literally interrupting me over and over again. Just allow me to finish the analogy. Okay, you're literally. I'm not changing the topic. It's part. It's literally partly the apology.
Hold on, and you cut them off so you can quickly get something in.
No, he finished his sentence, and then I'm going to answer the question. So I'm just going to. Okay, I'm just going to lower your volume because clearly you can't handle my opinions. So the only argument that I'm making is, or that I'm asking you about is if you are the owner of a scarce resource, you're basically saying that it's immoral for you to withhold that scarce resource from another person because they're going to die, always, in any situation.
No, that's not, with all due respect, that's not quite right.
Is that, well, that's why I'm asking you to clarify.
No. Only to the extent that you have like some prior obligation.
If you have a prior obligation, well, so what would make that prior obligation? Yeah.
Repeat it.
What would make like that prior obligation? So like, let's say like
make it what?
So let's say like for instance, let's say I'm on an island with you, and I come and I have a lot of coconuts, whatever, and I say, hey, give me you got to do this sexual favor for me or something like that in order to get these coconuts. Like, am I coercing you in that point, or would that be like a violation of your rights?
That's a coercion.
That's like a typical example of coercion. I don't know if that necessarily bears on what I was saying. Like, could you maybe like tie those two things together?
Well, the thing is, when you say that you can't hold or withhold, like if withholding a scarce resource from another person results in that person.
I'm not sure if this is.
Well,
like
I'm answering your question.
Like...
Yeah, I'm gonna answer. I'm answering your question. I promise.
Okay.
Yeah. So earlier we were making the argument that because the baby is going to die as a result of you leaving the womb, you're responsible for that. And I'm basically saying...
I didn't make that argument, did you?
Well, they were.
Can I answer?
Are you making it to me or to them? Like, I'm not sure who you're addressing this question is.
Your question was how does this address... How does this tie into the argument that we were making earlier?
I thought the initial question, to me at least, was... Excuse you.
Okay, I'm going to lower Bitter's voice because he keeps talking over you. Go ahead.
Okay. I thought you were hoping to clarify, like, what it was that, like, conferred this like prior obligation. I thought that was the question, but then you like asked this question, which seems like it was to someone else, and so I'm just not sure. Like, did you schizo out?
No, I'm not schizoing out at all. I was answering your question how it ties back to what we were talking about earlier, and that's at least what I thought.
I can probably go into like why we vest this prior obligation. There probably are good reasons there, but it doesn't seem like that's the question anymore.
Say that again.
Is that the question still?
Yeah. Like, what do we need? Like, what sets that prior obligation?
It's probably the. I don't know. We just probably want like a general principle that does the least harm. It seems like in the case of mother to child or mother to fetus, that probably fits the bill quite well. We could go into the details there.
Yeah, that's fine. So I would say, like, because you're the owner of your body, you would have the right to evict the person, like, not kill the person, but at least have the right to remove them from your body. Now, if the person dies as a result of that, I would argue that you're not responsible for that. Would you agree or disagree?
No, not at all. I think a good example would be like, maybe not the island, but like imagine like you're like renting out your home in like the freezing tundra of Alaska, and if you evict someone, they will necessarily die. If you were like responsible, or you like had told them that like, hey, you can live here, I'm not going to evict you. I think that like would confer.
Well, would you say that
more bearing than like?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Would you say that we need a moral obligation in that situation to keep that person alive, or no?
To the extent that like there was a reasonable reliance on from the part of the tenant, I guess, that they wouldn't be evicted. I think that like misrepresentation like is unacceptable, and we'd probably have an obligation for you not to go against that. And I think it's pretty similar with the mother in the womb, if the mother was like responsible.
So you're saying like the mother basically signs a 9-month lease once it has the baby, or you know, is that what you're trying to say?
In some circumstances, yeah, not all, but some.
Wouldn't you agree that people have the right to withdraw consent? Because like you can, even in an eviction, like you can still evict somebody even if there's a lease. Like you could still withdraw consent, correct?
I'm not sure under what circumstances there, and we'd have to go through the analysis. I don't know if that bears on the.
Well, I guess I don't know legal. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I know all the law legally or whatever. I guess I'm talking about on a moral perspective, because individuals, I would say, have the right to remove people or kick them out of their property if they don't want them for any reason.
I don't know so much about like the property law, but like when it comes to like children, like. The court is just looking for the equitable outcome that gets the best outcome for the child, and I don't see like any conclusion here being the best for the child. So I would just feel like it's probably not in the spirit of it. It's not in the spirit of it.
Interestingly enough, Sithis, when it does come to property law and eviction, you don't have the right to immediately evict your tenant. Like you.
I agree.
Point of, like, the whole
there might be special circumstances though where like you can get by.
Wait, hold on. Let him finish, and then.
The bill does kind of pertain, right? Like the point of all of these like squatters' rights protections is so that like you can leave when you're solvent and on your own 2 feet, like, and that can translate to just viability when it comes to the fetus, right? Right. That's the whole philosophy behind.
That's a really good point.
Not allowing for immediate evictions, right? So I mean, assuming you want to take this metaphor like all the way, right? Like it still wouldn't support you.
Have you ever?
No, I get. No, listen, you're not making a bad point. The argument that's why I clarified and said I'm not talking about what the legal law is now. What I'm talking about is my own moral opinion or legal opinion on this. So what I'm talking about is, so for instance, like obviously my opinion on how eviction should happen is not how it is right now. So for instance, like I personally think that if you own a piece of property and you want to evict somebody, then you have the right to evict them at any point for any reason. That's my personal opinion. That I'm going based off of that, not the current laws. Well,
even
that's
if
just my own personal.
Wait, hold on. If someone
even if it necessarily leads to another, because you're not responsible for that person's life.
Is that not like just definitionally murder?
No.
What do you mean? You caused someone to die. No,
I wouldn't agree. You caused them to die because all you're doing is withholding your property from them. Them dying is on them.
Another question?
Wait, I didn't cause you to die. I just pressed the trigger and that caused the gun to fire, and the gun is no, that doesn't matter.
Wait, no, that's different because your actions was your property was the. If you shoot somebody in the face, it is your property, your bullet, your gun that is harming that person. Whereas if you say I don't want you on my property, and then later on they die. Well, that's not your byproduct. That's not your. No, it's not. Wait. Is it your property that's killing that person?
Why would the fact that you own the gun have any bearing on the outcome? You're shooting someone?
Because you're
completely irrelevant. What the fuck?
because you're the one that's committing the action. You're the one that
no, it
did
doesn't matter,
the
it doesn't matter
action.
whose gun it is. It's the fact that you pulled the trigger that matters.
Yeah, you're the one that
else
committed the
is
action. It's your gun. It is your property that's committed the crime against that person.
Eviction, whatever, like necessarily leads to someone dying. And you knew that, like you're knowingly or intentionally killing someone. That's the homicide.
You're not killing somebody. Hold on, you're not killing anyone.
The usual test here is like but for, like but.
No, I disagree. Okay, how about this? Okay, well, how about this? Answer this question. I got a hypothetical. Do you want to hear it?
Do you disagree?
Okay, I got a hypothetical. Okay, I got a hypothetical. Do you want to hear it? Yes, I disagree.
After you answer, okay.
Yeah, of course. So here's my hypothetical. And the reason why I disagree. So let's say there's a guy that has a strange disease, and he's gonna die in the next 30 minutes unless he punches you right in the face. And you say, no, I don't want you to punch me in the face. Are you the cause of his death?
Legally?
No,
Yeah,
I'm just. I guess morally.
Legally, yeah. Like you're but for
Morally?
I don't think legally.
Morally?
I'm not talking about legally under the current law. I'm talking about like.
No, I guess you'd say. It'd be
I don't know the current law. I'll be honest.
Homicide. No, it'd be like necessary homicide. It'd be like sanctioned or permissible homicide.
No, I would just. I don't think it should be. No, because you're not responsible for that person dying. And you shouldn't. So you should let that. Wait. So you're meaning to say? Wait. Hold on. Let me finish because I made that analogy.
I don't disagree.
And then I'll let you go after Trump. Trump, I promise I'll let you go after. So.
I don't think you're wrong.
No, what I'm saying is that like you shouldn't be forced to let another person punch you because they're gonna die. They're not responsible for them dying.
Well, I mean, it's like a weighing of interest at a societal level, and I think if you do that like interest weighing consideration balancing test at like the fetus case, like you just err on the side of not permitting the eviction. So
all right, go ahead, Trump.
But I think in this case it'd be like quite the opposite. But I think that's the same.
Wait, but let him finish first and then go. Yeah, go ahead.
Suppose on Noah, there's a global flood. You didn't help me build my art, but you're shut up. But you're a stowaway.
Shut up.
Right?
You shut up.
Hey, come on. Take it easy. Take it easy.
Reed, allow me. So please continue. If I ask you to get off my boat, would I be in the wrong? And would you comply? Right? Because it's morally right for you to comply. Right? I built this boat. You're a stowaway. Though there is a global flood, there's really nowhere you can go. Right? Like it's essentially a death sentence. Me asking you to get off my boat.
Sorry,
right?
You gotta walk the plank. You gotta walk. You gotta accept your fate.
I'm Noah. I'm Noah in this scenario, right? You're a stowaway on my fucking boat, right? First of all, are you gonna fucking jump off my boat?
I mean, are you talking about like me personally or what is moral?
Yeah.
Like what is moral? Like personally, I probably wouldn't jump off the boat, but morally, I would say. Wait, hold on. Do you want to know the answer to the question?
No. It's a terrible example that cuts against Zeppies. He's just like low IQ, so he's making dumb examples. Holy shit.
It doesn't matter. Just
Zippy is pretty low.
Okay, I'm gonna lower you, Ree, and I'm just gonna listen to you. What is your response?
What's happening? No, it had nothing to do with that, right?
What is your response?
Hold on. Guys, come on. We were doing so good. We were doing so good.
Oh my god, because if he's just a low tier like DJ debater and like everything, he just loses all debates.
So
wait,
right in front of them.
Wait,
what is your response to that? Morally, is it?
Oh my god, you just
you're
not high and he just loses.
Okay, so the answer is no. You're not responsible. No.
I'm not responsible. But
no.
morally,
Okay. Next question. R. Go ahead.
No. If you don't comply, are you the one?
Huh?
I don't know if I can.
If you don't comply,
yeah, he would have the right to throw your ass off the boat. Yes.
So you would be okay if you did.
Yes, you would have the right to throw me off the boat. Yes. Okay. Next question.
Okay, I just want to.
What?
Because he wasn't responsible for your boarding, presumably.
All right. Go ahead, R. I don't see the rest of your name. Is it just R?
It's so cringe. It's so cringe.
I'm telling you to go. You're not cringe.
Yeah, it's so cringe though. Like if you uniformly switch to like this Zeppy dude, you're like,
I'm telling you to go.
Never won an argument ever. I am going.
Well, go.
Have you started?
No, I'm saying for you to go.
I am going.
Hey, Ree, what was wrong with my metaphor?
Nothing's wrong with your metaphor. He just didn't like it.
No say in the situation
the meaning of metaphor.
Which is like a pretty big difference, and it's not just like a difference; it's a structural difference.
So you're saying, okay, how about can I give it another analogy and you tell me? All right. Okay, so let's say there's a guy with a weird disease, and he says, "Yo, if I don't fuck you in the ass right now, I'm gonna die in the next 10 minutes." And you say, "Whoa, man, I don't want you to fuck my ass," and you exclude him from the scarce resource that is your asshole. Are you responsible for his death?
legally, I think you would be within the narrow confines.
Well, I mean,
of,
I don't know legally. Well, we're not talking about like the current law. What do you think the law should be?
Only morally.
Like, let's say you're the sorry, don't mean to interrupt, but let's say you're the supreme dictator, and what you say is the law. So, like, what would you say?
Yeah, I would say narrowly, yeah, you'd cause him to die, but I don't know if that necessarily means you're culpable. To the extent that, like, I think there is like a countervailing interest here that we'd weigh, and I think if you like do that interest weighing test in the fetus case, you would just go the other way.
Wait, so are you saying you owe him your asshole?
No, I'm saying because there's a countervailing interest
you owe me
here.
your asshole.
Wait, but there is a counter. But wouldn't that also apply? Wouldn't that also apply to another person? If I didn't want you on my property the same way I don't want you in my asshole, you know,
it would be a function of like the considerations of how they got there. In the case of the mother case, she probably is somewhat culpable because she herself was what, you know, through her own action, caused you to so to speak board the ship, or she enticed you to like sign the 9-month contract, knowing that if she evicted you, you would die. And so I think because of that, like, there's an increased interest there. But I think.
I mean, I don't think that makes a difference. I don't think that makes a difference.
Don't you think it makes a difference?
Well, what the first example? No, I don't think. Neither. I don't think it neither makes a difference, and the reason why is because. Well, I don't agree with the first.
What do you mean? If I like invite you into my home, telling you that like we're just gonna play some board games, and then I like take out all the oxygen because that's like my oxygen, and like I'm not gonna deprive myself of my scarce oxygen.
Well, you can't own oxygen.
Like my gooning session, like yeah, it's murder. Absolutely.
Wait. I don't think that's I don't think that's
What's the symmetry breaker?
Analogous. There we go. That's the word I'm
What's
trying
the symmetry breaker?
I don't think that's. I'm not sure that's analogous.
I know what you don't think.
That's you are creating the circumstances in which this thing is going to happen.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. If you're sucking out the air in the someone's house,
yeah, you suck so much, dude.
Hold on. Let me answer the question. So if you suck out the air from the world, they would still have a way to get out of your house, right?
Well, this hypothetical, no. Or we suppose that like they die first. It's a very big house.
Okay.
You know
so you owe them their like. No, obviously that's ridiculous because you can't really suck the air out of it.
I've got the
unless you're on a spaceship.
Being like ridiculous have changed anything to do with the principle.
Okay. How about this?
No.
So let's say you're on a spaceship. Let's say you're on a you know those space civilizations.
You can't name a symmetry breaker. I think you just lose.
Hold on. I'm trying to make your analogy work.
Okay.
I'm not changing the topic. I'm trying to make. Just hear me out.
No. Are you moving on because you're conceding, or is it a different reason?
No, I'm not conceding, obviously.
So then let's fucking like, what's the symmetry breaker?
So the reason why the issue is.
The reason why. Okay.
Oh my. Do you want to know? Okay. So the reason why it doesn't work is because air is you can't really suck out the air out of a building because there will always be more air to come into a building.
Dude,
so that's why I use the hypothetical.
Why would the
of
hypothetical
spaceship.
being like physically implausible have anything to do with the principle it's trying to elucidate? This is retarded, dude.
Okay, so let's say you own let's assume that you own the air and you're like, this is my air, I don't want to give it to you, and that person dies. That's not your responsibility. Yes.
It's not murder.
No, it's not murder. It's not murder. No. So you owe that man your asshole. You owe that man your asshole.
You now allow me to present an
Well, I mean, actually,
that is in fact.
No, under your logic, you owe that man your asshole.
No, I don't, because there's no right?
Yes, you did. I don't want to give you my air.
Hey, KingSithis.
Yeah, but you created that.
I'm tired of you breathing my air.
Open the door for that. Shut the fuck up.
I don't want you to breathe my air. I don't want you to fuck my asshole.
I can hear the fucking knuckles dragging.
Now listen to me.
Dude, it's crazy.
Both scenario again, right? You have a button.
I think it's like if you like
out of
wait, guys, you guys are talking at the same time.
And what happens is Reduffy doesn't allow anyone else to talk. This is the fucking Reduffy show. So
respectfully, I'm gonna lower your volume because go ahead, R.
If you had invited the guy to play your Squid Game, where one of the games had that rule set where you had to be raped to the ass, otherwise you're gonna die, then yeah, you would be responsible.
Yeah, so you must give up your asshole. You must give up your asshole.
If you invited the guy to play Squid Games, where that's one of the sub games, yeah. But if not, then no.
Wait, no. I'm just address my hypothetical. Address my hypothetical. That's not my hypothetical. That's not my hypothetical.
You say an even number of no's they cancel out, correct?
They what?
Yeah.
No, that's not how that works. Listen.
Yeah, it is. You said 6 no's. They cancel out.
No. If you, it's a different. Shut up. There is a difference. I told you. That's not the same hypothetical.
Which
My
one?
hypothetical is a guy, he says, hey, in 10 minutes, I'm going to die. You need to give me your asshole. If you don't give me your asshole, I'm going to die.
The answer is a function of... Sure, but
do you owe him your asshole?
To the extent that you created the circumstance, yes. To the extent that you didn't know, it's a function of whether or not you had any say in that circumstance.
Well, I don't believe I don't believe the mother created that circumstance.
Not all of the times, but oftentimes, yeah.
No.
What do you mean?
The baby appears in the womb. She doesn't create she doesn't like actually legitimately create it. Like her body does it, but she doesn't like say, "Hey, baby, be born."
Okay, but like let's listen. Like suppose hypothetically, like she's in a loving marriage and she really wants to create this child, and she does everything to do to create it, and the child is created, right?
Yeah, but then you would still have no, because you would still have the right to withdraw. No, because you would still have the right to withdraw consent.
Why? What's the argument for that?
Because your body is your property.
With unequivocally, with like no like prior obligation.
No.
You mean yes, but what?
Well, yeah, your body. Yeah, yes, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
No easement. That's crazy. What's the argument for that?
Well, the only time in which you would need an easement is if you're in bordering another person's property.
I don't like it. No, it's a shitty ass word. What's the argument for why there's like no prior obligation and it's like unequivocal ownership?
Well, because your property is yours, and the whole purpose of property is to have the right to exclude another person from that thing.
Not unequivocally.
Well, yes, that's the whole purpose.
No. What?
I'm an anarchist. I'm an ANCAP.
I know. That's cool. Thanks for the psychological update. What's the argument for that?
Well, the reason why is because if you do allow another person, if you basically say that you do have an obligation to another person, you then create situations where then you can use that to justify violating people's rights without their consent.
This is entirely circular. You're saying my rights are good because if they weren't good, if they weren't strong, then like you'd be able to break them.
Well, because I believe in the non-aggression. I believe in this because I believe in the non-aggression principle, and I don't think it's okay for innocent people to be harmed. Yeah.
Okay, that's not an argument. Okay.
That is an argument. Why do you believe what you believe? Wait. Why do you believe what you believe?
What's the premise?
Wait, why do you believe what you believe?
What inference rule are we using here?
Why do you believe what you believe?
I'm not going to answer until you answer my question.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Why do you believe what you believe?
Nose goes. Dude, it's not an argument. What's the first premise?
You just asked me to go ahead, and then I went ahead, and now you're not answering.
Yeah, what's the first premise?
My premise is that fundamentally I don't like the idea of harming innocent people, so therefore I believe in the non-aggression principle.
How does your personal conviction have any bearing on like the truth of the matter?
Because because that's how every individual person comes up with their worldview.
This is unpersuasive, right? You need to stipulate. You need to posit something.
Wait,
like
so do you believe in objective morality? Is that what you're trying to say?
How does that have anything to do with what I just said?
Everyone's moral compass is a subjective view. Is that
I'm asking
correct?
you to like make an argument that like appeals to like some shared foundation between us that might be convincing to me or anyone else.
I mean, whether I'm convincing to you or not doesn't change the fact that I am answering your question.
I mean, just not even in form, like you haven't given premises or inference rules, but not even in structure, or intent to convince. Like you're entirely unpersuasive. You have zero rhetoric.
Whether or not I'm persuasive or not does not change the fact that I have.
You have zero rhetoric, dude. This is just L rhetoric. This is the height.
What is your question?
The height of cuckoldry. This is what Epstein dreamed.
What is your
Diddy tier?
What is your question?
I don't have a question.
Okay,
this is the conclusion. This is the denouement.
Okay, so then you're basically saying that anytime that another person is going to die, you must give up your property to make them alive, to stay alive.
We're looping. I've already answered that twice.
So that's yes.
It's no. It's to the extent that there's a prior obligation, yes. But to the extent there's not, no. It's a function of whatever.
So how do you determine?
You know how there's like zeroth order, first order, whatever.
Yeah,
nth order.
Yeah, I
like
haven't. You haven't convinced me that the mother has a prior obligation to the child.
I mean, just to check. Do you know what I mean when I say like it's a function of X? Do you know what that even means?
No. What do you mean by that?
Okay. I think you're conceptually impoverished. I'm bored. I'm so bored. You're a low tier.
You just lost the debate. Thank you.
You totally conceded. Holy shit, dude.
How did I concede? I'm totally not conceding.
You looped 3 times. You admitted you couldn't track. You didn't have an argument. I asked you 3 times for an argument. You couldn't give it 3 times.
I did make my argument. You just
Like,
didn't
that's
like
just the
my
height
argument.
of failure.
You just
know
didn't like
Free
my
Ran in
argument.
episode 22, where there's like, this is the height of magic. This is the height of failure. You're a complete
Okay,
failure.
so name one
What's the
question
argument
that you
then?
asked me that you didn't give that I didn't give an answer for.
Yeah, it's called failure. So what's the argument?
Give me one question that you asked me that I didn't give an answer for.
Oh, the question was, why would the mother have, or in any circumstance, why would it give like unequivocal, completely univocal property rights to someone that has like no prior obligation, completely supreme? Like that seems strange.
Because to not allow another person to have the right to exclude other people from their property would then allow other people to then justify other people invading other people's property.
Yeah, this is circular. You're saying if my rights aren't super strong, then people will be able to impose on them, hence they'll be weak. But that's the entire question. Why weak, not strong? Or why strong, not weak? You're just repeating
Because
it. You're
I
saying
do
this
not
has to be
believe
the
it's
case because it has to be the case.
Again, because I do not believe it's right
That's
to
circular.
violate.
No, your premise is your conclusion. Your conclusion is your
So
premise.
why
It's
do you
retarded,
believe?
dude.
Wait. So why do you believe you do have an obligation?
You actually do you disagree with that? Like your argument literally is it has to be strong because if it's not strong, it'll be weak. But that's retarded. The question
Again,
is why strong, not
I'm
weak.
basing it off of my subjective
no.
values.
Hello,
So
hello,
now
yes,
I'm
no.
looping it back to you because it seems like you can't
Oh, you
answer
wanna
the
answer the
question.
question, right? You know,
I
you're
did answer the
you're
question.
dodging.
You just don't
Fucking
like my
dodge
question.
Charger, dude. Fucking like running across the state on your
So
dodge
how
charger.
do you determine whether or not you're right or wrong?
How do you dodge so well? Like, do you have to train for the dodging? Like, do you like train with the sensei? Sensei
I
in the forest
answered
to
your
dodge that well?
question. You're just,
like,
you
have,
just
like,
don't
a
like the
collection
question.
Of, like dodge chargers? Yeah, answer it. Why are you dodging?
I answered the question.
Yes, what you gave was circular, or no, it was not circular. Which was it?
No, it was not circular.
Really?
How is it circular?
Because the premise is the conclusion.
The premise is the conclusion? How is the premise the
Yeah.
conclusion?
Because the premise was it need be strong, and the conclusion was it need be strong.
Well, I gave the reason why it need be strong. Well, at least I believe
Yeah,
it
the
should
reason
be
was
strong.
it need be strong. It was the same thing. It was a loop.
No,
We're,
I
like,
did
in a
not
circle
give
right
a
now.
loop. The
Or
reason
a
why I...
square, so any close figure.
So me saying that the reason why I believe it should be strong is because I don't think it's okay to violate people's rights. That's a circular? How is
No,
that
but-
circular?
No, but how you define rights is entirely an issue. And you're saying the rights need to
I
be
never
strong.
even
If they're not
defined
strong,
rights.
then-
I could
Huh?
define rights for you. You never even asked me to define rights.
We just talked about property rights. So, like, in context, you're saying if the property rights weren't super strong to exclude others, then others would not be excluded. But that's tautological. No one cares. Doesn't get us anything.
Well, then you would have to concede to the point that if it
No,
is okay,
no,
then
it
you would
has
have to
zero
concede to the
dialectical
point
power.
that if it is okay to violate people's rights in order to keep other people alive in certain situations,
there can't be
then
any
you would have to
conclusion from, like,
concede
the trivial
that
premise.
it is okay for that guy to
No.
rape your ass in order to keep himself alive.
There's like 5 different reasons, but there's like categorically, if it's like a circular tautological argument, it can't offer any additional conclusions. So it's like conserved. So no, there can't be any novel conclusion from
Yeah,
this
so
tautological
if
circular
a guy
argument.
has
So
a
no.
disease and he wants to rape
No,
your
no, you're
ass,
just like, no, you're looping. You're just
you're
a massive
saying
looper and
that
a
yes,
dodger.
he must rape.
Uh-huh.
He must allow him to.
I think you got to formalize the arguments because I think you're just not very good with the
I'm making it very clear. You're basically saying that
You're
you
not.
have the right
You're
to
not.
violate people's rights if they're going to die. So I gave you a situation where someone is going to die.
I didn't say that.
As opposed
I didn't say that. I
Well,
didn't
if-
say that. I said to the extent that there's a prior obligation,
Okay, so then you have to prove that there's a prior obligation when it comes to the child and the mother.
which I did.
No, you did not.
I literally just said, or not just
No.
that, it was like 10 minutes ago, but I asked for the details. I said, we could go through the analysis. Is there a consistent societal principle that would make it, more
Okay, so
equitable
then
in
you
the
didn't-
end
so
to
you're not
do
answering.
one way or the other? And then
What gives
you.
the what
And then I
gives
asked
you the
I
moral
asked
obligation?
you,
What
do
gives the
you
mother
wanna
the
go
moral
through that? And you
obligation
said
to the
no.
child? What gives the mother the moral obligation to the child?
The fact that it's a general principle that
So you're wait. So you're appealing to general principles? That's circular. So when I appealed to general principles,
What?
you said it was circular,
well, no, because I justified it.
and I justified mine too.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Really? What was the justification?
The justification is that I don't think it's okay to violate innocent people's rights.
Yeah, but what is your psychological preference of anything to do with the truth of the matter?
My psychological preference is I don't think it's okay to violate innocent people's rights.
Yeah, this is retarded. You're
In
not
terms
gonna
of
be like,
property rights.
My argument for abortion is that I like whatever.
And
It's
your
like, I don't care
argument
what you
against
like.
abortion is
This
that
is unpersuasive.
I support it because the general population does. That's your argument.
No, what?
That is your argument. You said the general.
When did I say that?
You literally just.
clip it and shoot it. Clip it. I never said that.
So earlier you said that generally
No, clip it.
you have
No,
an
no, clip it.
obligation. Okay, so then why do you have an okay? So then re-answer the question. Why do you have an obligation to the child?
Because it's just across all the possible outcomes, this seems like the most fair way to structure the rights that gets the best outcomes.
Based on
what? On what? For what? What's based on what?
What are you basing that off of?
Basing what off of in particular?
That principle.
I don't know what you mean by basing off of.
What are you basing that principle in which you just stated off of?
I don't know what that means.
So you just said that you do have an obligation to the child, correct? The mother has an obligation to the child.
I said it like 2 minutes ago.
You said yes, and then I asked you, what is that obligation? And then you said that basically you do have an obligation. So and I asked you, what is that obligation? And what makes that obligation? So what makes that obligation?
The fact that when we balance all the interests over all the cases, this seems like the general heuristic that gets the most equitable outcomes in the end.
Based on?
I don't understand the question.
Based on how you feel?
What?
Is that based on how you feel? Then what are you basing it off of? You're saying that what is the most equitable outcome? So what are you basing this equitable outcome on?
Based on a consideration of the interest? I don't know what you're asking.
On whose consideration?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
You're asking you're basing it on the consideration of the equitable outcomes, and I'm asking whose consideration?
It's not a.
Is it based on your considerations?
I'm not sure. Do you disagree with the idea, or do you just disagree?
No,
with
I'm disagreeing that you're saying that you. Okay, when I told you. The reason why I support evictionism is because I don't think it's right to violate people's rights. You said that's circular. So I asked you, okay, well, what are you basing?
That's not what I said was circular. That's not true. I said what was circular was your argument that like property rights need be absolute, because if they're not absolute, they won't be absolute. I thought that was circular.
No, that wasn't my argument. My
so
argument
what was your
the
argument
reason
for why property rights need to be absolute.
Because if you don't, then you create a situation where people can violate the rights of innocence, and I don't believe it's okay. And the reason why I think that's bad,
that's tautological.
And
they're not absolute. They're
and
not
the
absolute.
reason why I believe that.
That was exactly what I just said.
I'm hold on. It's
Shut
not
the fuck
tautological.
up, dude. That was what you.
I was just going to answer the question. So, and the reason
you
why I
just said.
think
I
it's
was
wrong to
exactly
violate innocence is because I think it's wrong to violate people's innocence. So I'm going off of my personal, you know, the way that my outlook on life. So what are you basing yours off of?
Wait, holy shit! Did you just say like, yes, this is circular? Also, my
no,
personal
I'm not
conviction?
saying it's circular. You're saying it's circular. Nobody here is saying it's circular except for you.
Hold on.
I'm saying it's not circular.
Absolute, and there will be exceptions. That's like tautological.
There are no
right?
exceptions. I'm saying there are no exceptions.
Yeah,
you're the one that is saying that.
And definitionally, there are no exceptions. No shit.
Yeah. So when I say that the reason why.
Why should
okay,
there
so
not
you
be
asked me.
That's the question.
And I asked, and I told you, because in not having exceptions leads to the innocent people's rights being violated.
Yeah, what do you mean by rights? The thing you just stipulated?
They're property rights.
Okay. Property rights, absolute property rights should be absolute, because if they're not, then there will be exceptions. And if there are exceptions, then they won't be absolute. You see that you've added an extra like vertex, but it's still a loop, right?
Well, yeah, because anything that is, I believe.
Well, yeah,
hold on, if I'm saying something, hold on, but there's a reason behind it. If I'm saying, all I'm doing is pointing out.
I might be selling soon, though. Holy shit.
The only point that I'm making is that yes, if somebody is violating another person's rights, right? They're violating their property rights, and the reason why I think it should be absolute is because I don't think you should harm innocent people or do anything to their property. So that's the reason why I believe in that is because I don't think it's okay to harm innocent people. So it always goes down to my personal view. It's not based on, oh, property rights are bad because property rights are bad. Property rights are bad because I think it's not okay to harm innocent people. That's why. It's based on my personal opinion. And that's what that's what we base.
Surely this cuts against you, because like this, if the actual underlying principle is don't harm innocent people, then we would like err on the opposite side. We would bias for no, you can't evict these people. You actually.
I'm arguing. Well, my argument is that withdrawing your property from another person is not harming. You are not responsible for that harm. So therefore, you're not the one that is.
Listen, that's not the
principle.
The principle isn't don't harm innocent people. It's don't harm people who you don't have responsibility to, or you do have responsibility to.
No. It's not about responsibility. It's about don't harm innocent
Then why did
people
you
at
bring it
all.
up then? If it's about innocence,
no.
then, like,
What
what?
just hear me closely. If
Uh-huh.
another person dies as a result of you withholding your property from them, you are not responsible for that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but sure, this is one analysis.
Because you're not the
one
cause
level
of their
analysis
death.
Deep.
No, my
Yeah, but this
argument is
one
that
level
you're
of
not the cause of their death.
You are though. Yeah, but
No,
you
you're
are, though,
not.
right?
Yeah, I
But for your
disagree.
action- What do you mean? But for your action, like you're a necessary part of their death.
So then you would have to
No.
say, if a person is going to die as a result of him fucking you in the ass, so if a guy comes up
Yes,
to you,
I
then you would have
agree.
to say that person is morally culpable for that person's death.
No, I wouldn't have to say morally culpable, but they are responsible in like some causal sense. Yeah, they did cause you to die. That's true.
Then let's go deeper. Then, anytime that you withdraw the scarce resource, from the person, if that person dies as a result of that, you're not responsible for it or morally culpable in any way.
The moral culpability is an interesting question, but in terms of like, did you cause them to die? If the answer is yes, it's just yes. There's nothing.
No, I disagree.
Problematic there.
Yeah.
You disagree
And
that if you
I
cause
disagree
something, you
that you're
caused
morally
something? That's,
culpable,
like, kind of
and I
paradox-
disagree you're the cause. Yes.
Well, I don't know about the former. That we can investigate that. But the latter seems tautological.
No, I disagree that you're the cause. And even if you were the cause, I would say you're not morally culpable. But I think whether you're morally culpable, I think matters more. Because I
that's
think
the question, right?
Well, fundamentally it is, because whether you're morally culpable or not determines whether or not you could be punished for that thing, right?
Yeah, but let me just do a test here. Like, if it truly is this like don't harm innocent people thing is fundamental to the property rights and what gives rise to the property rights, then we could just stop using the property rights lingo altogether, because we could just generate them for the fundamental principle. But I think if you do that, this like don't harm innocent people thing actually just cuts against you, because you would just be like, don't evict innocent people, don't abort.
Yeah, but
innocent
I'm
people.
arguing that evicting people is not harming them. You're not morally culpable for that person's death.
Well, let's interrogate that. With the 9-month lease in the Alaska tundra, the eviction is not harming the people who are going to die?
Well, it may be harming, but you're not morally responsible. Like, I don't think you should be punished for that.
Can we go one at a time? Like, yes, you would be harming them if there's like a necessary harm caused by your action.
Well,
Yes.
it's not your action that's caused. Well, it depends on what you mean by. Well, hold on. Let's just clarify.
Okay.
So, when I say that's why I'm using morally culpable, because I think that really matters in the end of dissent. Because you can say, oh, you're the cause of it. Well,
I thought the principle is don't harm innocent people. Now it's like don't morally.
Well, hold on, listen. You're not allowing me to finish.
What?
Hold on.
Okay.
Whether you're morally culpable, that principle, the principle that we said earlier, which is don't harm innocent people. Do you want to hear the answer? Like, why do you keep making dumb insults?
No, because it's not. It doesn't follow.
No, I get it. It's really, it's like almost a heart attack for you. It's so hard for you to understand. It's like a train.
Does it follow?
Yeah, it follows very easily. It's you're the only one here that's having an issue.
Don't harm
If one of them dark iron gets near to me, they'll taste my
Because if you
maggot up
harm
the side
somebody,
of
then
their
you're
head.
morally culpable,
Now,
correct?
Where can I send you, lad?
You tell me. You introduce the term. Okay.
If you are responsible for harming them, that would make you morally culpable.
I
But
just
I'm
don't know why
arguing-
we can't like go step by step. Like you introduce the principle, don't harm innocent people. I'm wondering if we can apply it directly here.
No,
And every
you
time
can't.
we try, you're like, no, you can't.
No, you
I don't
can't,
get that.
because
Did it generate property rights or did it not generate property rights?
your property right is the right to exclude other people from your property. If
Yeah, you
excluding
said that
another
was
person,
because of this like don't harm innocent people. That's what gives rise to the property rights.
Yeah,
so
because
we should
if
be able to
you-
remove the property rights and regenerate them, right?
well, anyone could remove your property rights by harming you.
You're
right?
saying that like property rights are like a conservative extension on this like don't harm innocent people thing.
Well, yeah, because you can't
well,
exclude
then we could
people
just
from
remove-
hurting people if you don't have the
Uh-huh.
right to your body.
Oh, that's great.
Like if
Well,
you
no,
can't,
because
if
the
you don't have
difference
the
is
right
why.
to your body, then you don't have the right to exclude other people from harming you. That would make it your body, your property.
That's how you've defined the term, I'm sure. But the question is like why we would take these considerations seriously or why they have weight.
Well,
And I'm
because
just not
obviously,
sure, like,
so do
I'm
you?
willing
So
to
if
grant
I
this,
came
like,
up to
don't
you
harm
and
innocent
smacked you
people
in the
thing.
face, you would just
Uh-huh.
let me do it?
How is that? Is that relevant?
Yeah, it's relevant. Of course, it's relevant.
How?
Yes.
How?
Because you're saying why should we care about property rights? And I'm saying, well, obviously you care
You already
about
answered
property
that.
rights
I didn't
because
ask
if
that. You already answered that.
Hmm?
You already answered that. Why would I ask that again?
I don't know. Why did you?
But it wasn't a relevant question, so pipe down.
Okay, so the only argument that I'm making is that you're not morally responsible if a person dies if you withhold a scarce resource from them, and that includes your body.
Yeah, and this bottoms out in this "don't harm innocent people" thing, right?
Yeah, because that's your property.
So
you
then
have the right to exclude other
get
people
rid
from
of let's cleave the like higher level lemmas and theorems. We don't need that shit. Let's just talk about not harming innocent people. I'm not sure how that bears on the abortion thing, but like even in like the eviction case, like
if a person is in your body, if a person is in your body without your consent, I would argue because you have the ownership over your body, you have the right to exclude them from that thing.
I don't think you understand what I'm asking you. Like, we've talked about this like rights and ownership thing, and you said that's
yeah,
like,
I know you're having a really hard time.
Excuse you, I let you speak. Not let you speak. This is downstream from this harming innocent people thing, so we can just jettison all that. Let's just talk about not harming innocent people.
Yeah.
Why is
so you support evictionism, and you agree with me now?
Excuse you. If evicting someone necessarily leads to their death, how would that be not harming innocent people? I don't get that.
Again, because you're not responsible for you're not responsible for what happens to that person because you withdraw your property from that person.
That is, no, I'm asking insofar as this like neural principle you've given of not harming innocent people. Wouldn't that like count against it?
No, because you're not responsible for harming another person by withdrawing a scarce resource from them.
Not harming innocent people have anything to do with responsibility? How did that get introduced?
I can tell you haven't been listening. The reason why...
I can tell you haven't been thinking.
Alright.
Yeah, that was pretty rhetorical from Ride Defy, I'm not gonna lie.
Hi, Clark.
Alright. I think I'm good on this.
Alright.
That's just a concession.
Alright. That's fine. You can think whatever you want.
You just got rhetorically outpaced.
Yeah, man. You destroyed me in the marketplace of ideas.
Have you wait, King, have you considered turning on like the Discord noise suppression? Because like I can hear the knuckles dragging.
Oh, my bad. I'll turn it up.
Turn it up.
You're just upset because you couldn't handle understanding. Like you literally didn't even understand what I was saying.
If you think I'm upset, if you
think literally don't understand. You didn't even understand a word that I understood. What is property rights? Like, what is the purpose of property rights?
Is there something specific I
can
help you find today?
Hold on, I thought you conceded. One.
Let's see if you listen.
That wasn't relevant.
Let's see if you were listening. What's the purpose of property rights?
I can help you find today.
I thought you said you were gonna leave. What happened?
Oh, okay, got you. So you weren't listening.
You're double dipping.
Species level, it's still a type of intelligence, right?
What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, we're trying to talk about my definition of person in regards to the abortion debate. Mine being member of a rational kind, and he's trying to challenge the idea of rational kinds.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can you answer the question?
What was the question you asked?
What I'm saying is that the ability to develop a language is a type of intelligence.
I would say that, yes.
Okay. Okay, so intelligence itself is something that was... This we're 100% sure. It was slowly developed, and I don't think you're going to challenge this, because the previous claim was challenged. Was challengeable. But this claim, I don't think it is. If you look at the animals holding hands, would you agree that there was a slowly development of intelligence?
I would say there was a slow development of language over time, but
not language. A slow development of intelligence.
I know, I misspoke. I would say that they get progressively more intelligent over time, but I do think that perhaps a certain genetic change or something along those lines caused one monkey to be different from the previous monkey in that intelligence.
So what we're looking at here is that the qualitative change caused an abrupt quality change. which is
These great
the ice
beasts know
was
paths
guaranteed.
that you can't find on
The
foot.
ice
They'll
got
get
you
you there
minus
fast
3,
and maybe
minus
show you
2,
something
minus
new at
1,
the same time.
and then when it got to 0 degrees, the quality started to change and not only the quantity. So
yes,
I think it's kind of stupid to use IQ. IQ is highly disputed, but let's say they were IQ 1, IQ 2, IQ 3, IQ 4, and then eventually when they got to an IQ of 50, they developed the language.
Tried what?
I smoked marijuana when I was like, I don't know, 13 or 14, but I don't do other drugs.
Are you guys still talking about abortion anymore or no?
We're talking about giving heroin to babies.
Drugs now? Drug legalization now?
Like, should heroin be
I
injected
think we should legalize all drugs. Like,
Yeah, it's generally some people say.
Yeah,
That's
of
what
course
some-
you would say that, bro. You sound like a crackhead.
Whoa,
Anyway,
bro.
let's legalize.
Whoa, bro.
Let's legalize cocaine.
No, we gotta illegal.
also say
we gotta
no.
crack
I would also
down-
say no.
crack down on it.
We need to legalize every drug, even fentanyl.
Wait, I agree with that.
Why do we need to do that?
That's one take.
Because it is
We
my
need it.
body, my choice.
Exactly.
You know what
They
I'm
don't care
saying?
about the kids. They don't care about the
That's not
kids.
true.
though.
That's just
It's
not
my
true.
body, my
Society-
choice.
The kids are
Society
gonna
makes
get
a lot
that
of
shit.
choices. Society makes a lot of choices for you and for your body.
So what? No, that they shouldn't. That's my body.
So, yeah,
As if
so-
I'm not
so you
harming
shouldn't-
anyone, if I'm not harming anyone, the government shouldn't be getting in between my lips and my tongue and my whatever.
Yeah,
You know what
the
I'm trying to say.
If you let if
do you
you
know- do you
let
know
that
the
shit
science
slip into
of-
the hands of a kid, you get jail though. You should go to jail.
There's a
I mean, that's different,
there-
obviously, but I'm talking about like a person that's doing drugs on their own property, not harming another person. Like, you know, I think that should be legal.
I think every
100%.
libertarian
Problem
believes
is,
that.
Well, yeah,
problem
I'm an
is
ANCAP.
One person does. If one person
I think
does
most people
something-
are libertarian leaning, leftist and rightist.
Where would you like to fly?
Yeah, they just don't realize
I'm
it.
not, but
I would agree.
I'm not, but I'm also not from. I think many here from the States. I think.
I'm against
from
taxation.
States.
Do you guys support taxation?
I support
Nah,
taxation,
bruh.
yes.
Oh, based.
I don't even have a job. I'm unemployed.
Once again, most normal people are libertarian leaning, so most normal people don't like taxes.
Wait, are you
I don't
libertarian?
like taxes. I don't like jobs.
M?
Anybody who's not libertarian leaning, you should be suspicious. Like they're probably like
I'm
some
suspicious,
industry
bro.
plant.
Wait, so then we're all on the same team here? Come on, guys. We
I'm
gotta
fucking
disagree on something.
suspicious, bro.
I know that.
I don't
I'm
think
against.
people
I'm against.
should have jobs,
I have no problem with taxation. Maybe I'm.
I'm
think
against
What?
employment.
Speaking of taxation, Sithis, let me ask you a question.
What's up, brother?
Should it be illegal to have sex with your pets?
Nah.
Jesus fucking Christ! What the fuck? Yo,
What are your thoughts, Sithis?
I said no.
I'm not. I wouldn't even
No?
troll on that
No.
issue. Fuck no.
Animals aren't property. Animals are property.
God help the guy who trolls having sex with animals.
Animals are
No,
property.
I think it should be against the law to have sex with your pets, even if you own them.
Yeah, but your
against the law.
animals. I don't believe in animal rights.
Bro.
So you could like,
bro. You can
Well,
sleep
hold
alone,
on,
you
hold
have
on.
the
I
right
just
to
want to
get
make a.
job.
Can I just make a quick clarification, real quick? That's not me saying I think people
You're
should
gonna
do
turn
that.
down a qualified applicant for being a monkey?
I'm not gonna tell. I'm not saying people should do that, but you know, I don't think it should be.
Alright, believe in animal
if
rights.
if you were aware that your neighbor was raping his puppies, you wouldn't try to prevent that or report that or like.
No, bro. Why should I give a shit about dogs? Why should I give a shit about puppies?
KingSithis, I have a question.
Yeah.
That's creepy
your,
to
It's
take.
his property. Why should I care?
You know, is there value
No.
for animals?
First of all, he's harming puppies over there. He's like torturing
That's
them.
his property.
Yeah, it's hard.
Creepy.
Bro,
feel like you're a psychopath.
okay, so then you guys are
maybe.
all
Step
wait.
one,
So you guys are all against factory farming, right? I'm guessing. So you guys are all vegans.
Are you trying to argue for fucking animals?
Oh wait, so you guys are
I'm
vegans?
against the inhumane treatment of
No,
animals.
I'm arguing that animals don't have rights.
Which includes fucking them. I don't think humans should be fucking animals.
Fucking
That's
them.
supposed to be laws. in
So
place.
you're saying no? I'm arguing that animals don't have rights.
Are you
That's
doing
a-
this like? Are you taking the extreme position of the logical conclusion? Is that what you're doing?
Animals.
Yeah,
animals
obviously.
have rights.
Okay, thank you. I just joined right now, so I didn't know what you were doing for a
Yeah,
split
yeah,
second.
yeah, that's
like,
fine.
Well, I would say
What is he
animals
doing?
have right.
Well, I'm
Because
right, obviously,
humans-
because like people act like, oh my
Shut
god,
up.
animals have rights, but then like they
have
eat
limited
chicken,
rights.
they eat chicken
They have
every
some
single
degree
day,
of
they
right.
eat meat
Well,
every day,
but
they
they
leave a
make-
factory.
You make a
They
difference.
ethically
You miss a
sourced
difference
Yeah,
here.
it's
right?
It's
Or they
different.
made
Oh, so it's okay to kill the
Not
dog,
every-
but it's not okay to eat.
yeah.
dude.
Not every animal has the same rights in the same circumstance.
That's so inconsistent. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that's very
It's
inconsistent.
not inconsistent to say you can't fuck a dog, but you can chop up a chicken.
Yeah, it is inconsistent
case.
because you're saying you could kill an
Nice
animal, but you can't
couple
fuck it.
of
That doesn't make sense.
First of all, the acts
why?
are way different. Nobody's industrially fucking chickens.
Yeah, that's. I
Well,
think
obviously
that's
one is.
oranges
So you're
and
saying that
apples,
like
though,
fucking
or whatever that word
fucking
is.
somebody is worse than killing him?
No, now you're doing a straw man. Like
It's not a straw man.
It's
All I'm
apples-
doing is
yes,
comparing.
because you're
This dude is just so
you're
comfortable.
taking something
problem is
that's
Trolling,
different
we can agree
trolling
cases.
for fucking animals.
I don't care. If
Different
animals
cases.
don't have rights,
Similarities.
I'll die on this
Okay.
hill. I don't care.
He's trolling, dude.
I'm not trolling. Check my
No, but
YouTube
you-
channel. I'm an ANCAP. I don't give a fuck.
There's a
I'll bite that
necessity
bullet.
when it comes to eating animals. That same necessity.
Animals
doesn't
do
exist
not
when it
have rights.
fucking
Animals
them.
do not have
Hey,
rights.
Do you
course
hear what
they
I'm
do.
saying?
Of course they
This is
do.
the
You're
difference
scared.
between killing them for food and fucking them, right? There is a necessity
Fucking them for
the
pleasure. So
former.
you're
There
trying
is
to.
a
And you're trying to. It's the
There
same
isn't a
shit.
necessity
It's the
in
same
latter.
shit. You're.
No, it's not.
It's the same
No,
shit
it's
because
fucking
in the end of the
chicken.
day,
You know it's not.
hold on. In the end of the day, all you're doing is relieving some sort of need that you have. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you're
He's
doing.
imagining
No,
the monopoly.
no.
He's imagining a
Now you're
monopoly
grasping.
guy.
That's
Who's in like a
killing.
chicken farm in
When you're killing an
Oklahoma.
animal and you're eating it, you're relieving a need that you have. You know what I'm saying? And when you do the other thing, you know that's what you're doing as well. So you know what am I supposed to say? You're doing something wrong there. That's your property. What am I?
You ended
No,
up
it's not
funnier
about the
than I
property
thought.
thing. It's
Huh?
about even if you have property, you can have, for example, in the country I live, for example, in the way you mean rights, I think, maybe I'm wrong, the animals don't have rights.
I don't believe it's
but in
state
the way
law.
my country.
What did you say? It's all about relieving needs.
Yeah, bro, it's all about relieving your needs, man. Listen, in the end of the day,
Dude, I'm never
you're just
gonna let you
achieving.
fucking talk
You're
about
just
my dog.
achieving an
whether you're
end.
chopping a
You're
chicken's
just
head off to
achieving
feed your
an
family,
end.
or you're fucking a dog. It's all about
You're,
needs.
listen, you're all.
What
You're
one
just.
is
All,
necessity.
are you gonna tell me that I'm wrong? You're gonna tell me that I'm wrong?
Yes.
You're not
you are
fulfilling a
wrong.
need. You're not fulfilling a need. You're gonna
You
tell
don't
me
have
I'm
to
wrong.
rape a chicken.
You're not
But it's
fulfilling. You're not
only about
fulfilling a need.
It's not only about that.
Sithis, you don't have to rape the goat, but you do
Yeah, but
have to eat it.
you're still
You
fulfilling the
understand?
need. Wait, you don't need to eat it.
But it's not
Well,
only that.
So you don't.
end of the
Wait,
day,
wait,
are
wait,
you-
wait.
are you not
So
fulfilling the need?
vegetarians aren't a thing. Vegetarians aren't a thing.
Yeah, they're weak.
Veganism
They're
isn't a
weak
thing.
Human.
I
They're
thought animals had
unhealthy.
rights. Guys,
They do.
no,
Hey, that's enough.
well,
Come
no.
on.
You guys
Chill,
saying
chill,
they no?
chill.
You guys are saying they
Simmer
have
down.
rights.
Simmer down.
You reduce everything to one point, and you try to say everything is just with one point. But we can make like morality.
No, it's just
obviously,
it's
is
just
about
inconsistent.
of
That's all I'm saying.
categories you make.
It's not
You
very
all reduce it
consistent.
to this fulfilling a need. Yeah, but morality is not wholly consistent. For example,
Oh, so you agree
there's
you are
the
fulfilling a
idea-
need?
There's the idea that if you kill someone in self-defense, that's okay.
I'm not
and
trolling.
if you don't do it, it's not
These
okay.
great
So you have
beasts know
the same
paths
act
that you can't
in a
find
different
on foot. They'll
context,
get
and
you
that
there fast
context
and maybe
change
show
how
you
people
something new
conceive
at the
it
same
morally.
time.
So that proves that the context can alter the logic, how you would say, the consistency of the perceiving of the morality of an act. And that's exactly the point here. It's not just to reduce it on one thing and then you measure it with this one thing, but you have different contexts and that lead to different assumptions and also to different conclusions of humans of that act in the moral point.
I gotta add to
And also
Wait,
King's
so
other
you
argument
still
here.
think it's gonna? You're still killing the animal, and I don't see why it's all that much. Like you're
I
saying
never
that
killed an animal
obviously,
personally.
like if
I
you
never killed an animal.
you never killed
Wait,
it.
so
You never
if I
eaten
kill a man-
food. You never eaten
No,
meat.
no, I think I get his logic. So if I kill a man, I have just as much right to just rape him afterward. I already killed him. Why not just rape him too?
I mean, yeah, but a human's not your
No, that- I would
property.
say
A
that is
human's
not
not your
true.
property.
Like, dude, you just killed the dude.
If people are not your property,
This is your free opportunity.
People have rights.
But then I
Animals do
You
not.
can reverse it. Why can animals be your property but humans not?
Because humans have
prevents
rights.
that?
Because humans have
Why
rights.
have humans rights?
Because humans have rights.
Don't have
Because
rights. Shut the
animals
fuck up.
don't have
Animals
rights.
Yes, they
No, they're
fucking do.
not.
Even
Okay, so
even
then never-
indirectly.
so
even
you-
in-
so
even
you're vegan?
Indirectly, there are
So you're
probably
vegan?
laws that say humans can't like.
I don't
cruelly
care
harm
about
any
the state.
creature.
Yes.
I'm an AdCap. Don't come here with your state
but
law.
Why then have human rights?
Dude, then
if there's no state?
you're just evil.
So you're saying that animals are the same as humans?
No, they can differ.
Obviously,
different
okay.
rights.
So then there's a difference between an animal and a human being, right?
We're all literally
If
fucking
you say you're not
creatures.
about the
Okay,
state,
so then
it's not the state, it's
you're a
human rights.
vegan,
What then?
right? You don't eat meat, right?
No, I'm not a vegan.
Oh, so you kill animals?
No, I have never killed an animal I have eaten.
But how did they get the meat there?
Yeah, from another person who killed them, not me.
Oh, so oh, so that makes it okay.
No, don't do that.
Oh, so that makes it okay. So that makes it okay.
No, but I don't say it's okay.
So
it's
that
different.
so that guy's the bad guy.
There's
So
a-
that
there's
guy,
a- there's
so the guy who
space
killed the
between
animal
okay.
for you to eat it is the guy who goes to jail, not you.
Oh, because why jail? There's no law.
So
that
that guy
prevents
should
it
go to jail.
In this case,
You're saying?
Like when you're in war and their soldiers just killing each other, they should
I'll
just
be right back.
fucking the dead bodies. There's nothing wrong with it. You already killed them. Fuck the dead body. Same.
Yeah, same thing. I mean, what else is it there for, right?
That was a while. Why the divide?
Yo, do you think determinism is true? KingSithis?
Wait, what happened?
Do you think determinism is true?
I don't. Did the? Anyways, I don't know. What is determinism?
You basically think that there's only one possible thing that can happen at any given moment, so that whatever does
WTF
happen
just
is the only thing
happened.
that ever could have happened.
I don't know, bro. That's a complex question. I'm not sure the answer to.
That's okay.
How about
It's only the
this
title
as a
of the
question
video.
for determinism?
Can we go back to why drugs should be legal?
Wait, are you gay?
No, only on the weekends.
How old are you?
28.
It's chaotic here
Oh, I
AF.
swear to God, I thought he was about to say 15.
13 years old.
And I'm live streaming.
15.
This character development?
I do think you're wrong. It should be illegal to have sex with your pets, dude. Right?
No, please.
Animals
please
don't
bring
have
that in
rights.
here. No.
You
no,
have rights.
No.
Animals don't
They
have
do
rights.
have rights.
No, we are
Like,
not
we
talking about.
confer to
We are
them.
not. No, Trump, shut your bitch ass up. We are not talking about fucking
He
animals
started it.
in this
He
video.
started it.
Can you prove it? Why don't you think animals have
arguing-
rights? Why don't you think animals have rights?
Because it's inconsistent to say they do.
How's it inconsistent?
They do have
Because
rights.
we kill
Right,
animals,
right,
we eat animals, we torture them for scientific
Yeah, that's all wrong.
experiments,
Yeah, that's
and then we
wrong.
sit here and
That's
be like,
wrong.
so you're vegan?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So at least you're consistent. These guys, they're not
Okay.
consistent. Okay, I'll respect you
KingSithis.
and say at least you're consistent. I respect the vegans a
You
little
can,
bit.
you can
I
still
disagree.
treat animals
but, you know,
humanely, even if you intend to eat them, dude.
no, you're just that just doesn't make that's inconsistent
Okay,
because you're saying
KingSithis.
you could kill the animal, you could kill the animal, you could
What
murder
are
the
you
animal, you
playing?
could
Is
torture
this
the
WoW?
animal.
KingSithis. Wait.
That is
Here, I
true.
got
That
a
is
proposal
true.
for you.
You
What if
make
you
a good
what if you
point,
consider
Shumbo.
Shut the fuck up. What if you consider
You shut the fuck up.
No.
Hold on.
What if you consider human? What if you consider human? Would you fuck a human?
If they consent,
Would you eat
and
a
it's a
human?
woman.
Would
they
you eat
consent.
a human?
No, yeah, but what if
You
it's the
don't
weekend?
consent.
What if,
Eat a
wait,
woman.
what if it's the weekend, KingSithis?
Only on the weekends.
Alright. Oh my god.
Well, that
Yes, I'm
lasted
playing World of
insane.
Warcraft. Okay,
Holy
what?
shit.
Of course you
Anyways,
are. Of
listen.
course. Wait, do you play D&D? Do you play D&D?
No, I do not. I've never played it.
My read was
Wait,
wrong.
D&D?
Yeah,
Dungeons and Dragons. Are you talking about like the board game?
Yeah.
I played
no,
D&D.
no, I never tried that before.
Okay.
Sounds
I felt
fun,
like you would have. Yeah.
Papan, do you play D&D?
I just got into World of Warcraft.
I have. Not like anymore, but I have.
I play D&D.
Is there any other topic you guys want to argue with me about? Or?
Yeah, D&D is enjoyable. I'll argue with you about literally anything. What are you passionate about?
I'm an anarcho-capitalist. I believe that taxation is theft.
Alright, why do you think taxation is theft?
Because it is, well, okay. Well, let me get into my syllogism.
Because it is.
Okay.
Where's my syllogism?
I don't know. Did you lose
Hold
it?
on. I got it. Give me a sec.
Do you have to go search around your house to find where you misplaced it?
Yes.
Where you put your syllogism?
Yes.
Check next to your keys.
Yes.
It might be next
Yes.
to your keys or syllogism.
It's next to my condoms. All right.
Okay.
Premise 1, taking someone's
That was a
property.
comment.
Just tell me where you disagree. Premise 1.
Okay,
taking...
wait. I'm gonna write it down as you go. Hold on. One second.
I could put it in the chat, maybe.
Oh yeah, just do that. That would be much better.
Hold on, let me pull up my chat GPT.
Wait, why are you ChatGPT? Stop.
'Cause
Stop.
that's where it's at.
Immediately cease. No, I hate that. So you're telling me ChatGPT wrote this argument?
That's where it's at. Wow.
All right, so where is the thing?
Oh god, I just lost all.
Okay,
will
listen.
to talk to you.
All right. Premise 1, taking someone's property without their
I thought you
consent.
were gonna put it in the chat.
I did. It's in the chat. Which chat? The determinism is false one, right?
I see it. Yeah.
Okay. Eesh. Anyways,
Can you justify premise 1?
This shit is so fucking
taking
funny.
someone's property
premise
without their
1?
consent is theft?
Yeah, can you justify that?
Why wouldn't it be theft?
So you're making an argument from ignorance?
What do you mean an argument for ignorance? It is theft because you're taking it's
You
something
can't
that belongs to another
think
person.
Of a reason, you can't think of a reason why it wouldn't be theft, therefore you conclude it is theft. That's an
No,
argument.
hold on. I'm answering your question. Let me answer your question.
Oh, your answer to my question is why wouldn't it be? That's
Hold
not-
on. Let me answer. Listen. Okay.
You're ass up, face down right now.
Shut up. All I'm saying is
Why are both your premises the same thing?
It's not. Well, you can't read. You actually can't read, Port. Okay, go.
Actually, is it not just the same sentence?
Okay,
just,
the
like,
first word
slightly
of premise
worded?
1 is taking, and the first word of premise 2 is taxation, so they're not the same thing. Okay, just like premise 1, King.
Okay, so premise 1, taking someone's property without their consent is theft. You disagree with that?
Well, I just want you to justify it. Can you justify it?
Well, yeah,
I'm agnostic. I'm agnostic on premise 1.
Yeah, theft is the unconsensual taking of another person's property.
But I mean, you're just repeating your premise. That's not.
Well, that's what theft is.
Justify that. You're just. What
do you mean justify that? That's.
I mean, justify it.
You're
You're just reasserting your premise.
I mean, that is the premise. What is wrong with the premise?
Okay, because for me, I think that theft requires the act you commit to be illegal.
Yep.
Okay, so the reason why I don't agree with that is because let's say me and you are on an island and you came across a coconut and then I come up to you and I snatch it out of your hand, and there's no law or police or government around. You would say that's not theft anymore because there's no
correct. That is
law?
correct. That is correct.
So
Unless
anytime
we had some sort of legal systems, like if somehow we devised some sort of legal system, like on our own, if no legal system exists, yeah, it's not theft.
So if you're on an island or anywhere that isn't on a government place where there is law, you're free. You saying that you don't see anything morally wrong with another person.
Well, I never
doing
said. I never said it's not morally wrong. I just said it's not theft.
And what would it be?
Can I tease you, Studfan? Okay, so we're on an island together. I steal your watch, right? We crash land on a remote island with 0 laws, and I take your watch from you.
Yeah.
Is that theft?
No, it's not theft.
What would it be?
Okay.
It would just be you taking my watch. That's it. It's not theft. And I'd take it back from you, and I wouldn't like that you did it, but it's not theft. I'm also curious about premise 2. What if I said that we all implicitly consent to taxation by positioning ourselves inside of the country that we reside in?
Oh, well, if that was true, then that would mean that any atrocity that the state does onto you would be justified because you choose to stay within that country.
Only if you have the option to leave should you want to. Then that does follow.
Oh,
Well, it
okay,
doesn't follow
so
that's
let's- so the
justified. but-
Holocaust
well, hold
was-
on, let me repeat. It doesn't follow that's justified. It follows that it was not done without your consent. So it still was unjustified. It just wasn't done without your consent. Not everything.
Well,
that's
I
done
would
with
argue
your
if
consent is
you're
justified.
violating the consent of an innocent person, you are unjustified.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is if you have the option to leave the country whenever you want to, and you choose to stay in the country knowing that they're gonna do X to you, then you consented to having X done to you. It doesn't mean it's good or it's right, but it doesn't mean you consented to it.
I do agree with him in some
Yeah,
ways.
I would disagree with
disgusting
that.
thing to say.
I would say explicit non-consent always counteracts implied consent. So, for instance, simply because it may be implied that you may be consenting to whatever the state is doing to you, simply because you're staying there, doesn't mean that then counteracts your explicit consent if you're explicitly not consenting. So for instance, if the state started to come in and started to say, hey, all of these people need to leave. If not, then we're going to start killing every single one. And then you chose to stay on your own property, and then the state came in and shot you. I would say that would still be unjustified.
Yeah,
even if
it's
you had a way
unjustified,
to
but
leave. And it would also
Yeah.
be violating your consent as well.
Okay, I would agree. I would agree with the first part and not the second part.
Yeah, with that,
Why?
I guess we would have just two different views on consent, because my view on consent is that it is an agreement or to sort of like use another person's property, like you're making your will known to another person. So for instance, if I come up to you with a high five and I say, hey, high five, I'm making my will known to you that I'm consenting for you to touch my hand. I don't think that simply because a state claims over a land, that then implies that it is okay for the state to do what it wants to you, or
Right.
that you're somehow consenting to it.
Sorry, repeat.
like if you don't leave this room,
Oh,
you're going to be my slave, and if you don't leave this room, then you implicitly or indirectly want to be my slave. That's just not.
Yeah, I would
yeah.
agree.
If-
Yeah, that's another
if
way of putting it.
I think this is my point. If I said, you're in a room, there's the door. You can leave whenever you want, but if you stay in this room, like my room, I'm gonna make you my slave. But you can leave whenever you want, and then you.
But it
just
doesn't mean
say,
you
okay,
consented to becoming a slave.
listen,
It's just.
well, I'm gonna finish. I was gonna get to that, and then
Sorry.
if you decide to just sit there and never exit, I would say you are consenting to being made a slave. I think that seems very true to me.
I don't think you can consent to being a slave, and the reason
Okay,
why
I
is-
agree. Okay, I agree.
Because
So maybe just make it something else. I agree. So just make it something else other than slavery. Just something else.
Chill, bro.
Hold on, I was just.
Ziggy, shut the fuck up.
Yeesh. No, continue. You were gonna say something, right? Or...
I said it. So I agree with that. So just make it something other than slavery, something that you can consent to, and just apply the example.
Like I understand where you're coming from.
Okay,
in the
so
sense
then-
of you understand this is going to happen. You understand the consequences.
I was gonna.
And you're electing
because you understand the consequences and you're not complying. It doesn't mean you technically consent. But I do understand where you're coming from. That idea, it gets murky.
What you're
depending on
talking
the
about
context.
is the social contract, essentially, which is essentially the idea that you're implicitly implied to agree to the system because you're under the system. But I would completely disagree with the social contract. I would be like, oh,
because they never
I never
agreed
signed
to
any
the system.
contract. I never signed any contract. Well, anyways, but
The
the reason
system was
why
forced
people,
upon you.
yeah, but there's a reason
matter,
why
you can exit the system. if you
I
want
know.
to.
I'm just kidding. But there's a reason why people say that. The reason why people say that is because there are people who simply because there's an implied consent doesn't mean that, and when you explicitly not consent, that then does away with that. I would say absolutely not. If you are the second that you say I do not consent, well then you're not consenting. There is that implied consent no longer matters anymore. So for instance, if I'm in someone's house and they say. Or if I'm walking down the road and they come up to me and they say, hey, if you stay here tomorrow, I'm going to rape you. And then the next day I decide to stay there.
You can't use this example because rape definitionally implies a lack of consent.
No,
so
okay, use
Hold on,
something else,
it is. I
you
can explain
understand
why
the-
it's. I can explain why it's.
But
Use a different thing.
Because if you
Just use
consent,
it-
it can't. The point is, if you consent, it can't be rape.
Yeah, but
so
I'm arguing you're not consenting. I'm arguing you're not
Let's use a
consenting.
different word.
But what I'm saying is, no, you can't say I raped them because that by definition.
Let's just
would mean they
stop-
didn't.
okay, let's
Hold on.
back to the word rape.
Hold on. You're not allowing me to finish my analogy.
Rape. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So I won't say the rape word then. I'll just say sexually assault then, or whatever.
All right, rape. Got it.
But listen, so this will allow me to finish the analogy, and then at least you could tell me why I'm wrong afterwards. Yeah.
I feel like this is just not a good analogy, but because they're gonna harp on consent with rape as blah 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 connotation.
No, I get it, but you gotta allow me to hold on. It'll make sense when I explain it. I promise.
Okay, go ahead.
So the thing is, right? If somebody comes up to you and says, "Tomorrow I'm gonna punch you in the face if you stand here," the implication is basically that if you go there the next day, then you basically want to be punched. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because you're coming there the next day. But the thing is, simply because I showed up the next day. If let's say I show up the next day and then you're about to punch me and then I tell you, no, I don't want you to punch me, that then counteracts that implied consent because I'm now saying explicitly I don't want you to punch me. You know what I'm saying? So that implied consent does not work when you explicitly no longer consent. Does that make sense?
But you do agree there is an implied consent there, such that if you never explicitly revoke your consent, then you could say they're consenting.
Yeah, but I'm explicitly revoking my consent.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, but there are people. There are people that do.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, yes.
Why can't it be the other way?
Shut the fuck up, Razor. Can you ban this guy immediately, please? He never adds anything to the conversation.
Hold on.
So
relax.
would you agree then that somebody that is like in a country that taxes and doesn't explicitly revoke consent does in fact consent to the taxation, and it's just
if they're okay with it, that's them. But I'm talking about
they just don't explicitly remove their consent.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So really, your claim is that taxation is sometimes theft.
It can be theft, assuming if it isn't theft if the person is saying yes, I want, or is okay with it, or doesn't explicitly say no, I don't want it to. But the second that somebody does explicitly not consent and you then force them to pay anyways, I say that is theft because you are basically forcing them to pay even though they don't want to.
It's going to come down to two things then. It's going to come down to one, whether or not taxation is necessarily legal. If taxation is going to be a legal process necessarily, then
I mean, it is legal. I'll concede that. Yeah, obviously. But I'm talking about
if theft implies a lack of legality and taxation is legal, then taxation could not be theft.
Yeah, but I'm not going by that definition.
I know, I'm going by that definition.
Yeah, but I'm using a different definition than you. So we're going.
I disagree with your definition, therefore I disagree with premise one. So that's like my contention.
Yeah, so then it would have to basically go back to the argument on the island, which is basically like, let's say there's two guys on an island, I steal your coconut, you would still not consider that to be stealing. But I'm not sure how you would consider that not to be stealing.
Well, can I ask you a question, Smetpan? And I wanted to ask you this earlier.
Hold on, allow him to answer and then ask the question.
Can you rape or murder someone in the absence of laws? Like, are laws necessary for those things?
By can, do you mean like, would it be bad to do that, or is it like possible?
No. Would it be considered rape or murder? Like, if I just killed someone without provocation, right, like with intent, on an island with no laws, right, or like some dude just like had sex with someone else like without their consent on an island without any laws, would that be considered murder and rape respectively?
I don't think that as part of the definition of rape, it requires it to be illegal, so I'd say it would be rape. I don't think murder requires it to be illegal, I think it just requires it to be wrongful. I think wrongful is usually used in a moral sense, not a legal sense though, so it depends. If wrongful is in a legal sense, then it wouldn't technically be murder, but if it's just a moral sense, I say.
So what word would you use to characterize a person unconsensually taking another person's property, even if it's outside of the law?
I'd have to think a little bit to find a specific word that I think would be appropriate.
Let's insert that word that you think of. Let's call it this, globally and then I take out the theft with globally, and then we say, hey, globally is when someone takes something without someone else's property, right? Would that be okay?
I think that, yeah, I think it's okay, yeah.
Okay, so when globally happens...
Not always, but sometimes.
Yeah, so let's say globally... Oh, fuck, I fell and I'm gonna die in World of Warcraft. Sorry. What I was going to say is that, like, so if globally is when someone takes something without another person's property, and the state takes things without another person's consent by forcefully extracting wealth from you, when even if you don't consent to it, then that would make taxation globally.
I would agree. I would agree that it would sometimes be gobbledygook. Yes.
Okay, so then we're in agreement.
Okay. So now, okay, yeah, that's fine. We can agree that sometimes taxation would be gobbledygook under those two, assuming those two premises are true. Yes.
Yeah, if somebody says, I say, I don't want to pay this tax, and the state forces me to pay. They say, if you do not pay, I'm going to do this X harm to you. Then that would be, of course, gobbledygook.
Okay.
So then we're in agreement.
Okay, if you think that if that's an agreement, sure.
Well, that's a yeah, right? Obviously, yes, right? Or no? Do you disagree?
I agree with what you just said.
Okay, there you go. We're in agreement.
Okay. If you
So
think
taxation is gobbledygook, guys. Do you get it?
Amen.
What
All
the
right.
fuck
Amen.
is gobbledygook?
Good argument.
Bro, okay, so gobbledygook is when you take another person's thing without their consent.
And so taxation is sometimes that, is what I would say. Sometimes you could.
Wait.
tax
You just said the word theft. So now are we going back on what you said earlier?
Taxation. No, I said the word taxation. I said taxation is sometimes theft.
Just say.
Well, you just said it's theft. But you just said it's theft.
No, it's sometimes not. No, it's sometimes against their consent, is what I said.
Okay, so then, but you just said it's theft. But you used the word theft.
No, I didn't.
You should have used gobbledygook. Are you going back on the word?
Okay. I didn't use the word theft, you retard. I said
you did say that. Did he not just say theft?
Is anyone recording?
bro.
Is anyone recording? Is anyone recording?
I am recording.
Okay, play back. Go look. Go clip it. Go clip it. Go clip it. No, I didn't misspeak. I didn't misspeak. Go clip it.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Just continue.
It does matter. Go clip it. I want to hear it.
I can't now. I'm in the middle of it.
Recorded.
You can just look at my stream later. You did say that though. Like, let's just he did say that, guys, right?
I did not. Nope, I did not.
Okay, KingSithis, taxation is not always involuntary or done without a person's consent.
I said no. What I said is taxation is not always against your consent.
Yeah, but theft is.
I think you misspoke.
Okay, so taxation would be the forceful extraction of wealth from the state.
It doesn't have to be forceful.
Because I would not, if you're agreeing to it, I wouldn't consider it taxation. I would just consider that to be a fee.
Fuck? Oh my god.
Okay. It doesn't.
So yeah, no one would consent to doing taxes. Right?
So like when you go to the store, hold on, let me explain. So if you go to the store and I buy a bag of chips, am I being taxed?
If I happily and willfully pay my taxes,
when you buy a bag of chips, you're taxed. What are you talking about?
No.
You don't.
It's the store taxing me.
This is top tier
Stop talking, Trump. Can you stop talking? Trump, stop talking, please. You're just like rattling on. Stop talking. Stop talking. No one can hear you. Stop talking.
Hey, Suntan, you're not.
Wait, guys.
Go ahead.
Allow me.
No.
Just let him go. Just let him go.
You've been going for 2 minutes while everyone else is talking.
No, 2 minutes. Like 2 fucking seconds, that pan.
All right, here we go. Go ahead. 1, 2.
Just let him go. Just let him go. Just let him go.
You've had 2 seconds. Your time's up.
Oh my god.
Shut the fuck up.
You had your 2 seconds. Your time's up. Go ahead.
You can willfully and voluntarily pay taxes. Most people do that.
That's not a tax.
Right? Yes, it is. Most
That's a fee.
people do that to be taxes. Be taxed.
When I pay my taxes, right? I do that willfully. So you're saying I'm not being taxed when I pay my taxes?
We're literally
you're not being. You're paying a fee.
So when I pay, so your argument is that when I pay, stop talking, Trump. When I pay my taxes, I'm not being taxed.
No, you're paying a fee. You're paying a fee to the state to protect you.
Your position, you just destroyed your own position, KingSithis. Because you're saying that when I pay taxes in my country, I'm not being taxed. That's absurd.
If you're doing it willfully.
Okay, yeah, that's absurd. What you're
saying
is absurd. No one would agree. No one would agree with this.
I'm not. I don't care what other people would agree with. I don't care what other people would agree with.
Okay, when we're talking
I'm telling you what I agree with.
When we're talking about the meaning of words, it's quite relevant how people use those words.
I don't care what they think. I'm telling you what I mean by what I say.
Okay, you don't just get to say that taxation is when you like jump up in the air and suddenly that's what it means. Okay, that's not what the word means. That's not what people use.
If that's what I mean by what I say.
Hold on.
Hey, Sithis, you have a very unique definition.
Trump, can you stop?
I have the ANCAP definition.
Those other people.
Why are
can you give me the VC so I can like?
Wait, why? I'm literally.
Okay, I'll tell you.
Why are you so mean to Trump, man?
I'll answer your question. Do you want?
You gotta give Trump
so I can
a break.
answer your question. Stop talking and I'll answer your question, okay? The reason is that people will be in the middle of their sentence and then you'll just start talking and refuse to shut the fuck up and go for a minute while you interrupt someone in the middle of their sentence. You'll just keep going in the background and then I can't hear what anyone's saying and it's super annoying. You have to wait your turn.
Yeah, he's right about that.
All right, then I was lagging. I thought I was talking during like moments of silence. No, I'm just essentially echoing what you said, dude. Which
I know,
is that
but you're,
he
like,
has a
talking at the same
unique
time as other people.
definition of taxation.
Okay,
right?
it's not that I think
no
what
one
you're
else
saying is
uses.
wrong. I don't care. What you're saying is fine. It's just that you're like speaking over people, and then I just can't hear what anyone's saying.
All right, fine. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was doing that.
Yeah,
I want to just ask Bedpen. Bedpen, if you didn't have to pay taxes, right? Would you do it? Just a random question. If you didn't have to pay taxes, would you personally? I know it's a personal decision.
Yeah.
Would you pay it?
Okay, I will say two things, and I will just answer your question directly. But the first two things is I'll say I definitely think I should do it, and I think if I didn't do it, I'd be like doing something selfish. That said, I guess it's hard to say.
Why should I pay more for the lazy poor?
Hold on, let him finish. Just go for
My suspicion is that if this was true and it was just fully something I'd opt into, I would probably pay a little bit, but nowhere near the amount I have to pay currently.
Right. So okay.
That's my suspicion. Like that I'd probably pay a little bit, but I wouldn't pay as much as the government currently requires.
So it's not really voluntary. Like you do understand there is responsibilities as
I'm not
you
saying
as a
voluntary,
person
yeah.
living here, and so that makes you feel guilty for not paying into a system that you're already uplifting and hopefully
It's
have this whatever.
absolutely in the U.S. It's absolutely not voluntary to pay taxes, of course.
Oh, okay. So then we're in agreement.
Right.
No, we're not agreeing because I don't think it's. I don't think
we
it's
are. No, we are.
I don't think it's
Just
no because
using
I don't think it's
different
in you. No, well, okay, but I don't think it's.
We all
impossible.
kind of agree right now.
I don't think it's impossible for taxes to be voluntary. I just don't think they are in the U.S.
I wouldn't consider it to
We
be
all
a tax.
agree.
If
Can
it's
I just say we all
voluntary, I
agree?
wouldn't consider it to be a tax.
I could imagine a system of taxation.
It would just be a
that is
fee.
Well, okay, I could imagine a system of taxation that's like fully opt-in, and to me that feels like a system of taxation. It feels like that's taxation.
That's Ancapistan, bro. You're with us.
So you don't think? Do you think that's okay? I'm saying I think that's taxation.
That's
a
not
system of
taxation, bro. It's not taxation.
I
That's
think
just a
that's
fee.
system of taxation.
You're just paying a fee.
Okay,
And that's
well,
it.
you use words differently than most people use words. So we're just.
Yes, but I'm being honest about it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not saying you're being dishonest. I believe that you believe that this is what the words mean. I just don't think you're correct.
But I am correct. You agree with me.
I don't agree.
We all
with your
agreed. It's just the
definition.
words we're using
Yeah,
and how we're
exactly,
describing
exactly.
it. Maybe.
Yeah.
But you agree with me.
But we do all agree.
It's not.
We
You
all
don't.
do.
Okay. So how about this? You may not agree with the words I'm using, but you agree with the premise.
The first premise is specifying a definition of taxation. I don't agree with
But
that.
wait, let's change out the word with globbly-gloop
Yeah,
because
if
you agreed with
if you-
globbly-gloop.
yeah, well,
So
okay,
you
if
agree
you're
with the
just
premise.
asking me- If you're just asking me if I think your argument is valid, yes.
Okay. So you agree with the premise. Like,
No, that doesn't mean I agree with the premises. I think it means if the premises are true, then.
so what's wrong with the premise?
I don't think the premise one is a true definition of taxation. I think it's a
But
false
wait,
definition.
we already sampled that by changing it to gobbledygook.
Well, then I don't think gobbledygook is a meaningful word, so I also don't think it's a true definition of gobbledygook.
So then what would you call a person taking something without another person's consent?
Here, I'll tell you how I would rephrase this.
Okay.
What I would agree with. Where is your syllogism?
Syllogism? I could recopy it here, right here.
Yeah. Oh, I just found it, but I see it. Thank you. Okay, this is what it would be. So.
Oh, but hey, these just got kicked the fuck out of my last group chat. Fucking retarded. What I kicked out for. So, anyways.
Okay, here we go. This is what I would agree with, alright? That's what I would agree with. Premise 1, taxation takes someone's property without their consent. Conclusion, therefore taxation takes someone's property without their consent. I agree with this.
Yeah, but there's got to be a word for that.
Well, I don't have. I'd have to think. I can get back to you on what I think the word is, but right now this is what I agree with.
Theft! It's got to be theft.
No, I don't think it's theft because I think that theft implies that it's illegal and taxation is not illegal.
No, theft is just appropriation of something that does not belong to you.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that's what theft is.
I don't think it has to be legal.
Well, I do.
I just disagree with you there. I'm not sure it matters whether it's legal or illegal.
Okay.
Because in the end of the day, raping somebody is wrong, whether there's a law there or not law. Stealing from somebody is wrong. Whether there's a law there or not law.
I'm not. Yeah, but we're not making a moral argument. Your argument has nothing to do with whether or not taxation is wrong. It's just a question of whether or not it's theft.
Well, I mean, I do think it is wrong.
Well, that would be but that would be a separate argument. We're not arguing about whether or not it's wrong. We're just arguing about whether or not it qualifies as theft. It's that we're having like a semantic debate right now. So we're having a semantic debate, not a moral debate.
But we agree on the premise.
We agree on the premise that taxation. Well, I'd say taxation sometimes takes someone's property without their consent. That's what I'd say.
Okay.
We agree. Yeah.
So
I
win.
agree with that. If you think, okay, well, your argument was that taxation is theft, which I don't agree with. So no, you don't.
No, I think you're just trying to add that point to try to win.
Okay.
That's what I
No,
think you're doing.
I agree that taxation sometimes takes property without their consent. I do not agree that taxation is theft, which is what I thought we were doing.
Oh my
Theft means taking something of someone else's when you don't have the right to take it.
But then, like, how do you define that? You have to have a
How do I
word for
define
that.
what?
Taking something without someone's consent.
Okay. Two things. First of all, you don't have to have a word to describe every single concept that you can convey with language. Some concepts we don't have a specific word to describe. Second of all, you don't have a specific word to describe every single thing you can convey with language. Like you don't have a word
for that
to describe...
specific word, it would be theft.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just saying I don't have to have a word to convey the idea of taking someone's property without their consent.
Okay,
I don't
so
need
then
to do that. I can just say taking someone's property without their consent.
Property.
The word I would use wouldn't be taxation, though. I can tell you that.
How about this? It's seizing property.
And by seizing property, you mean taking someone's property without their consent?
Yeah.
Okay. Taxation seizes someone's property, therefore taxation sometimes seizes someone's property. Okay.
Is an involuntary, and that's wrong. It's
Okay, but
immoral.
I don't think. Okay. Well, that's a different one. So I don't think seizing property is theft. If we want to talk about whether it's not immoral, I don't think it's immoral. So we can talk about that.
Wait, it's not immoral?
No, not always. Not always.
Why not?
Okay. Well, for example, I don't think taxation is immoral. I think that taxation is necessary for us to have like a sort of society that we would want to live in. So I think that is like a good reason to do taxation.
Yeah, but we don't need to force people to pay.
Also, can you tell me your premise? So your premise is that it's always immoral to take
To
something
steal
from
from
someone without
people?
their consent?
Yes.
So it's always immoral to take someone's property without their consent. So
Yes.
like if somebody owned like some like device that would set off a bunch of bombs, around the city, I think it would absolutely be perfectly moral to
You
take
wouldn't
that without their
always
consent.
think seizing
and prevent them from
property
doing
is
that.
immoral.
So I don't
If
think
someone's
it's always
using their
wrong to
property
restitution.
to violate another person's consent, that's different.
Okay, so it's not always wrong to take someone's property.
Well, okay. I get what you're saying. No, you are right. So I should add in the caveat: so long as you aren't initiating an aggression, and then.
Or so long as the person like the property you're taking is initiating.
So an aggression would be defined, and how I'm using the word aggression would be initiation of unwanted or an unconsensual force.
Okay, so you'd say it's always wrong to take someone's property without their consent, provided that they're not aggressing in the way you just defined it. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna ban that guy. Oh god. Okay. So I don't agree with that. I'd have to think a little bit more to maybe try and find. I think the best way to sort of do this is to try and figure out like intuitive examples and argue based on that. And the only intuitive example I have right now to appeal to is like I don't think taxation is wrong, and the sort of justification I have is the one I just gave you. That it seems like this is something that leads to like productive societies. That it gives governments the ability to do things that are good that they otherwise wouldn't have the ability to do or the capacity to do, and that without we would all be in a much worse state. So to me, that seems like a good thing. It seems like a reason to do it.
So you're like, respectfully, you're like kind of like defaulting to the sort of the consequentialist argument, which is like, yeah, it is theft, but if we didn't have it, like we kind of all be worse off, basically. Wait, can you stop talking over him, please?
Yes, I'm a consequentialist.
Go ahead. Sorry, that was annoying the shit out of me. And he's continuing.
Yeah, it's really annoying. This is what that other guy was doing earlier. Okay, yes, I'm a consequentialist, so yes, I'm appealing to the consequences.
So my issue with consent is a deontological view. I would argue. Would you agree or disagree?
I don't think it has to be. I think that if you're just laying down as a rule, like the sort of things you're talking about, where violating consent is wrong, that feels like a deontological view. But like you can like argue for like.
Well, consent in itself is deontological.
What do you mean by that?
Well, like. The idea that you have the right to your body is a deontological view.
I don't know what you mean. But my understanding of like when you say a deontological view, you're like talking about deontological ethics. So you're saying like this relates to like ethical systems where we lay down like rules and like reason with morality on the basis of.
Whereas a consequentialism doesn't have a rule set, where it's more like whatever has the better outcome is the one.
Well, that's a rule.
Well, I mean, the sense.
You're correct. Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you're right. So I agree with that, but like
it's deontological in that sense, but it's not deontological in the sense that you obey or you respect consent. So like consequentialists wouldn't respect consent in every situation, whereas I would be ontological with that. Right?
I agree with that. Yes, I do, and I certainly don't respect consent in every situation.
Yeah. So for instance, like, could I ask you, like, this would be my sort of silver bullet to the consequentialism. Okay. Or I wouldn't want to call it consequentialist, because I would say we're all consequentialists. I would more consider you to be a utilitarian, personally, because I'm a consequentialist too, technically.
I'm not a utilitarian. I'm not a utilitarian.
No?
No.
Well, what are you basing it off of?
So there's not. I don't have like a clear like moral principle that I can articulate to you. Ultimately, it's really based on intuitive beliefs. That's really what it's ultimately based on, and I haven't like cohered them with one like very like concise rule set or like rule. But
so consequentialism would be kind of like you don't really have a rule, you just have like a that is the rule. The rule is basically like whatever's the better outcome in your opinion.
Well, yeah, but then they're going to give most consequentialist theories are going to give an account of what a better outcome looks like. I don't have like an account like that to give you. But I tend to say that like when I'm determining whether or not I think something's right or wrong, what I look at is the consequences, and that's it. That's all that's relevant to me. When, like,
so it isn't based on like some utility calculation. It's based on like your whims, basically. If that makes sense.
I mean, I wouldn't say I don't think whim is not the word I would use. I think that intuitions are different than like a whim, but it is ultimately based
intuition.
Like on intuition or like moral seemings, where there's certain things that just seem to be wrong, and then we can sort of reason like along those lines.
That's fine. We could go with intuition or seeming, moral seemings. That's fine.
Yeah.
I would say so like here's the I'm just gonna pick your brain a little bit on this. So so let's say there's a hypothetical world where there's a what you call it, there's a utopia, right? You know what a utopia is, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you. Okay, so like utopia, beautiful world, whatever. But let's say there's a weird hypothetical where there's a beautiful utopia, everything is beautiful, but the only way to uphold this utopia is to basically have a child in a basement where nobody knows about it, and if you don't, you have to perpetually torture this child, and if you do not perpetually torture this child, then the utopia will basically collapse. Would you say that people who are torturing it in secret, doing the weird satanic ritual, are morally obligated to do so, or would you say that they should not do that?
I'm not sure if I would say they're obligated to, but I would say they should do it. It is a good.
Or they should do it. You say that you should do it. Okay. So at least you're okay. At least you're consistent. That's all I can say. I just disagree personally, and here's why I disagree. So
the ones who walk away from Omalas.
Oh, that's actually based on a book called "The Ones Who Walk Away from Omalas."
Yeah, I know. I've read it.
Yeah, my chat just told me. But basically, the reason why is because you're basically leaving whether or not you have the right to your body and your property up to other people's utility calculation. And me personally, I just don't really like the idea of that. I just also, obviously this all of our beliefs come down basically to our intuition, and my intuition is that I just don't like the idea of people's rights being violated, even if it may have some better consequence, or regardless of the consequence. Does that make sense?
I think so. I guess maybe I would try and give you a similar extreme hypothetical just to test that idea. Because to me, it very much seems the case that certainly there are some cases where when faced with overwhelmingly bad or negative consequences, we definitely should violate people's rights. And for an example, I think like
plucking a hair in order to save the world.
Yeah, we could say that. Or
that's an example people like to throw at me a lot.
Yeah. Okay, sure. What would you say?
Yeah. So so you feel like that's a fair analogy, right? So.
I mean, that wasn't the. I was gonna maybe do something quite a little bit less trivial than plucking a hair. I was gonna say, what if you had to, rape someone to save all of humanity?
Yeah, I would say no. No,
that
you don't have
like
the right
threshold deontology.
Yeah, I would say no, because fundamentally, you don't have the right to. So this is how I would view it. if someone comes up to me and says, "Hey, I'm gonna rape you, and if you don't let me rape you, then the world is gonna blow up," me saying no doesn't make me responsible for the world blowing up, right? I would argue that, personally, it doesn't make me responsible for the world blowing up. I'm not causing that action. All I'm doing is withholding you from violating my rights. So that's why when you say.
I'm not. So I think this is a different question, though. It's a different question whether or not you're responsible for it. The question I want to ask is, should that person rape you in that situation?
No.
Okay.
And the reason why.
What if we make it pulling your hair? Should they rip out a hair? Okay.
No.
So you really do think that if it's the case that you have to pluck a hair of yours to save all of humanity, someone walks up to you says, "Can I pluck your hair to save all of humanity?" You say, "No, I do not give you consent," and they pluck your hair. That was a wrong thing for them to do.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fundamentally, but obviously in Ancapistan, if somebody plucks a hair from your head, the punishment with that would be they can pluck 2 hairs from your head. But that's neither here nor there. But the thing is, right? Like where do you stop? That's like I can easily turn around and be like, okay, well, let's say the guy who has the bomb says now you have to rape 10 people, now you have to rape 100 people, now you have to rape 1,000 people, 4,000 people, 5,000 people, 6,000 people.
Hey mate,
at what point?
I am a single father and all.
At what point does it make it wrong? You know what I'm saying? At what, like you're basically holding the world. That if somebody has a situation where they can to blow up the whole world, they could basically instruct you to do pretty much anything, and you would be okay. You would be okay to do that because of the circumstances. And I just can't. I don't know. It just.
I'd say I have 3 things.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Okay. The first point is I agree. That is a good question. It's a hard question to answer where you draw the line. And if I had a particular ethical position I subscribe to, if it was a utilitarian, then I could give you at least some utilitarians could give you a very clear, here's when it would be okay, here's where it wouldn't be, and draw a line in the sand. I can't do that, so my honest answer is I don't know. But I do think that we can definitely look at the edge cases, and we can say in these cases something seems clear. And to me, it seems much more plausible that it would be good to pluck a hair to save all of humanity, even if they did consent, than that it would be bad to torture one child to maintain a utopia. So given that latter belief feels to me much more plausible than the former belief that we shouldn't pluck a hair to save all of humanity if they revoke their consent, I would rather take my view, the consequentialist view, over this view you're proposing. And then there's one more thing I want to say that I forgot. Do
you mind if I respond to that?
Yeah, I worry that if you
maybe write it down. That's okay.
Can you remind me what the last thing you said was, and then go, and then I'll let
basically,
you say
the argument that I was making is that if somebody was in a situation where they could hold a bomb over people or over the world, they would basically they could instruct you to do pretty much any gruesome act, and you would be justified in doing that thing, basically.
Okay.
And
I don't know. Okay. You can go ahead.
That was my last argument before the argument that you made.
Okay.
And
yeah, you can.
And the thing that I made is it's easy to say, right? Oh well, obviously just pluck the hair. It's not that big a deal. But the thing is, I'm trying to have I don't think we should have a principle that is based on whims, right? It's not just our seemings, right? Because then you leave it in the hands of individuals, and when you leave your view in the hands of individuals, then they're in their full right to basically to create situations that then violate your rights and go past what you would consider, because there's no line. I guess the point what I'm saying is it's impossible to ever find a line in which you can really justify, in which we can all agree with. It's impossible. So that's why I feel like not agree with, but not all agree with, but we can't all find a consistent line that we could draw in the sand that wouldn't be inconsistent in every other situation. And that would also basically mean, that's why I say it's better to just respect people's private property rights and respect them for who they are and not violate their rights, so we don't have to run into those situations.
Okay. 2 things to say. I actually would say, so you said you think it's impossible for us to actually draw this line. I actually would say, so you said you think it's impossible for us to actually draw this line. I actually would say, so you said you think it's impossible for us to actually draw this line. I actually would say, so you said you think it's impossible for us to actually draw this line. I actually would say, so you said you think it's impossible for us to actually draw this line. I actually would say, so you said you think it's impossible for us to actually draw this line. I actually would say, so you said you think it's impossible for us to actually draw this line. I actually would say, so you said you think it's impossible for us to actually draw this line. I actually would say, so you said you think it's impossible for us to actually draw this line. I actually would say, so you said you think it's impossible for us to actually draw this line. I actually would say, so you said you think it's impossible for us to actually draw this line. I actually would say, so you said you think it's impossible for us to actually draw this line. I actually would say, so you said you think it's impossible for us to actually draw this line. I actually would say, so you said you think it's And you're talking about you don't love this idea of basing our moral beliefs on like our seemings or intuitions or our whims, as you like to call them. I actually would say it's impossible for us to base our moral beliefs on anything but our intuitions or our seemings.
Okay, sorry. Can I clarify what I meant by that?
Yeah.
So when you have a threshold, and you are right about that, it is all based on our seemings, right? But the thing is, right, it shouldn't be based on a line that is arbitrarily chosen between two spectrums, because you can never really hold it consistently. I don't think it's possible to really hold that standard consistently.
So I agree with what you just said. You said we shouldn't choose our moral beliefs based on an arbitrary chosen line. I agree with that. And is a little bit of an issue for this position, where I'm saying I can't divide this line. That means there are going to be cases where things are like edge cases where they kind of toe the line, where we're either going to have to arbitrarily say whether it's right or wrong, or just like refrain from being able to categorize it. I think that's an option. That's what I would lean towards. So rather than arbitrarily choosing, let's just say it's right or let's just say it's wrong. I say this is a case where I'm just not sure. I'm going to refrain from making a judgment. But yeah. I do think that what we can do is we can do a good enough job, such that in usual cases, I think that like these sorts of cases that really toe the line are unusual. And that in usual cases, it is good enough to come to a deterrent decision. So like in this case where I'm like, well, clearly this plucking the hair case, that's the example where this is saying where the consequences are far better than the thing you're doing. And in the rare cases where it's not obvious if the consequences are better or worse than like the action we're doing, then we should just withhold our judgment. And that's not ideal, but I do think it's good enough.
It's not good enough for me. I think that fundamentally, I think we have to have a principle to fall back to, you know what I'm saying? Whether it is consequentialism or deontology, and preferably I pick deontology.
I agree. Okay, I agree with everything you just said, and I have the exact same thought process. And then I just reason the opposite way. Where when I weigh the two, to me, consequentialism seems to get me more plausible conclusions than deontology, and I'd fall back to like the earlier point, where that conclusion seems so much more implausible than any consequential conclusion that I am more inclined to adopt consequentialism. But yeah, I that's sort of.
But from my perspective, I believe very strongly in the non-aggression principle. And it would be...
I super strongly don't.
Oh, I'm an ANCAP, so,
Well,
So I believe very strongly in the non-aggression principle, and fundamentally, I believe it makes more sense to me to believe in something like that, because fundamentally, I don't want people to harm me. I don't want people to take my stuff. I don't want people to... So I feel like it would just be maybe hypocritical or maybe inconsistent for me to then say, oh, well, then it is okay sometimes to harm people, because I wouldn't want that to be done to me, So that's, I guess, how I would justify it, right?
Don't think it's inconsistent. Maybe you could argue it's hypocritical, but I definitely don't think... I don't really care as much. It's definitely not inconsistent. I think it's perfectly consistent to say, I don't want to do this, but I should do it. And in fact, I think we say things like that all the time. Where like, oh God, I really don't want to go to the gym, but I should go to the gym, or something of that nature. So I do think that it's not inconsistent for you to say, I don't want personally people to aggress against me, but in some cases they should aggress against me. I think that's fine to say. And again, I'm just gonna say the exact same example I think works just as well against the non-aggression principle, where if we think the non-aggression principle is true, and this is our like deontological like rules, one of our deontological ethics, then yeah, me coming up to you and plucking your hair without your consent to save all humanity is wrong, and that just seems so implausible to me. That's not something I'm willing to accept.
Yeah, but to me, it's just like I'm not responsible for what happens to the world if I refuse you. You know what I mean? Like it seems to me that it doesn't make sense to blame me.
Well, I'm not. Regardless of whether or not you're responsible, and regardless of whether or not I blame you, I still think it is the case that they should pluck your hair. So, regardless of any of this, so I might even
hold your ass down and pluck your hair.
Yeah, and I might even say you're not responsible, you're not blameworthy, but they should fucking pluck your hair. And if they need to hold your ass down and pluck your hair, they should hold your ass down and pluck your hair, yeah, to save all of humanity.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah.
What if it meant like fucking your ass?
I mean, I would say they should also fuck your ass. Yeah.
No! All right, yeah, I'm not sure what else I can add.
Yeah, I don't know. I do find that, well, no, I won't say that. Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like we agree on the premises, though. I feel like we agree on the premises, right?
What premises are you referring to?
The taxation is theft.
Yeah, we probably agree on those premises. We just, if I grant the definition of theft reason, of course I agree.
Okay.
So the only thing like we're disagreeing with in that respect is just this semantic question of how should we define theft.
So is there anyone here that disagrees with that, or?
Yeah, taxation is not
No,
that.
you don't, Tyler. No, please don't. Trust me, you don't want to talk to this person about this. You don't disagree with it, Tyler. So you do not. You do not.
What do you mean? I can justify it.
You don't. No, you. It has. No, you can't. It's like obviously true. It's obviously true. It's basically just like identity. Like it's just saying the same thing over twice. It's like
No, by being in the country, you sign the social contract.
I never signed no contract.
Yeah, you did.
No.
Yeah, you did.
No.
Yep. It's a social contract.
I don't think all taxation is
how old was
theft,
he when he signed the contract?
to be honest.
As soon as he started using all the services that the U.S. provides.
Like babies? You think babies can sign contracts?
By being born,
So you think babies can consent, Tyler? You think babies can consent?
No, I never said that.
Well, if you can't consent, then how can you consent to signing this contract?
The parents consent.
Do you think your parents can consent to like their?
They sign your birth certificate, right?
So if your parents consent to something on your behalf, then you consent to it?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so then you didn't consent to.
So I think.
Did you consent to circumcision?
Huh?
Sorry, I'm
consent
stupid.
to
I'm just joking.
circumcision?
Oh, well, you said something about circumcision?
Did you consent to it?
Oh, no, I didn't. My mom
Okay,
did
so-
for me.
okay,
So you
great.
are
So-
circumcised.
Yes.
Okay, great. So you didn't consent to it. So in the same way, you didn't consent to the social contract. Your parents did.
Right, as my legal guardian.
Okay. So you didn't consent to the social contract.
They did it for me as my legal guardian.
So, but you did.
Right, they did it for me as my legal guardian.
So what do you disagree with?
What do you mean? What do I disagree with?
So how have you consent? So you're saying you didn't consent, your parents consent. So how have you proven that you consent?
For me.
Yeah, but if your parents are like, we're gonna consent for you to Tyler to like go get like ass fucked, and then someone ass fucks you.
That's not what they consented to.
I know, but I'm just saying, just because your parents consent, just because your parents consent on your behalf to do something doesn't mean that consent has been given.
Well, it's a perfectly reasonable process that we all allow since it's like legal, right? We all allow this.
What form of anarchism are you, KingSithis?
Anarcho-capitalist.
So, well, have you considered anarcho-capitalism, Tyler?
Anarcho-capitalism. Oh, I hate fucking ANCAPs.
What did we do?
Because first of all, anarchism is just fucking stupid. You have no way to control like fucking any sort of like
having a state is stupid.
Right. Well, I think that no state is stupid. And second of all, how the fuck are you not going to end up in a dystopia?
Wait a minute, don't complain to me about monopolies. The state is a
You're
monopoly.
going to sit over here and cry about taxation and theft, but you want the world to be a dystopia? Like, what are you talking about?
I don't believe it's going to be a dystopia. That's you. That's what you believe. No. What makes you think that?
You deny,
We're living in a dystopia right now. The state is literally sucking our wealth through taxation and billions of dollars that we can't pay back.
Like, you deny monopolies that have existed throughout history?
Yeah, the state is a monopoly. We should abolish all monopolies, yes.
I didn't sign no contract.
The state is the biggest monopoly that there is.
No treason.
No, it's not a monopoly. The state
How is it not a monopoly?
Nothing. It doesn't sell nothing. We're not a provider.
Oh, so it doesn't provide services?
It provides services, but it's funded.
Okay.
It's funded by the people.
Yeah, through force.
No.
No? So what happens if I don't pay?
Well, what are we talking?
what happens if I don't pay? That's-
Don't pay any taxes? Well, how are you
What-
going to
what-
buy
if I
anything
say I don't wanna
without
pay, what
paying
happens?
This Tylark character is an
what are you going
enemy
to do
of
to
the
not pay?
state.
You're going to like not file, or are you going to
No,
like?
yeah,
you
like
can
let's
go
say I
for
just
multiple
don't file
years
my
without filing.
tax returns. I don't file my tax returns. They come to my door to say, hey, you got to file your tax returns, and I say, nope, I'm not doing it. Now what? What do you think is gonna happen?
Well, you're going to go to prison, pal, because you're in
Oh,
violation.
okay. So
of the
am I
fucking
consenting
law.
to that?
You're in violation of
Am
the
I
fucking
consenting
law,
to that?
pal. Because you want to know why?
But wait, am I consenting to that?
You sure are. You
Wait,
sure
wait,
are.
listen. Am I consenting to that?
You sure are.
I never swore anything.
You didn't have to swear.
Okay, so then I didn't swear.
You consented by receiving the services that the U.S. government.
What if I didn't want the service?
Well, you get them. You get them anyway. If you were to like fall on the ground and somebody called 911, they're gonna show up for you. Just
Oh,
like
so because I
anyone else.
received the service, even if I don't want it, I still have to pay, even if I don't want it.
If you stay, well, you're staying in the country. You reside in the country, correct?
So you're saying that even if I don't want the service, if
Can
I
you
receive the
please find
service,
some way to
I
invoke
still have to
entropy?
pay.
You can leave if you don't want the service.
So you're saying if I don't want the service and it's forced upon me, then I still have to pay, even if I don't want it.
No, you don't have to pay if you leave.
Yeah, but what if
You're
I don't
living
want to
like
leave?
Antarctica.
The state is not the owner of the land. I don't have to leave. What if
What
I'm
do you
on my
mean?
own?
We
What if
have
I'm on my
we
own
have
property?
jurisdiction.
Wait,
We
but
have
what if I'm on my
jurisdiction.
own? What if I'm on my own property? And I don't want to pay taxes.
So the state has what's it called? What's it called? I forget the term. It starts with a C. Oh no! It's eminent domain. Eminent domain.
Yeah, that's a violation of my rights. That's theft.
No.
What do you mean no?
No, it's not.
That
No,
is
it's
theft.
not.
How is it not theft?
So who says that you like fully own the land? Like.
If I bought it through consensual transaction or I got it through original appropriation, it's mine. Would you disagree with that?
The whole point of eminent domain is that the government's taking your property. If it's your property, it's your property.
Yeah, it's literally theft.
All right. Well,
at least my definition of theft.
So the point would be that you still reside under the U.S. jurisdiction.
Yeah, but the state doesn't own my land.
That's correct.
Okay, so then why do they have the right to take it?
Because you reside under the jurisdiction. You fall within its regulations.
Yeah, but they don't own my land.
Of course they don't. I never said they.
Okay, so then what gives? Why do they have the right to take my shit?
Because you reside in their jurisdiction.
It's not their, but it's not their jurisdiction. It's my land.
No, now we're using different words. It's your land, but you're in their jurisdiction.
I don't care if I'm in their jurisdiction. It's
hold on.
my
Let me
land.
give you an example. Right? You own your car, right? But you need a license to operate the motor vehicle.
Yeah,
on the road.
driver's licenses are a violation of property rights.
Oh no, fuck no.
He's an anarchist. He's not going to agree with any of this.
All right. So.
Wait, you believe in driver's licenses? What are you, a government enjoyer?
Of course I do. Do you believe in reckless drivers just going around, just doing whatever they want?
You're gonna tell me you believe in drinking and driving laws? Are you fucking? What are you, a government lover?
I absolutely do. Do you not?
Disgusting. Hell no.
You're disgusting.
What's wrong
Disgusting.
with you?
You drive on road.
You psycho.
You drive on road.
What are you, crazy, bro? You gonna stop me from drinking and driving in my own property?
Fucking, is that violating your rights when
Yeah.
you slam into a minivan and kill a
Hey, if
whole
I kill
family?
somebody, then hey, I violated someone else's rights, and I'll be charged with harming someone. But
so
driving drunk
should
in
we-
itself isn't a
should-
violation of my
Okay,
anyone's
so
rights.
if we know that regulating, through like drinking and driving laws will reduce the likelihood of
He's not
youthful.
consequentialist, Tyler. He's not going to agree to this either.
What
I don't care.
What are you?
I don't care.
What are you?
I'm an anarcho-capitalist.
Fucking weird.
I'm
Fucking
not
weird
weird.
time.
I'm
You
right.
just got blown the fuck out, Tyler.
No, we're not done here. We're not done.
Oh, we're not done here. What else? All right, let's keep going. What else you got?
I still haven't agreed that taxation is theft.
It is theft. How is it not theft?
I already told you that you could leave the country at any moment.
Yeah, but it's my. Why should I have to leave my own property? It's mine.
Well,
That's
you
not-
reside
that's
under the
also
jurisdiction.
Really, like that's really stretching the meaning of the word "can." Like it's so unrealistic for most people to just up and leave a country that they reside in.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter if the government's violating our rights. You know, we're in their land. We gotta comply.
Tyler, when his argument doesn't work, shush.
You need to comply. Like that guy. Yo, did you guys see that kid get punched in the face by that officer?
If this was me jumping into your argument, you'd be like, shut the fuck up. Let me talk.
Correct, but that's because I can defend my positions by myself perfectly fine. You need the help.
No, I don't. No, you're not helping me.
Okay, I'm sorry, you're right. But my
Well, you're
positions
not
are
really helping
coherent.
me.
Okay, my positions are coherent, your positions are not. That's the
His positions are consistent with his values. You're kind of just going off the top, it seems.
I mean,
Hey, that's Tyler for you.
That's how I roll. Do you like it?
No, I don't. I mean, we're just pointing it out. We're not saying you're wrong or anything. I mean, I'm saying you're wrong, but you know. I mean, I believe you're wrong, but for different reasons.
So basically, you consent because you receive the services that the government provides, and if you want to reject those services, then you have to go through the process of becoming, no longer a citizen.
So you're saying, okay, so if you're saying that if I receive a service from the state, then I have to pay even if I didn't want it.
Well, you're receiving the service right now.
Hold on. So even if I don't want it, I still have to pay.
Well, you're saying that you want it by not denying it.
I'm saying I don't want it now.
Okay, well then go revoke your citizenship and bye.
No, listen. Okay, so because I don't revoke my citizenship, that means that I want it. So that means that the foreign war. So every single war that the government is going and fighting, Iraq, Iran, all these places, I agree to that. I support that because I don't want to revoke my citizenship. Is that what you're saying?
Whoa, where's the connection here? This is not analogous.
Because is that not the state taking my money and spending it on something I don't want, right?
Well, this is because of political systems. You know, we have democracy, right? And not everyone shares the same views as you.
I know, that's why we're talking. So listen, if I don't revoke my citizenship, that means that I support every war that the state is involving itself in.
No, I never said that. Why do you think that?
So that means that even if I receive a service that I don't want, that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean I support that thing, right? Even if I don't want it.
You don't have to support it, but you're consenting to receiving it by not revoking your citizenship.
Okay, so I'm consenting to my money being spent on foreign wars because I don't revoke my citizenship.
Correct.
So
Yes.
Okay. I would completely disagree because if I say no, I don't want it, then the government's gonna kill me.
No. I mean, if you're paying your taxes.
Yeah, but what happens if I don't pay? They're gonna hurt me. They're gonna kill me.
Death.
So basically, you're consenting to the government using your money. You might not agree with how they use your money, which in that case you use your vote, right? And that's how you can oppose it.
What if I don't want to vote? What if I just don't want them to take my shit?
What do you mean? Like they tax you?
Yeah, I don't want them to tax me. I don't want the government to tax me. I don't want to take my
revoke
money.
your citizenship.
Okay, so yeah, but that doesn't automatically mean that if I don't revoke my citizenship, that doesn't automatically mean I support everything that the government or consent to everything the government does to me. Right?
Why do you think that?
Because I'm explicitly not.
You're
consenting.
a member.
Because I'm explicitly not consenting.
So it's like you have a membership, right? So if you choose to continue your membership, you agree to the terms and conditions.
Okay, so even if I revoke my membership, the government will kick me out of the country.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, but what if I own land in the country?
Well, that land will still be regulated under U.S. jurisdiction.
So the state is forcing me off of my land without my consent. They're gonna force me off my land without my consent.
Well, your land just happens to fall under the jurisdiction. You revoked your citizenship.
Yeah, but I don't care about the state's jurisdiction. It's my land.
Well, that's great, but you violated. Well, so if you're refusing to pay taxes, like on the land, you're violating, you know, your terms and conditions, basically. Because that land falls under regulation, under the
Yeah, but
the
it's not their
jurisdiction.
land.
It's their jurisdiction.
It's not their jurisdiction. Does the land
Yes, it
belong
is.
to them?
No.
And what is jurisdiction? What do you mean by that?
So, like, the area to which they can, regulate, create policy,
Are they the owner?
enforce rulings.
Are they the
Huh?
owner?
No.
Okay, so then they don't have the right to take my shit.
If you violate the regulations, they do.
Okay, so then they're claiming ownership over my land.
If you violate the regulations, correct.
So I'm allowed to do what I want on my land unless they do something that I do something they don't like, and then they would have the right to take my land.
Yeah,
Without
if you
my
violate
consent.
the regulations.
Without
Yes,
my
if
consent.
if you, right, just like you would get arrested without your consent, right?
So
You-
let's
you
say
go
the
kill
government
someone,
said
you're gonna go.
you need to go and shoot that guy over there, and if you don't shoot that guy over there, we're gonna take your land. You're saying that's not theft, or there's nothing wrong going. on
That's not what they're asking you to do.
That's
They're not
not,
asking you to
you're saying there's nothing wrong going there.
I'm saying that that's not what they're asking you to do.
Yeah, but let's say they did.
Okay, wrong with it.
There is
They're
something
asking
wrong
me to
with
go
it.
shoot someone.
Yeah, like the government came up to you and they said you got to shoot somebody, and if you don't shoot somebody, we're gonna take your land. But you say no, I don't want to do it. Are you consenting to that?
Well, how much land is it? Is it like a lot
Does
of
it
land?
matter? We're not talking about land.
If it's a little bit of land, I don't care. They can take it.
No, I'm talking about murdering somebody, not taking someone's land.
Well, the
Well, I
government's
mean,
gonna take my land.
let's say it's a
I'm
lot
saying
of
if I have a
land.
little bit
Let's
of
say it's a
land, I don't
lot of
care.
land. Let's say it's a big
Okay.
lot of land.
Okay, it's a lot of land. Okay.
Yeah, and are you consenting to murdering that person, even if you say I don't want to do it?
So, do I have to go murder that person, or
Yeah, they
I
say if
mean,
you don't do it, I'm gonna shoot you.
I'm gonna shoot you? They're gonna shoot me.
Yes.
They're gonna kill me.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Okay, so, but did that also apply to taxation? Because, if the government comes up to me and says, if you don't give me your money, I'm gonna kill you, right? Wouldn't that be like theft, right?
So this is an analogous, and I'll tell you why.
Go ahead.
So basically, if you, in the first scenario, right, if you were to come up to that guy or the government, right, let's say that the government is a sketchy dude, right, and every so often, right, you asked him for a favor, right, and in doing this, he told you, one day I'm gonna need a favor back from you, okay, and you know that, right? He's gonna ask you for that favor, right? When he asks you to go kill that person, if you do it, you consented.
Yeah, but if I don't want to do it, and what if I didn't ask for the favor?
But he told you he was gonna. He told you before.
So he forced the
did
favor onto me. He forced the service onto me, and because he forced the service onto me, I have to do what he says.
No. So he didn't force the service on you.
Yeah, but that's what the state is doing.
No, they're not forcing it on you. You can leave.
Yes, they are.
Revoke your citizenship.
No, but you just said even if I own my own land, even if I revoke my citizenship, they could still force me to do things.
Well, what are they going to force you to do?
Pay taxes.
How are you going to pay taxes? You're not in the country.
If I buy something, I have to pay sales taxes, right?
But you're not residing in the country. You're
If
no
I make
longer
an
under the
income,
jurisdiction.
What
are you going to buy?
If I'm
that's
in the
gonna be
country,
taxed?
I won't have to pay any taxes.
You're not in the country.
I am in the country. I'm on my land.
Oh, you're in the country on your land?
Yes. The
And
land
you
is
haven't
in the
revoked
country.
your citizenship?
Yeah, and I revoked my citizenship. But if I buy something, I
well,
still have to pay a sales tax.
So you're an illegal. Now you gotta get deported. Sorry.
Okay,
Gotta
so
go.
then you're gonna force me off of my land.
Correct.
So what is that?
You revoked your citizenship. You consented to leave.
Yeah, but what is that? I didn't consent to leave. I want to stay on my land.
Yes, by revoking your citizenship, you said I no longer want to be a citizen.
No. I don't want to be a citizen. Yeah, I said I don't want to be a citizen.
Government.
Yeah, I don't want to be a member of the government. I didn't say I want to get kicked out of my house.
Well, your government resides under the jurisdiction.
Okay, I don't care. It's my land.
Sorry. Yes, your land resides under the jurisdiction.
It don't matter. My land.
So when you purchase that land, right? You, by knowing where it's located, what jurisdiction it resides under, you consent to that land being under that jurisdiction, right? So if I go buy some land right now in Saudi Arabia, right? I understand that I'm buying land in Saudi Arabia. I don't, regardless of whether or not, you know, it's a person selling it to me. I understand I'm living in Saudi Arabia, so the jurisdiction, whatever rules they have, they apply to me. So I'm consenting to their rules and regulations for whatever they require when I go buy land there, whether that be like you know, building codes, or you know, just, you know, regular laws that I must abide by, or you know, taxation.
Okay, so I buy a land from another guy who lives in Saudi Arabia. It's a consensual transaction between two people, two owners. I buy the land. I am not a citizen there, right? I'm not harming anyone. I go to buy something, right? And you force me to pay a sales tax.
But you consented to paying that tax by buying goods from that jurisdiction.
No, I wanted to buy the good. I didn't want to pay for the tax.
Yeah, you're buying the good by buying the good, which resides under the jurisdiction.
Okay, so let's say I buy the good, but I don't pay the tax. Then what happens?
So let me give you an example. This
No. Answer the question.
Whatever.
Let's say I buy something and I don't pay the tax. What happens then?
You buy something from Saudi Arabia and you don't pay the tax. Well, you might be in violation of one of their regulations. So
what do you think they're gonna do to me?
Oh, I don't know. It depends on the rules and regulations of the.
So you think they're gonna sit back and do nothing? They're gonna just hang out and just let me do whatever?
Oh no, they're most likely gonna do something.
Okay, so what do you think they're gonna? Okay, so they're gonna take my property. What is that?
Huh? That's them enforcing the rules and regulations that they have under their.
And what is that?
That you consented to.
I didn't consent to it. I literally explicitly not consented by not paying the tax.
Let me give you an example now. I answered your question. Now let me give you an example. Right? When you buy like a laptop or something, right? Mm-hmm. And let's say you buy it from like Microsoft, right? And you know, they got their little OS system, right? You by buying a laptop.
I don't believe in intellectual property.
But they have control over the operating system, right? So you're consenting to how they want to, you know, their rules and regulations of the. So let's say, or even just Discord, let's say, right? By using Discord, whether or not you purchase, you know, Nitro or whatnot, right? That has no bearing on whether or not, you know.
Yeah, but I'm choosing to use the service of Discord. I'm not choosing to use the service of the state. I'm quite literally.
What do you mean? We've established that you are.
No, I'm not.
We've established that you are.
So you're forcing upon a service upon me.
No, you're not being forced.
Yes, I am. I don't want it.
You can leave.
I did. I'm not a citizen. I'm on my own land.
Buy anything
yeah.
in the country.
Okay, but in the hypothetical, I did exactly that, and the state is still taking my money.
But you're buying stuff from the country.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. They don't have the right to take my money.
It does. Yes,
if I buy something from someone else,
when you buy
that's a consensual transaction.
When you buy Nitro from Discord, you're within their little, you know, private jurisdiction.
Yeah, because I'm choosing to buy their service. I'm not choosing to buy the state's services.
Yes, you are. You're choosing to buy property that's located within the jurisdiction of the state.
That's not my. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's because they're not the owner.
That's like you're saying
they are not the owner.
Well, just because that's like you're saying. Just because.
Oh my God.
Discord Nitro is on Discord, that doesn't matter. I own it. That doesn't matter. Their rules don't apply to me.
When you go to the store and you buy something, you're choosing to buy that thing, right?
Correct.
The state doesn't come up to you and ask your permission to get its services, correct? It forces the services upon you.
What services? Are you talking about?
All the services that it provides.
It's not like constantly notifying you of them, no.
Okay, so they're not asking your permission when they take your money.
In what circumstance? What specific
Does the government
circumstance?
come up to you and say, "Hey, can I please take your money?"
Every time you go purchase something, yeah, it's listed there under the tax.
Okay, so let's say I buy something without paying the tax.
You're not going to be able to do. No store is going to sell anything.
Are they going to
to you
ask your permission to
without
pay the
taxing
tax?
you. No store is going to sell
gonna-
you something without taxing you.
Okay, so
because
let's go. I
then
go
they
to.
bear the burden
Let's
of
say
paying the tax.
Let's say I find a store and that doesn't.
Then they have
that-
to pay the tax.
And yet they don't want to pay the tax, and I don't want to pay the tax, so they sell something to me without the tax. You think the government's going to ask my permission for
Well,
that
the
money?
burden falls on them. They have to pay the tax. They're
Are they
operating
going
a
to ask
business.
my permission?
They're operating a business. They're consenting
gonna-
like fuck.
Are they going to ask my
If
permission?
anything, they're consenting like fuck. They have a whole business.
No, they're not
LLC.
paying.
They're
Listen,
operating
the
well within
analogy.
government.
The analogy is that we're both not paying the tax.
Correct. Well,
Okay.
you
So is
if
the
they
government
still-
is the government going to come up to us and ask our permission? Hey, can you please pay us?
Well, yeah, they're gonna say as a
Okay, and
you
what
know,
if we say no?
as a consenting
I don't want to do
citizen,
it.
If you don't pay this, right, there's gonna be penalties, right?
So then,
If
okay,
you
so
wanna
then what?
leave,
Yeah, so what's going to happen if I say, I don't want to do it?
well, they're gonna tell you that there's penalties for not doing it.
So
and
they're going to force me to give up my money without my consent.
You know what the penalties are. You consent.
Yeah, but I haven't violated anyone's rights, have I?
That's like saying
Whose rights have I violated?
What's
Why-
this court going to do to me when they come up to me and they say, "Hey, you're violating our terms of service"?
Again, there's a difference between a person
They're
who
gonna
is
enforce- they're gonna
willfully
enforce those
choosing.
terms of service.
There's a difference between a person willfully choosing to purchase a service and another person who is being service is being forced upon.
Are you
them.
willfully choosing to buy something from the store?
Yes, but I'm not willfully paying for the service.
you agreed to that. We didn't even have to go over that. You already agreed.
I am not willfully paying for the services that the state are providing. Correct?
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. I said I don't want. I'm explicitly saying I don't want that.
You're not a citizen. Are you not a citizen?
Yes, I'm not a citizen in this hypothetical.
Oh well, you need to be gone. You need to get out of the country.
Oh, okay, so then there you go. So then you're admitting that the state is robbing me.
No, they're not robbing you.
So they're not
here
forcing me to
illegally.
pay.
Huh?
They're not forcing me to pay.
You just gotta leave.
Okay, I did in the hypothetical.
You're not-
I literally said that I revoked my citizenship and I'm on my own property, and you're still saying that the state is still gonna force me to pay.
They're gonna force you to leave, and they're probably
Okay.
gonna pay.
So
They're probably gonna take your property.
So they're gonna forcefully kidnap me and throw me out of the country.
It's not kidnapping
my
you. They're
land.
just relocating you.
So what do you? So what is kidnapping then?
Oh, I don't know. Do you have a particular definition that you want to work
Kidnapping
on?
would be like forcefully taking someone against their will, right?
If that's what you define kidnapping, I guess it would fall.
Or
within
an
that.
innocent person against their will.
Oh, so every arrest would be like a kidnapping at that point,
Yeah, but
right?
again, that's why I put the caveat innocent person.
Oh, innocent. Oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah, you wouldn't be innocent if they're deporting you.
Of saying, according to who? Who am I not innocent?
According to the government.
Oh,
Same with any other
of course
arrest.
the government's gonna say I'm not innocent. They're the ones stealing
Yeah,
from
of
me.
course they're gonna say you're not innocent when they're arresting you.
So,
every
so
single
they
time.
could just say, oh, you're not innocent. We're gonna take your shit.
Oh, well, there's court processes for all this.
Okay, so if the court process says, yeah, well, hey, we're gonna take your shit now, and it's okay. That makes it okay now.
Well, the court will probably come to you, and they'll give you, the deal of, hey, you can be a law-abiding citizen, you can follow these rules and regulations, or you will revoke your citizenship status. You'll be deported, and
You'll be kidnapped.
We'll probably take your
Tossed
property.
out of and taken off your property.
You'll
yeah.
be given the
Your
choice.
property
You'll
will
be given the choice to
extracted
consent.
from you,
You'll
and
be
you'll be
given the
kid- or
choice
you'll
to
be
consent
kidnapped.
right then and there. That will be your moment to consent right there.
Okay, so if I do not pay, then the state will forcefully extract my wealth, and if I don't repay, they're gonna kidnap me and toss me off my property.
That's the deal.
Okay, gotcha.
I mean, I'm working with your definition on kidnap, forcefully taking people.
Okay. So they're not stealing from me, but if I don't pay, they're gonna kidnap me.
Well, with your definition of forcefully taking somebody against their, well, you said innocent, so no,
Well, theft
you're not.
would also
you're not
be
being
taking.
kidnapped.
Well, I am innocent. I'm not hurt. Who have I harmed? Whose rights have I violated?
Huh? You violated like every other citizen by
I never violated anyone's.
Yeah,
I don't owe them anything.
You're a drainer on our taxes.
I don't
Yeah,
owe.
so
I
I'm
don't
paying-
owe anyone anything.
I'm paying taxes, and you were receiving the services. If you stay,
I didn't want the
country-
service.
Huh?
I didn't want the service.
Okay, then leave.
I did. That's literally in the hypothetical.
Oh, you left?
Yeah, I'm literally in the hypothetical. I'm on my own property. I'm not a citizen, and
Wait,
you
how are
still
on the
believe.
property?
And
how are you on the property and you left?
I'm on my own property. I'm not on the government's land.
So what do you mean?
And
what do you mean?
still,
You didn't
even if I do everything that you say, you still believe. Even if I do everything you say, you still believe they have the right to rob me.
They're not robbing you.
They are. They're forcefully taking my money.
No, you're consenting.
I'm not consent. I'm literally saying I don't want it. You give it to you my money.
You're consenting by saying.
I'm not. I'm literally saying the opposite though.
So I'll lay it out very clear, right? You can stay, right? In that case, you're consenting, right? Or where you're a law-abiding citizen, you pay your taxes. Or in the other case, you can stay and you can say, hey, I don't want to pay my taxes. In which case, you are no longer innocent because you understand.
Now, whose right? Okay, so whose rights have I violated?
You're violating everyone's rights by being a drain.
So have I stole from them?
Yes.
I didn't steal from them. I didn't ask for the service.
Yes, you are. You're stealing.
I did not ask for the service. I didn't ask for the service. You're saying if somebody forces a service upon me, I still have to pay even if I didn't want it.
You were given the option to leave. You said no, I don't want to.
And I did. In the hypothetical, I did, and you still think I have to pay.
No, you leave. You're still within the jurisdiction.
I did. Yeah, even if I didn't want the service, the state came to me. I don't want the service, and I did. I did everything that you want, and you still think I need to be robbed.
You didn't do everything that you. What do you mean? You did everything.
In the hypothetical, I did everything that you say I need to do, and you still think I need to be robbed.
What did you do to that?
I left. I went on my own land. I'm not on.
That's not leaving. That's not leaving. You call it leaving. That's not leaving.
Oh, so if I'm on I'm not on my own land. I'm not on their property.
You're in the jurisdiction.
That's not their property. Don't matter.
It's not their property. You're in their jurisdiction.
You're
in their jurisdiction.
I don't care.
Well, they don't care.
Yeah, I know. That's why they're robbing me. I know. That's why it's theft.
That doesn't sound very innocent. Saying I don't care. I don't care.
Whose rights am I violating?
Yeah, I told you, you're violating everyone's by being a drain.
I'm not draining anything because I'm not. I didn't want the service.
Who did that? Who did that?
I didn't want the service, man.
You do.
I don't want it. I'm telling you, I don't want it.
Well, if you don't want it, you gotta leave. If you don't leave, you're violating my rights.
So if somebody comes up to you and they say, "Hey, I'm gonna rape you if you are here tomorrow," and then you come here tomorrow, does that mean you want the rape?
Did you did you buy like let's say that this person
No. Don't change the hypothetical. Answer the hypothetical, okay? Answer the hypothetical. No, don't change it. Answer the hypothetical.
Because it's not analogous.
It is analogous. What do you mean it's not analogous? How is it not analogous?
No, all right.
Two
So
best friends arguing right here.
You got.
I'm having fun.
You got the owner of a nightclub, right? You bought a fucking a VIP lounge in his nightclub, right? You own that VIP night lounge, right? Or whatever.
You're changing the hypothetical. You do know that, right?
It's more analogous.
No, it's not.
Right?
No. Listen, read. How about you tell me my hypothetical first, and then we can move on to your hypothetical. How about that?
It's
not analogous.
That a random guy comes up to you and says, "Hey, rape this person, or else I'm gonna harm you."
No, he's saying that I'm gonna rape you if you come here tomorrow, and then you go there tomorrow. Does that make it okay for him to rape you?
Does he have jurisdiction over the land?
The government doesn't have jurisdiction either, dude.
Does he have control over the land?
Is he the owner? No, he's not the owner.
Okay. Hold on.
No, he's not the owner.
Let's hold on. This
So
is
the
perfect.
owner of land can rape you now?
Wait,
What the fuck?
I said no, he's not the owner.
If he's the owner,
No, I
is it
never
okay?
said. Whoa! I never said that. I never said that.
Okay. If he's the owner, is it okay?
No, it's not okay to rape somebody.
Your other senses become more
It's not okay.
My drunk sense is incredible.
Yes, it's not okay to rape someone. Yes,
When
I know
Lolo
that's a
doesn't
really
wanna
like
spill any of his
that's a
precious
really
ale or
shocking
gets
concept for
dressed
you guys.
dirty, I'm called
Oh,
in.
no. I'm
Old
just
Hansel
saying
is the tool they use to mete out a
if
little bit of
if you
justice.
value like property rights, right? We
Oh,
can
me
take this to the
aching
extreme.
feet. I figured
Right?
since you didn't have a
So,
woofer. I hope
if-
you kicked his teeth in too, adventurer.
if somebody,
Ragnaros knows he deserved it. Now we can get down to business.
Let me think of it. I'm trying to think of an
Fantastic
example.
work. Now for your reward.
How about you answer my hypothetical?
Okay, what was your
This-
hypothetical?
My hypothetical is somebody's walking down the street, right? They come up to you.
Okay.
They say, if you come down this road tomorrow at this time, I'm gonna rape your ass. And then you come
Okay,
over
all right.
the next
check
day.
me out, right? Check
And
me
then
out,
you go
right?
over there, and then
So
that
wait,
guy
wait.
says, "Oh, you're here. Okay, so that must mean that you want the ass raping." But you say, "Hey, I don't want it." You say
perfect.
you're
I gotta-
explicitly
I-
saying, "I don't want it." But then he's like, "No, but you're here. You said I told you that. That means that you want it. You're in
Alright,
the
yep,
district. You're in my
check me out.
jurisdiction."
Right, so check me out. What if this guy's like a member of the blood?
No,
right?
no. Don't answer the hypothetical. Answer the hypothetical. Answer the
He's a gang
hypothetical.
member. He's a gang member. I know he's got control.
It
over
doesn't
this
matter
block.
whether he's a
This is
gang
his
member,
block.
not gang member. Doesn't matter.
This is
Answer
his
the
block. I know
hypothetical.
he's got control over this block, right?
The
he tells
degradation
me-
in this
he
room
tells
is
me,
palpable.
He tells me, hey, you come around these parts.
Okay, so the
it's gonna
reason
be
why
some
he doesn't
trouble.
want to answer the hypothetical is because he knows if he says yes, it is a violation of your rights. Then it would basically destroy his
Already
whole
said
argument.
If he's got control. If he's got
You'll
control,
see.
he'll do it.
Tyler,
There's
you wanna
something
go ahead
wrong
and
with
ask
you.
for the hypothetical one more time.
I already
Okay,
know
so
that.
I'm gonna state the hypothetical for a third time. Okay?
I know I've already answered it too.
No, you did not. Okay, so remind me of your answer.
I said if the person owns the jurisdiction, you got to do it.
Okay, so if they're, let's say
Wait,
they're a
what?
gang member and they like they claim the land. They're like, oh, this is our turf, right?
Right.
And then you come back to their turf, right?
Yeah.
But they're not the owner of the land. They just claim it, right? And then you come there. Then
No,
it would
they
be,
are.
Then,
They are.
then
the
it would be
de
a
facto owner
consensual.
by having control.
Then it would
over
be a consensual raping.
They are the de facto owner by having control over it.
No.
Wait, hold
they're
up,
not
hold
the
up, hold up. Since when are the owners of anything allowed to rape anyone?
Never. They're never allowed to rape anyone.
We're taking this to the extreme. This is.
I'm a little lost right now, guys. You're talking about the gang members are gonna be allowed to rape me. I'm scared.
No, because he's trying to defend the idea that the taxation isn't theft because you consent to everything that the government does or does for you, which is obviously ridiculous because I'm literally explicitly saying I don't consent.
I think that if you're gonna, I feel like this is a tough one because it's like if you're gonna make it optional for people to pay taxes, then you have to let the government make it optional for you to have like rights and stuff like drinkable water and food and things of those natures, because you can't, the government isn't going to be able to reasonably sustain infrastructure without like any sort of like
I don't want the state to control the infrastructure. I think they're bad at it.
Okay, you know, I can get behind that. I think, but I then think it's harder because now you have to have this whole system where people have to deny or confirm whether or not they want to be supported by taxes.
No, I believe in anarcho-capitalism, where you can produce the services in which you want, and as opposed to having it forced upon you by some bureaucrat.
Yeah, but
at the top.
anarcho-capitalism is really just like I've never really been a huge fan for like anarchy mindsets. Not to demean yours, but it's just and the way I view it is that it's like when people poorly develop a seatbelt. And then the response to that poorly developed seatbelt is, okay, let's remove seatbelts as a whole instead of just trying to like.
I think we should abolish seatbelts.
Yeah, that's why I'm a little lost here, man. It's like
I think the idea that the government can force me to wear a seatbelt is some bullshit.
Yeah, but it's because people are stupid and they'll do anything to hurt.
But it's my body, my choice. Am I right?
Yeah, but you shouldn't be allowed to freely hurt yourself.
Wait, what? Why not?
Because there's a lot of insane people who, like, if that was like something we could just do, everybody could just hurt themselves. There would be people regularly just.
So McDonald's should be illegal.
I mean, no, but McDonald's is not like, yes, you're not, of course, it's not the healthiest, but McDonald's is not actively killing you.
Are you sure about that?
Neither is not wearing a seatbelt, but like one has a much higher risk of death than the other.
Are you sure about that?
That not wearing a seatbelt has a much higher risk of fatality than eating McDonald's. Positive, almost 1,000%.
Like well, it depends. I mean, like if you eat McDonald's every day, then that definitely increases.
Yeah, but that's a difference. But the same factor that if you didn't wear a seatbelt every single time you got into a car and you were getting in a car every day, again, the risk would still be higher of you dying from not wearing that seatbelt.
Okay, so like how much risk is allowed?
Arise from McDonald's, it arises from the blood work results that you'll get after consuming that much bullshit.
Okay, so like I could eat as much McDonald's as I want, even if I'm gonna die of a heart attack. But if I wear a seatbelt, if I don't wear a seatbelt while I'm driving, that's not okay.
I mean, at the end of the day, no. But now you're conflating it because now you're adding stipulations. You're adding like the same way he was adding things to your hypothetical. That's what you're doing to mine. At the end of the day, we're talking about two average individuals who, because not everyone's dying of a heart attack, nor is the majority of the population suffering from heart disease.
Are you sure about that?
Is majority of the population suffering from heart disease?
Well, I wouldn't say a majority, but a lot. I mean, that's like one of the major killers of the United States.
Majority. That's why I was very specific on my.
Anyways, but listen, like your argument is that like we shouldn't make McDonald's illegal because it's not as bad as seatbelts. So I'm just like, okay, well I could go to McDonald's every day and shove a burger down my throat every single day, but like if I don't wear a seatbelt, like you think I should get in trouble?
Yes, because okay, so I let me make this abundantly clear, and I'm gonna make the verbiage very clear as well. At the end of the day, the average person, if they go every single day for the rest of their life without wearing a seatbelt, and they continue to drive every single day for the rest of their life, versus the average person eating McDonald's for every day for the rest of their life, the person who is riding without a seatbelt every single day for the rest of their life is, yes, at an extreme risk of... Wait, hold up. I just realized. These are two extremes. Like, why? No
yeah, obviously.
Eating McDonald's every single day of their life. Meanwhile, not wearing a seatbelt is something that's very common. Like, that's not... It's not a
People don't eat McDonald's every day?
For the rest of their life. There's
it's a hypothetical, dude.
McDonald's.
It's a hypothetical.
No, of course. But I've personally, you just asked me, people don't eat McDonald's every day. I really hope you get a like, oh, it's South Cat. You just asked me, people don't eat McDonald's every day. I was answering your question earnestly. I truly don't believe, yes, there are people who eat McDonald's every day, but I truly don't believe that there are humans who sustain themselves off of purely McDonald's, which is where the issue arises. Besides that, it's not. Like, it's not anywhere nearly as dangerous, because one is a slow killer, the other is almost instantly fatal or seriously life altering.
No, it's not. If I drive without a seatbelt, the only time I die is if I get into an accident.
Yes, that's what you're...
Yeah, but okay, so that doesn't mean... Okay, so I can eat McDonald's every single day. I can eat McDonald's every single day without any issue, but if I get into a car, even if I don't get into an accident, you think I should get in trouble even if I don't wear a seatbelt?
No, of course not, but at the end of the day, not wearing a seatbelt, I don't believe you should get in trouble. Not really.
Okay, may I enter the room without being kicked?
No one wants to hear it.
May I? Yes,
not
yes.
Wearing a seatbelt.
You just...
Hold on, let him finish and then you can go. How about that?
You just quoted what I said. You didn't read the whole thing, Alex.
You're right, I didn't
You're right. You're right. Okay? Heart disease is the biggest killer, right? Kids, guns. Heart disease, Americans. Okay? Fine. It's a slow kill. If you don't wear a seatbelt, you're probably likely to get highly damaged or die in a car accident. And
yeah, but that's assuming you get into a car accident.
Ignore her. Don't even respond to her.
It's safer to catch a plane than drive on the road without a seatbelt, or thank you, or on the road without a helmet if you're driving a motorcycle, right? It's just, and I know you guys love statistics. Look them up. It's easy. So you can wrap this up.
I'm not an empiricist.
Oh, really? Big words really blow my skirt off, mate. Thanks. Anyway, continue circle jerking. Have fun.
Thank you.
I was hoping you would circle jerk me. Anyways.
Oh, you're most welcome. No, that's what you thought, but you have to think before you have a thought. Now, please, have a great Saturday, guys.
You're
yeah,
welcome.
I think that anarchism is the equivalent of, and like, yeah, you could sit here and make all these arguments for why McDonald's should be the same thing or why it should be comparable, but McDonald's is plain and simple not nearly as deadly as not wearing a seatbelt in the car.
I would beg to differ.
But there's like really.
But bro,
no,
like again,
no
like if you
evidence-
wear even if you get into an accident, there are people who don't wear a seatbelt and still are fine.
Yeah, but it's highly unlikely.
So-
you have to understand.
Yeah. Okay. So
Now-
so of the times that you're driving into a car, the only time they should be worried is when you get into an accident. And even when you are in an accident, there is a still percentage chance that you're still not going to get killed, even if you
Yes.
are wearing a seatbelt. Whereas if you eat McDonald's every single day, you are going to fucking die.
That is not the. But okay, first one, that's inherently untrue. Then that's
No?
not up for debate. That's not. Then that's no. If you eat McDonald's every day, you will. It's not like you're just gonna die. I hate to tell you.
Why
McDonald's,
is Trump still alive?
McDonald's does
Hang
not
on.
have some sort
Why
of
is Trump still
cyanide.
Hold on, let him
as,
finish,
like-
please. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. McDonald's does not have some sort of cyanide in it that's gonna instantly kill you if you eat it every day. McDonald's is not that deadly.
Absolutely.
However, getting into a car crash without a seatbelt on is extremely deadly. You're dealing with two
Exactly.
different levels.
Historian Brotherhood or not, if one of them dark iron gets near to me, they'll taste my mattock up the side
Should
of
it
the
be
head.
illegal for me to
Where can I
climb Mount
send you,
Everest?
lad?
No, listen,
I mean, yeah,
hang
but
on,
no.
King.
Yeah?
Listen to
Can
Alex.
you please
It's
stop?
apples and
Holy
oranges.
shit.
Can I have my say?
No.
All right, let her go. Let her go. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Now listen,
Make it
everyone's
quick,
going
though.
to
Make it
die, right?
snappy.
Hang on, we realize everyone's going to die. Granted, why is Trump still alive if he eats McDonald's every day? He's 80. He's nearly 80. Okay, how fast is that? That's the slow
Maybe he
kill.
doesn't eat McDonald's every day.
Thank you so much for
Yeah,
adding your
yeah.
female
Oh,
opinion.
no,
All right, let's get back to what we were talking
Yo,
about.
are you starting to understand why I don't want her to speak?
No, you're being disingenuous. I'm just
No.
using him as an example.
Thank you so much for adding your female opinion.
I don't care. You listen to me because you're being silly, right?
I am.
Thing is, every other day he eats Kentucky Fried Chicken, right? Fine.
Oh my
So
God.
as an example, he's still alive unless they've got spark plugs on his ankles.
Should it be illegal
right?
to climb Mount
But
Everest?
no, come on. If you don't wear a helmet, you fall off your bike, you're probably going to die.
Should it be illegal to climb Mount Everest?
Thank you.
I
Okay,
don't-
now you're just being absolutely ridiculous.
How is that ridiculous? That is completely analogous.
Well,
to
you
the
would
situation.
die climbing Mount Everest. Of course you would. You're fucking
So
sitting
should it
in
be
front of
illegal
your
for me to do it?
goddamn computer all day. I mean, seriously, that's an easy one.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
King, can I please give you like an actual?
So, are you gonna
logical
answer my
response on
question, or are you guys just gonna scoot over it?
that? I'm trying to answer your question, but she
All right.
just won't stop.
All right, South
She
Cat.
won't.
Let's move on to this.
Oh,
guy.
I won't stop.
Alright.
Self-reflection needed.
South Cat, please go ahead, Alex.
So at the end of the day, I don't think that it should not be. But I'm also not gonna sit here and tell you that like I don't think that seatbelts should be forced or you should go to jail if you're not wearing a seatbelt. Yes, you do cause a danger to yourself, but in the same reason that mental hospitals exist and things of that nature, you shouldn't be imprisoned. You should be helped to be
No, you're
rehabilitated
fine.
if that's something that you truly.
May I
you know-
ask? Okay.
Yo,
Hold on, let him
May I
finish,
ask
please.
a really
Oh,
quick
South Cat,
question?
please
Hang
let him
on.
finish.
I
South
just
Cat,
wanna say
you
that
must let him
to bring you
finish.
back down to
We
earth.
respected
Cat,
you. Please let him finish.
Thank you. She gets kicked and then she joins right back, man. Whoever's voice kicking her, you can just do voice ban and it
Bro,
stops. it.
South Cat, we respected you and we allowed you to speak, but now could you please
Oh
let
my
him
God!
speak?
Well, you don't respect it.
Thank you. All right, so oh my God, she just keeps coming back. South, Cat
Just
to
go,
him.
just go, bro, just go.
So basically, I'll agree with you on the point that I don't think seatbelts should be required, but I do think that in America, you know, the reason I brought up seatbelts was not to say that they should be required. It's to say that if a seatbelt doesn't work for a vehicle and we notice that there's still fatalities with said seatbelt, instead of trying to remove the seatbelts as a whole, and
You have got to be fucking kidding me.
Hey, stop interrupting him, man.
You just like, damn. You should just fix the seatbelts and make them better. I can get behind you with the whole idea that, like, you know, if we're allowed to do things like this that physically hurt us, like, I think I'm a big preacher and we should be allowed to do.
Okay, wrap it up.
Stop interrupting.
Thank you. I'm a big
Sorry,
preacher.
is this
Can you? Oh my God! Please stop interrupting.
I'm sorry.
At the hint. Holy shit.
Can somebody like mute this woman, please?
She muted herself.
Get P-Pan to kick her or some shit.
Listen, she's not. Listen, stop. She's not stupid. Okay, she understands that if she's gonna get kicked every time she's gonna talk, she's gonna stop talking. Okay, I don't need to ban her. She's learning. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, but you
Oh,
kick
young
like 5
American
times.
pathetic young men.
Oh, you stupid Americans! All right, go ahead.
All right, so basically, I can get behind you on the idea that Americans, you know, country of the free, shouldn't be banned from doing things, you know, that only affect us.
Have you come seeking
but I
training
think
in
that
the ways of armed
there's
combat?
a problem when you just let humans roam free, just doing whatever they want, even if it only affects them, because then you see people like drug addicts, alcoholics, who now it's no longer only affecting them, it's affecting the people around them. Their
What if I
families,
want to be
their-
a drug addict?
Yeah, okay, but that's the thing, is that I think that one should be allowed to. I think they should be given proper resources for rehabilitation, but I think that one should also be allowed to. I think somebody should be allowed to be a drug addict or alcoholic. Even though it will hurt the family, I think they should just be given proper resources and allowed to do
Hey,
those
but then
things.
you
But what
agree
I
with me
don't-
then?
No, but what I don't agree with is the idea that we should just abolish all form of governments. I think in a country of the free, we should be allowed to, you know, have certain freedoms and liberties. But the idea of abolishing a government, I think that it's a break the whole dam down because there's a crack in the dam kind of fix.
Yeah, but the state
Like-
infringes on our liberties.
These
Yeah, exactly.
great
So
beasts
because
know
of
paths that you can't find on
a
foot. They'll
crooked
get you
and
there fast and maybe show you
unjust
something new.
government, we have something that isn't completely free, and it does encroach on our liberty.
Alright, so then we should probably get rid of that mafia.
King Sith, hear me out. The reason I say that I agree with you on this is because I do truly agree with you, but I don't agree with your fix for it. I think that your fix is nothing more. I think that we should employ better forms of government, but in my head, your fix is nothing more than deciding to break down an entire dam because the dam has multiple cracks in it. Yes, it's flawed, but instead of trying to just destroy it all and let all of the water through, instead of just looking at this leakage, we should try and make something that's better, that's not going to let these leakages through. Because what you see now is simply leakages. Imagine what would happen under a completely free state. This is simply what happens when given slight freedom. Imagine what happens when given full freedom.
It isn't freedom that is causing these issues. It's the violation of freedom through taxation. The state is the violator of rights. They are not the protector of rights. They are the ones that forcefully extract wealth from the innocent. If I do not want to pay into the state system, then the state will literally come in and force me at gunpoint to pay into it. So they are the people whom we should be fighting against. They are the mafia and the criminals we should be arguing against.
I do think we should be arguing against the state. I agree with this, but I do not think, because if I'm not wrong, just correct me if I am, because I understand that I'm not the most intelligent person when it comes to ideologies. But anarchism is the idea that we should abolish all laws and government, right?
No.
Okay.
So
thank you. No, that was my own misunderstanding and
no, it's fine. I can
and
explain to you. So anarchists are people who believe in non-coercive. So the actual anarchism is basically no unjust hierarchies, basically. And a unjust hierarchy would be how you determine what you would consider to be an unjust hierarchy would basically differentiate you from either an anarcho-capitalist or an anarcho-socialist or a communist. So anarcho-communists, they believe that money and private property is an unjust hierarchy, so therefore they're against private property. And whereas I think private property is a just hierarchy, whereas I believe that the taxation is an unjust hierarchy, so therefore I'm against the state. But I'm not against law. We believe in natural law, which is or in other words, non-coercive law, which is the idea that people do not have the right to impose their will upon innocent people. Yeah.
So my only question is, because I'm not saying this is an I got you. I genuinely want to understand.
Wait, hold on. Stop for a second. Stop for a sec. King, I'm going to give you the VC, okay?
Perfect.
Where are you going, P-Pan?
I'm going to make a new VC because I hate politics.
That's okay.
Like that. But yeah, so...
I know it's okay, King.
Alright, but yeah, so basically, I just want to make sure I fully understand this. You're saying that you, I mean, how would you get these laws to work with no form of government? Because as it stands, the government is what backs the police.
Well, the state is basically a criminal organization that enforces its own man-made laws. We support natural law, which is the idea that people have the right to do what they want, and so long as you aren't coercing another person, it's not an enforced. It's law that doesn't require another person's effort in order to require it. So, for instance, like if you say you have the right to healthcare. Well, then, in order to have the right to healthcare, you need to take something from another person in order to require that healthcare. Whereas natural rights are just rights that are basically like you need to not infringe on it in order for that right to be respected. So I don't need anything from you. All I need is for you not to harm me, right?
Okay, but the only problem I see with this is, and again, now I got you, is just genuinely trying to have good faith discussion.
No, I get what you're doing.
It is that I don't see how we would enforce this, because I do recognize that, like, as much as this would be, let's assume that humans were people who, you know, they were inherently good. You know, not to say that they aren't, but there's a couple bad apples, a decent bit of them. How do we enforce these laws and enforce this natural law? Because that's the thing, is there's going to be plenty of people, at least from my experience on Earth, that even with the laws that are enforced, they still break them. So how do we enforce it with the laws that, like, there's no one here to enforce?
Well, the person who you can either enforce it yourself or you can hire somebody to enforce it. The issue that I have with the state is they don't hire somebody to enforce your laws using their own money. They do it by stealing or extracting wealth from another person. Whereas I believe that if you want natural law to be applied to you, well, then you have to either protect yourself or you have to hire or convince somebody else to protect you. So there could be groups of people who would provide private security as sort of a service, and you could sort of pay as a subscription to those people, and then there would be like sort of competing firms, and that they would have like kind of like iPhone and Apple and Samsung, right? There are two different companies that sort of provide the same service, and they sort of compete with each other. Well, it would work the same way. Or as opposed to having one state that controls every jurisdiction and forces its law upon everyone, you could have multiple different competing agencies whom you can choose to pay into, or you can just not pay into it and then protect yourself.
Yeah, but my only problem with this is then, because at the end of the day, yes, cops, they do a lot of bad, but they do a lot of good as well. Like, when it comes to people who are in poor neighborhoods or impoverished neighborhoods, you can't really expect them to pay for defense. That's number one. We can already mark the paying for defense off the route, because at the end of the day, if for a contracted officer pretty much, or defense, it'd be rather costly, or at least considerably costly, past what a person who is overly impoverished could afford, a person who's already barely affording food. Now, not to say that this is going to be something that's going to be a huge problem in your society, but there will always be impoverished people. So now, assuming that these are kids or women or people who are of a weaker stature, suffer from physical diseases, how do they defend themselves? They can't physically defend themselves. They can't afford to pay for protection. So now, are they just left for the dogs, left for the wolves?
Well, I'll say this. You are not owed another person's resource, regardless of the situation that you're under, even if you are going to die as a result of what is going on. But that doesn't mean that I don't think there are going to be solutions to this situation that is also going to include helping people who don't really have as much money. So, for instance, there could be a sort of a company city or a group of people who buy a large swath of land, and then they basically provide as a service a package deal of protection, as well as like fire services and all these other things in exchange for you working for them, or paying a fee while you're living within their area in which they own. And let's say if there's like a bunch of poor people are in the area, they could maybe institute a way that which they could charge certain people who make a lot of money more, and then they could use a portion of that money to take care of the people who don't really have that much money. And it would kind of work the same way with like a welfare, but it would, instead of welfare, it would be sort of like a charity. And those are and there are many different examples of ways in which poor people and people who don't have a lot of money could also get protection. But yeah, that's just one example I could think of off the top of my head.
But my biggest issue with this is this relies on the hope, like this relies on the hope that somebody creates a system or a business that has this good of a business model. In my eyes, I think that this is like these hopes. That's what I see this relying on, is hopes and dreams. Is that we're relying on the hopes that these people choose to run things orderly or run things well. The businesses, the higher businesses, we're hoping that they choose to respect their workers and things of that nature. Whereas with something like police officers, yes, there are bad parts of it, but this society you're describing isn't going to inherently have bad parts of it, because now we're entirely removing a system that protects people that are weaker than and that can't protect themselves. I get that, yes, you're not entitled to others like what's it the word? You're not entitled to others,
Property?
Yeah, property. Thank you. You're not entitled to others' property or anything from them, anything they've worked for. But I feel like as a human right, you are entitled to safety and the ability to live without a risk of death, a risk of
But there are no guarantees even under a status system. I mean, fundamentally, even if you're in let's say you're, even if you have a lot of money, if you live in the middle of nowhere and you call 911, it's still going to take 40 minutes for them to show up to your house. So even under a status system, there is no guarantee, even if you're poor or rich. It really just depends on the circumstances. So I see that as also being an issue with any status system. All I'm saying is that mine is more just because it doesn't involve the forcing of individuals to give up their property when they don't want to.
Yeah, and I can see where you're coming from with that, but I think that there's a much lower chance of like these people have a much higher chance of getting to safety, and not just getting to safety but being saved. And for example, think of any inner city neighborhoods like New York, for example. A New York without laws, without enforcement, would be nothing different than a barbarian's battleground. It'd be a free-for-all. It'd be no different than Mad Max. I think that I can see where you're coming from in the sense that the system is flawed, heavily flawed, and it needs a lot of fixing. But I can't agree with you on the idea that we should abolish the very people who protect us, for the simple fact that yes, the government isn't, we're not owed anything from the government. We're not owed anything from the people, and the government shouldn't feel that they're owed anything from us for protecting us. I think that I agree with you that things like taxation should be optional. I think that
Hey, then you're with us, man.
One of the consequences of taxation, I believe, the way I look at it is that if you don't want to pay taxation, then it should be as simple as, okay, don't call you can't call the police, if you want to go get healthcare, you're gonna have to pay way more. If you want to send your kid to school, you're gonna have to pay. It's then you could be like, okay, well, that's fine.
I feel like then you're arguing for my system, because that's literally what I'm advocating for. I'm advocating for a system that is a voluntary system in which people sort of give up. You could choose to buy their services or not, right?
Where would you like to fly to? Yeah, but
that's the thing, is that I think that taxation is, in my opinion, a lot cheaper. I don't even think this is an opinionated thing. Taxation is inherently, on a day-to-day basis, a lot cheaper than buying a contracted military, or paying for a contracted military, renting a contracted military.
Yeah, but you don't need to rent a whole military if there's a whole bunch of people who...
A contracted bodyguard at the end of the day. And then on top of that, if you're in the moment of currently, your house is getting broken into, or you're being chased, or you're scared that this person who's been following you for a couple blocks is gonna take you into an alleyway, you never know, yada yada. I think that with how many hoops you're gonna have to jump, you're gonna have to pay one, you're gonna have to do all these different things when it comes to a contracted bodyguard. Whereas with the police, it's really as simple as, okay, you call and boom. Yeah, sure, there's a lot of cases where police can't show up in time. They can't always make it in time, but it's a lot higher of a likelihood and based a lot less on a hope than the idea that, okay, hopefully these businesses are kind enough to deploy patrol units and create.
Grant, like a lot of these criticisms that you're levying at private police can also be levied at public police, right? And private police might even be incentivized to respond, right, with more haste as a result of, like, you withholding payment, right? Whereas, like, if you're law enforcement and you get your salary from taxes, right, then you can just rest assured knowing that you're going to get paid, right?
Yeah.
Whereas, like, Sithis may just stop paying a private, like a security firm if they don't, like, secure him.
Right. The thing is, if even with a private security firm, like if you go to if you compare it to like a hospital, right? If you get dropped off at a hospital with your spleen, cut open or whatever, just a crazy example. They're not gonna just be like, oh well, you don't have insurance, get the fuck out of here. No, they're gonna take care of you, and then what they'll do is they'll bill you later, and it'll sort of work the same way with insurance agencies. I don't think like you call them, okay, you don't have the insurance, okay, well then we're just gonna leave you to die. No, they'll probably just pay. They'll go out there and save your life, and then they'll be like, hey, look, this is what it costs, and here's what you're gonna have to pay us afterwards. As opposed to, and I would argue that would probably be a lot more cheaper than what we currently do, because the state forces us to pay for police services even when we don't use it, whereas under a private system you only pay when you do need to use it, which is very rarely.
Oh, okay, so you're not even so it's not like insurance. It's more like you pay them.
Well, it could be like insurance, or it could be paid for upfront. Like it really just depends, So there's examples of, say, like like firefighters. There's private firefighters where you could pay a sort of a subscription out of your mortgage, or add it to your mortgage or whatever.
Let me ask you a question, right?
You could pay up front.
So a rapist breaks into your house, right? You're calling one of these private security firms. Are you negotiating like over the fee?
No,
right?
no. No. What would most likely happen is they're going to send the people to your house immediately to save you, and then like whatever the cost would be is they'll send you a bill you later. Yeah,
they can charge you whatever the fuck they want.
It's the same thing like with a hospital, right? When you go to a hospital and you got your neck split open, right? Are they going to go up to you and be like, "Hey, how much do you want? How much money do you have?" No, they're going to treat you.
There's like no sort of like what if they just bill you $100,000?
Wait, and hold up, I have a quick.
I mean, the only way they could get that money is if you have $100,000. If you don't have $100,000, then they're shit out of luck.
Everything that you own, right?
Yeah, no, but I have an actual counterpoint to that. Why don't you? Okay, so this is all assumption based on your end. You're assuming that these businesses will hopefully have the heart and the kindness in them and not care more about money to, go ahead and save somebody and then, bill them afterwards. And if they don't have the money, just,
Yeah, but you're making assumptions too. You're making assumptions that the government is going to use your money to take care of you and do all the things that you want when they don't.
I'm going to address 1 second. I'm going to address that. You're making these assumptions that these private contractors will just, okay, you know what? They're not just going to ask you on the phone, how much do you have to pay us? Are you going to have enough? Yada, yada. They're just going to show up. These are assumption based. I'm not making any assumptions when I say that when you call the police, yes, there is a chance that they're slowed or that there's delays or that, the officer that gets there, it very rarely they could think that you're the criminal, but majority of the time, a large portion of the time, you can be rest assured that when those blue and red flashing lights show up to your house and there's a person breaking into your house, that you are now safe. You can be sure that when you call that number and you hear those police sirens, that you are safe. You can be sure that when you call that number, that if you're in a city, it's not going to take any more than 30 minutes before you're safe. Is it
an assumption? Is it a assumption to say that when you have an emergency going on and you get taken to a hospital, that they're not just going to go up to you and ask you for how much money do you have? They're just going to take you in and take care of you and then bill you later. Is that an assumption?
No, but
yeah, but wait, that's an assumption in our current society. That's not an assumption in the society.
Okay, is that an assumption when it also goes to firefighters?
Can I respond to you?
Wait, KingSithis, in the society that you're proposing, like if they take in a vagrant at this hospital, they're going to immediately know that this person's like supposing that it's an expensive.
Okay, so are you guys going to answer the question? Is it an assumption or not?
Can I respond to him because he was addressing me?
Alex, come on, dude. I keep on getting interrupted. Right,
but he was
like
addressing me, he
you
wasn't
can
addressing
tell that this person's not going to be able to pay for an expensive procedure or operation, and you may not operate on him there, right? Like I can make that assumption safely in the current society. I can't make that assumption
why?
in the society that you're proposing.
Why is it a safe assumption that the hospital is going to probably take care of you?
Because they have to by law, and they do.
So you're saying that if they weren't forced to by law, they would just they would go up to you immediately and ask you for how much money you have, and then if they didn't have...
I think that in the system that you're
please don't
proposing,
conflate my
a
point,
hospital would not be able to remain solvent if they're performing operations and procedures on people that they know cannot pay for them. And so they're going
So
to
then
make
how
the
are they
price
solvent now? Because
They're-
that's what they
they're
have to do now.
Can
I go ahead and address you?
So you're literally destroying your own argument.
Well,
Yeah, I was
I'm
gonna say,
assuming
don't
they're
put us on the
subsidized
same point.
with, like some sort of like government like intervention here that allows them to do these things that allow them to lose money.
So you're saying that hospitals are subsidized by government?
I mean, well, public hospitals definitely are,
All right,
right?
can I
Okay,
please,
whatever,
like,
bro.
King, you were addressing me in the first place. I'd love to respond.
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Thank you. So I have a similar point, but not. I'm not agreeing with him. I'm not taking this.
All right, just make your last point. I'm gonna respond to it. I'm gonna give you the last word, and then I'm gonna head out because I'm getting kind of tired, guys.
All right, yeah, I can second that.
Yeah.
So basically, I was just gonna say that, like, at the end of the day, when you look at hospitals, like he did make a great point there with they're legally required. Yes, of course, there's going to be plenty of doctors who are, very lackadaisical. They're very unresponsive. We saw this with racism and doctors mixing all through the 1900s, where black people were, treated as less than in hospitals. And yes, we know that there are issues with the current system we have, but at the end of the day, when you look at these hospitals that you're implying exist, it's then okay. So then after you're treated, now they can choose whatever they want to bill you. That's number one. Two,
That's how much that happens in real life now, right? You know that, right?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's not. There's set cost. It's not you're just getting bit.
No,
Yes,
that's
there's
not
private
how that
hospitals. There's private hospitals that are going to do, things that are.
And they don't
shady,
just
but
they don't just charge $1 million every time somebody comes in with a scrape, right? And they don't have to.
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
not.
and why don't
But
they do that?
Because there's laws set in place.
No, it's not about laws. Why wouldn't they do that?
Why wouldn't they do that? Because I mean,
So you're meaning to tell me if there wasn't a law in place,
you
think that each hospital would charge $1 million? Like,
no,
obviously
but
not.
You asked me a question. I'm going to respond. One could make the argument that they don't do that so that they don't lose patronship, but then that argument immediately becomes void in your society because now these hospitals are no longer being publicly funded. They're no longer being funded.
They are
by
being
the
public.
government.
They're funded. They're not funded through taxation.
Please let me respond. I'm
Go ahead.
All right. So at the end of the day, they are not being publicly funded. As in, yes, you could sit here and talk all day about how people paying them is still going to be public funding, but they will not be funded no matter what due to taxation. So that then creates the problem where that there's going to be because capitalism, we've seen time and time again that the way capitalism works is businesses eat each other up until bigger businesses arise and eventually it's like a GAR.io but in real life. And so we're gonna see that with hospitals where eventually there's just going to be few hospitals per area or even just enough per area that people can actively get to one easily. And then from there, now hospitals become a commodity. They become something that you can charge more for because there's less of. When there's a higher demand and a low supply, now you can charge more. That's exactly how business works. And in a capitalist anarchist society, business is everything. Business is law. That's
okay. So you're meaning to tell me that you would go? So let's say there's a hospital that if you get a cut on your finger, they're gonna charge you $1 million if you don't have insurance. Would you go to that hospital?
No, but if I have no,
Why?
no, but now you're conflating my point.
Why?
My point is.
Wait, hold on.
is-
And I didn't interrupt you. Hold on. Stop.
Yes, but you
Why?
asked me a question and I'm going to answer it.
Okay, but why? Hold on. But there's a follow-up.
And I'm going to answer it, but you sitting here
why?
saying why is bad faith, and you know
It's
it.
not
I'm
bad
giving you a
faith. Why?
No, but I'm giving you a why, and you're just.
Okay, so
repeating
answer
why.
the question.
Okay, so and I'm going to answer it. You repeating why is nothing more than bad faith.
It's not bad faith.
If you feel your point is solid,
Just answer why.
If you feel your point is solid, let me attack it. Okay, so, and I'm not interrupting you. I'm speaking because you've given me the chance to. So now repeat your question because that was.
Oh my fucking god, dude!
Obviously, you weren't listening. Clearly, he wasn't listening. So the question.
If you would have just spoke.
Yes, because I'm getting hit with a why. It's derailing. Yes.
Yeah, because there's a follow-up question to the yes or no. Obviously.
Yes. Okay. So now please repeat your question and do not derail me this time.
I'm not derailing. There was a follow-up question to the question that was asked. So there's two questions. First question is, if there was a hospital that charged you $1 million for having a cut on your finger, if you walked in there without insurance, would you go to it? Yes or no?
Now ask the second part of your question. You
no,
want me to
answer
respond
yes
to
or
it?
no.
There's an obvious answer. Just give the obvious answer.
Okay, so it'd be less likely to go to. At the end of the day, you're conflating.
No, and why?
If you don't have $1 million, you're not going there at all.
And why?
So, thank you. I'll gladly say this. At the end of the day, the only way that it's less likely and your society completely erases this product is that if there's multiple hospitals in close.
Oh my God,
vicinity.
you're not answering the question. You're dodging the question.
I'm literally answering the why. Are you like?
No, you're not.
Yo, oh my
He's
God.
he's trying to say if there's no other hospitals, then you have to.
No, you don't.
Thank you, man. Okay.
So
well,
you're meaning to tell me you have no choice but to go to that hospital?
I've given you nothing more than room to respond over and over again.
Bad faith. Everybody just sucks at explaining their point.
I'm just going to. I'm trying to.
I just want you to give me the answer, dude.
Okay, well then you can't ask me a why. It's like
there is there.
Is it competition? Is the answer competition?
Yes. The answer is competition, but the competition.
It's almost more productive if they just don't speak.
Okay, so I will re-ask the question because clearly you weren't listening.
Can I try to answer before you give the answer?
Go ahead.
Okay, so the first question I just answered, no, I wouldn't go to that hospital. And for the why, because I can fix it myself, and that's a waste of money. Like, it's a small cut on my finger, right?
Okay, so then you would choose, obviously, to go to another place that wouldn't do that, correct?
Well, can't I just fix a small cut on my finger myself with a Band-Aid?
What's funny is you can scale that argument up.
You're missing the point.
No, I just got here. I just got here.
Hold on.
I thought it was a small cut.
Listen. It's
a good point.
You're missing the point. Please.
I've been sitting here for quite some time, right?
So,
obviously, the answer is competition. But in the
Yes.
scenario that you presented, it's like an emergency where you just wake up at a hospital, right? Like what prevents a hospital?
Oh, so then that
from,
hospital is just gonna. So anytime. So if you found. Okay, so how about this? Then I'll change the scenario. Let's say you found out that anytime that a person woke up in a coma, this specific hospital charged them $1 million after they did an operation. Would you go to it?
Well, if I knew that they only did that to people who woke up in a coma, then maybe. Right.
So you would still go to it, even if they charged $1 million. You would still go to it. Is that what you're saying?
Well, only if it were for that procedure. But if I knew that they're reasonable with other operations, then yeah.
There's
I would.
no way. There's no fucking way that you're okay.
I never got the chance to. Respond to your point about competition and about the why, and not just that, but I would like to respond to it as a whole.
All right, you can have your last word, and then I'm heading out.
The competition is then erased and is once this is done long term, competition is effectively going to minimalize. At the end of the day, we see this all the time with capitalism, where businesses become smaller and smaller and smaller. Yes, you see small local businesses, but there's not nearly as many big businesses as there were probably years ago. And so when you look at something like this, and scale this up from a small cut, because when you say the small cut, it makes it way too simple. It's way too you could just.
You're not addressing my question at all.
Okay. Just let me finish. Scale this up from the small cut, because the small cut, like he said, anyone.
Are you going to address my question? Yes or no?
Okay. Can you wait a sec? Like this.
Just talk about the broken leg.
Come on, man. Like, it doesn't matter the example. It's about the point. It's a principle.
The same way you didn't want me interrupting you, I asked that you don't interrupt me.
Answer the question.
I would have brought up the broken leg a minute ago.
Why are you still so... The question's long since passed. I can give my point now. Can I not?
If you make it too expensive, people will fix their own broken legs. That's the answer.
Oh my god, you guys are smoking that shit.
No, I'm not saying that. Stop conflating my point with his. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and give my point, and hopefully you can have enough patience to listen through it. Hopefully. So at the end of the day, competition will be minimalized. That is something that's inevitable. And scale it up from a small cut, because we're no longer looking at things that can be fixed by themselves. Look at something that is if left untamed, it will go infected and that person will die of gangrene. Look at that. So now a hospital can effectively, once competition has been minimalized and you're dealing with a life-threatening injury, you will have no choice but to go to a hospital that is overcharging. So yes, in reality, a person will indeed still have to go to that hospital that's overcharging because of the fact that competition in a purely anarchism capitalist society will always be constantly minimalizing due to monopoly. There we go.
All right, so you didn't at all address my question. The question was, would you go to that place and why?
Did you like hear? Did you
no,
hear any of what
all
I
you're
just
talking
said?
about is, there's not going to be competition because there's going to be a monopoly and blah, 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 blah. That's not the question that I asked.
You
The
want me to,
question,
like,
I didn't
break
ask you
bracket?
if there wouldn't be competition. What I asked you is if there was a hospital that charged $1 million every time they had somebody wake up from a coma and have some operation, would you go to that hospital? And if not,
I'll make this
why?
really simple. Really simple.
He's not going to answer, but go ahead.
Yes, and because you would have no other choice.
Even if there is other choices?
Again, you're saying even if there is. That's purely based on
Okay,
assumption.
in the analogy,
assumption
there
that we
is
know-
other choices.
In this analogy, no, you wouldn't. Like what?
Oh,
That's
so you
just a
wouldn't
very
go.
simple
Okay,
answer.
why?
Because there's competition, in the same way you
And
wouldn't.
you
take
wouldn't.
some-
And you wouldn't go to a place that overcharges for you, right?
Yes, because
Okay,
there's
thank you.
places that undercharge. And okay, so I'm glad
Go
that
ahead.
I've already been addressed why this point is completely moot. If you would have listened to what I've said, this is literally irrelevant.
Okay,
because at the end of the day,
what
in a
restricts people from competing with other companies?
at the end of the day, medical procedures are something that's going to be extremely expensive. That's number one. Number two,
What restricts companies from
Are you just like
monopolies, for example? What do you do about monopolies? And
what
capital-
creates monopolies?
Here.
What? Who creates them?
Yeah, what creates monopolies?
It's when one
Businesses.
company just takes over like the market share for.
Yeah,
for
I
things.
understand that, but the only way in which a company could take over the market share is if they have help from the state.
That's false.
What?
Okay, so name me one natural monopoly that didn't get any help from the state.
Sony.
So Sony didn't get any help from the state.
Are you saying
There's no way to answer this question.
There's no
because
such
there's
thing
no-
as intellectual property laws.
They
don't use
I never said
IPs.
that, but show me.
They don't use
show me-
intellectual
Wait,
patents. They don't use patents.
Are you opposed to IP? What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm most opposed to IP.
So you're so property except for intellectual property. Okay.
Yeah, but wait.
Oh my
An
God.
idea is a scarce resource.
Wait, so because laws exist, that's the state helping them monopolize? Wait, what?
No, what they're doing is they're restricting people from competing with them.
No, but at the end of the day, that's not what restricts Sony from having other competitors.
Yes, it is. They have patents.
No, but that's
It's illegal
nothing
for you to
restrict-
make a Sony TV.
No, but yeah, of course it's illegal for you to make
Okay,
a
so
Sony
then
TV,
you're
but that's
agreeing
not-
with me that the
but
state
no,
creates
a monopoly.
monopolies.
Do you know what a monopoly is?
Yeah, it's one seller.
Okay, so in a anarchist capitalist society, eventually, especially when dealing with something, it's easier for dealing with small markets and small scales, because at the end of the day, it's easier for a singular.
What I'm
person
arguing is
to
there's
not-
no such thing as a natural monopoly. The only time there's monopolies is when the state comes in and interferes with the
And
market.
I'm going to, if you listen for more than 5 seconds, I'm going to explain why that's wrong.
Okay,
Yes,
so
for
give me
more
an
than 5
example of a natural monopoly.
my God, you can only work off of examples. I'm giving you a literal explanation of why this like dreamland you have will not work.
No. You said that natural monopolies exist, and I'm asking you, could you give me an
and
example?
my example wasn't good enough for you because you believe that because no one can create a specifically Sony TV,
Yeah, nobody's allowed to keep.
Sony,
Yeah, nobody's
that's
people.
why
It's illegal
Sony
to
runs
compete with them.
That's why they run these different what's the word I'm looking for? Categories.
Could I create my own Sony TV?
But that does not stop other.
Why
people
is
from
that?
creating
That's
their own-
that's
from their own,
that
That
is.
doesn't stop people from creating their own TVs and selling them.
Okay, so then there is competition. So then they're not a monopoly.
Are you like? But what does stop them is them.
So okay, so then
constantly-
give me an example of a natural monopoly.
Are you like? Can you listen for more than 5 seconds? Like you're doing nothing.
I
but
want
interrupting
examples.
me. No, but you're doing nothing but interrupting me and arguing in bad faith. Is that what you? Is that?
Give
how
me
this
one.
is
How am
gonna work?
I arguing in bad faith? I just asked you for an example.
No,
You're not able to give me.
because I've given you one, and you're doing nothing but arguing in bad faith as to why it's not. Because people can't make. At the end of the day, there's
Wait.
So wait, name a single monopoly.
Is it not true? Is it not true? It's illegal to compete with them.
He is not wrong. You can go and you can make a television. Like, here's just an interesting example, right? Who do you think makes the displays on your iPhone? It's Samsung.
Samsung, yeah.
Right? Yeah. Now, Samsung isn't the only maker of displays, right? And all a television is a circuit board and a fucking display. And anybody can fucking, if they know what they're doing, create a superior circuit board with more fucking input and output and market their
no,
own
I don't
television.
support free healthcare.
Your example is bad because no, I can't make a Sony TV, but I sure as fuck can make a TV. I might even be able to make one better than Sony.
Okay, so then there isn't a monopoly.
There is not a monopoly in that situation.
Okay, so
and
then,
like,
so could I ask them for?
Yeah.
Okay, no, respectfully to you, sir. I was asking him whether to give me an example of a monopoly, and he said Sony, and I was saying, well, Sony's not a monopoly because they're.
Well, yeah, that's why I was correcting him. Like, I actually do agree with your point, but I think like the middle, like there's a middle ground in between here because we don't have an anarcho-capitalist system. There's got to be some regulation to keep certain elements in check so that fucking overblown wealth doesn't accumulate power. But it's got to be dealt out fucking very delicately. Like, you look at what happened with fucking the oil companies in the U.S. back in the day under Rockefeller. When they broke those companies up, they just made him richer.
Rockefeller wasn't a monopoly.
Well, the oil monopoly that did exist, the quote unquote monopoly that they split up in the U.S.
That wasn't a monopoly.
Like, ultimately, well, they were calling it a monopoly when they split
they
it
were
because they said there was too much power there.
The
But like
problem
the point
was-
that I'm saying is like even the regulation, right? When they did that, all they did was make him wealthier by splitting his once large empire into multiple smaller empires that were collectively worth more than the larger empire, and he still owned them all. So like
in
even
trying
most of the
to-
companies we have now are fake fucking monopolies, like fucking not monopolies, but like Pepsi and fucking Coke. They're owned by the same parent company. But I mean, there's this fake competition that happens as well. But I mean, it doesn't stop any of us from making a fucking drink to compete with them. It's just people are fucking dumb and they think they're locked into this fucking system where they have to be a pawn instead of a gear.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's why I believe, like, fundamentally, like, whenever the state tries to interfere and stop monopolies, they end up actually making them more stronger. So it's better to just allow competition. And also, a lot of people think that Rockefeller was a monopoly, but all they did was basically sell their oil at a cheaper price than every other company, and that's not necessarily a bad thing because cheaper oil means that more people who are poor are able to use that oil. And it also is an indicator that people enjoy that oil more than other oil, which is not necessarily a bad thing because people are choosing to put their money into that business. So long as there's no also it's just when it comes to making oil and selling oil, the state puts a lot of regulations into doing that, which adds on a ton of costs on these industries, which then makes it even harder for smaller companies to get into that business, which then creates even more monopolies. So anytime that the state tries to come in and forcefully stop monopolies, they end up actually creating more through licensed
But it's not
laws.
even always. It's not even always entirely the government as well. One of the big issues that I have, like where I live, I'm living in Western Canada. We have mostly socialized healthcare. It's not socialist, but it's tax funded, and it sucks.
Yeah.
The amount of people who die waiting for fucking treatment for shit is comparable to the overdose rate, and they call that epidemic. And like, there's a lot of little quirks with fucking what people think of with their potential replacements for capitalism. And like, capitalism is flawed, but it's the best thing we've figured out so far. But as far as regulation goes, I think the only thing that they should regulate in any way, shape, or form when it comes to businesses is, how could I say, not breaking up of companies and shit like that, but like as an example, fucking Samsung shouldn't be able to buy out all of the manufacturers of LEDs so that only they can make displays and have that kind of a control. I believe in restricting asset gathering in that sense, and like asset guarding in the sense of like, if they do happen to be the only manufacturer of LEDs, they can't only sell to one company. They have to sell to multiple companies, because that just maximizes the potential for competition. And really, that's like the fucking bread and butter of capitalism, is competition, giving people the ability to build.
Well, respectfully, that's just a band-aid for a more larger issue that I would argue is more being caused by intellectual property. So if you're talking about, say, like Samsung buying a bunch of LED companies, what they're doing is they're buying those companies so that they could get the patents that stop other companies from then competing with them. But if they didn't have those patents, there was no intellectual property laws, then there would be no restriction of other companies basically coming in and then recreating those LEDs. And then Samsung would basically be shit out of luck, because every single time that they buy a company, there will be another company that pops up, and another one, and they would have to keep buying it, and eventually they'll basically run out of money. Whereas when you have patents, you could just buy that one company that has the patents for that specific product, and then no other company would be allowed to basically buy.
So what's the point of coming up with like an ingenuous idea that takes like hours or even years of your life if someone else can easily just steal it from you?
Well, it's fun. You're not really stealing it, because an idea is not something that could be taken. Well, the idea of stealing would be taking something from another person's possession and forcefully without their consent. So something from your possession out of your possession into my possession without your consent. With an idea, anyone can use an idea without while another person is also using that thing. So it's not a scarce resource.
I read a really good fucking book.
But
you're allowed
just
to
to
reproduce that book and then sell it.
Yeah, I was going to respond to that. Don't worry, I got you. I was just going on a little bit of just an explanation on that. But so yeah, if you have a book and I just decide to copy it and then resell it, I'm not violating your rights in any way. And the reason why that is because so long as I'm using my own property, I'm not really taking anything from you. I'm not forcefully extracting any wealth from you. You still have the idea in your head. You still have the ability to print that book. But that doesn't mean that there isn't any way in which you can figure out a way to like sort of make profit off of your good without having intellectual property. So for instance, there's plenty of ways.
Company, right?
Well, so for instance, YouTube, right? There's plenty of people who post millions of videos on YouTube without getting paid at all, in the hopes that later on that they could get the viewers, so that later on they could sort of make money. And that could sort of work the same way with books. If you put out a book that a lot of people like, you could be like, hey, I can make a sequel to this book or make even more books, and then you guys can sort of pay me.
Then you could also steal, right?
Well, you're not stealing, because there's nothing in anyone's possession that was taken from their possession forcefully.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is that you can realistically charge less and like sell the same thing, and now he no longer makes.
Yes, but that's not a rights violation.
Yeah, but he's no longer going to make money from it because of the fact.
No one's going to write.
Well, your failed business model. Your failed business model is not my problem. And fundamentally, just because you can't figure out a way to sell your product at a lower price than what I can, that's not me violating your rights in any way. Also, there's such thing as called the first comer's advantage or seller's advantage too. So generally when a person is first to market, even if their product is a little more expensive than the other companies that make the same thing, generally people tend to buy from that company because they're generally the first seller, and they generally have a because they're the first one, they are more familiarized. A lot of people know them more, and they have more information on the product, so they can make better ones faster than other companies.
KingSithis,
So yeah,
right,
there's tons of ways in which you can make money without intellectual property.
Me, Joe Schmo writer or Joe Schmo inventor, who's like selling locally because I don't have a printing press that can publish thousands of copies of like paperback or hardcover, whatever the fuck, right? And then you notice it with your large publishing company, and just start printing that fucking book, and you print it in my area too, and now I can't sell my shit. Everyone's buying my book from you, right? And then you're selling it elsewhere. You could just do this, right? To any like inventor or writer or artist, right?
Well, just because that could happen doesn't mean that there's a rights violation. Fundamentally,
but it would happen, right?
I mean, it may be fucked. I mean, it could happen, yeah. But I'm not saying. But even if it did happen, I'm arguing that it doesn't matter because it's not a rights violation.
But
you're not violating anyone's rights. You're not stealing anything from them. Nothing that was in their possession was being forcefully taken from their possession. And also, there are millions of ways in which you can figure out a way to sell your book with profit without being stolen from. And many of the ways in which I already argued for. And there's also like Kickstarters too. If it was true that people wouldn't, if it was true that the only thing that would incentivize people to create things or books or media was if they were making money, then YouTube wouldn't be a thing, because most of the people who get paid, who are on YouTube, don't get paid, and they still make YouTube videos.
But okay, so now my biggest issue is how do you plan in a society with no regulations to stop someone who said, let's say there's a business who decides they want to get into the hospital, and now they create a hospital, they sell everything, they give all their medical procedures at lower than average at first, so that this way they can. I mean, that's what makes the most money is you focus on selling a bunch of small until eventually it all adds up. And so they do that until they have enough to, let's say, buy out the rest of the hospitals.
Let me guess, they're gonna raise the price and then screw everybody over. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. Yeah. So now what?
Okay. So as long as there's nothing stopping competition from coming in and then also lowering its prices, well then that's basically going to incentivize pretty much all of those businesses not to do that, because if they do that, then they will lose all of their business to all the other businesses that aren't doing that.
Okay, so now here's my thing with this is that's why I would love if you had let me finish. I get that you understand, you've tried to understand what my point is before letting me finish, but that's what I was just about to address next, is that what happens when these businesses decide, okay, there's a new business who just moved in, we already have enough money, we're just gonna buy them out as well, because people thought that they could go there and things will be cheaper. We need to buy out pretty much all the competition. Like that would be a smart business model as well.
What does buying out mean?
All right, so if you found out that every single time that you opened up a hospital, that you would get bought out completely by a larger company, people would just continue. That would then incentivize people to build more hospitals, and then as they buy one hospital, another hospital will pop up, and then they'll have to buy that one, and then that one, and that one, until all the way up to the point. All the way up until the point where they would basically run out of money. That can't really work under a free market model, because there would be nothing illegal about opening up another competing firm. The only thing that restricts other people from opening up competing firms would be the state, by either using regulations, licensing laws, or some sort of other law. All right, guys, I'm going to have to go to bed, guys.
Yeah, that's wait, Sithis, before you go.
I must go to bed. I must go to bed. Last question, please.
Last question. If your ideal society produced worse outcomes in terms of life expectancy, human flourishing, right? Like just sickness, health.
I'm not a consequentialist. I don't care about outcomes.
Can I please
Would
address
it
you
still
instead of
be
him
worth
for the
it?
last question? Because
Wait,
I would like
Alex.
to respond to
Alex,
what
no.
No, because then we're gonna have to go back and forth, and then I'm
We don't have to go back and forth. Would
That's a
it
dumb
still be
question.
worth it if it made everything worse for most people?
Nobody would agree to that.
I mean, obviously, I don't believe that's gonna happen, but I'm not a
but if it did,
hold on, let me answer the question. But if it did happen, I'm not a consequentialist. Just because something leads to a worse outcome does not mean that I'm going to move away from my principles. Fundamentally, I don't think it's okay to violate innocent people's rights, even if the consequences lead to negative outcomes. So yeah, I don't care.
All right.
So all right, guys, I must go to bed. I'm tired.
Have a good night.
It was
there,
it was a
It's
good
been
conversation, and
good chatting
I
with
do
you.
respect. All of this stuff is gonna this live stream is gonna be on my YouTube. So if you guys want to go back and listen, you can. So have a good night, guys.
Good night.
You too.
All right, man. It was fun talking to these guys, and I'll see you guys later.